Oh, good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Eric, along with Dell. Now for the next 3 days here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Eric Layden, one of the biggest stars in Hollywood, joining us for 3 days right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we got differing opinions on the Fall Guy. Did you see it? Have you seen it?
I have not seen The Fall Guy. We're talking about the Ryan Gosling film.
Right.
But yeah, I have not seen The Fall Guy.
No, I'm a big Emily Blunt fan.
Okay, fair enough.
And Ryan Gosling.
Okay,
Great.
fair enough. Me too.
So on your show, Dell, Michael Carroll gave it thumbs up, right?
Yeah, we had him on. He got a screener, so we had him on last Friday, discussed it. He gave it a big thumbs up, and then when I gave him John McClane's review, he barged into the studio and said,
John McClane.
It's a win.
Did McClane give it a thumbs down?
See, did you see Argyle?
Yes.
That was one of the biggest wastes of time. That script was awful.
Well, you're talking about the film. Did you read the script? Because there's a big difference.
Well, what's the difference?
Well, the difference is I've read many a script that were fantastic, and then I've seen the film, and the film was terrible.
Wait a minute.
And I've
how
also
could you,
read.
You're the director. How could you let them screw it up?
Oh, well, first of all, the director is different from the writer, right? So the writer sometimes can have a brilliant script, and then the director can mess it up, well, by a myriad of different ways. Inserting himself too much in it. A lot of times, though, it's also coming from the studio, right? You got a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and they're giving notes. So they just get in the way. There's often, I read a lot
Pinheads
of
are
really
up there.
Fantastic scripts that turn out to be really terrible movies.
Really?
Or television shows.
Are you kidding me?
No, all the time.
So, wait a minute. If I'm the writer, I'm like, you don't change a line here.
Well, that's not how it works. Now, it's different in TV than it is in film.
Why?
Right? Because in film, it's the director's movie.
Okay.
So in film, once that script is given over to the filmmaker, it's pretty much the director's movie. In television, that's a little different. The writer's on set. So if I'm on set and I have an issue with a line that I want to change or alter in any way, I'm having a conversation with the writer.
Okay.
And then the writer can either take it to a writer's room, because God forbid the writer make a decision here, right? They then have to go oftentimes to a writer's room or a showrunner to make that decision. And we're talking about a line as simple as me changing, a few words.
Really?
Yeah. But I'm actually dealing with the writer, so that they have protection over that. Whereas in a film set, the director is there. It's his movie at that point. He's the filmmaker, and he will make that decision.
That is so weak. And pinheads upstairs are saying, hey, we can't say this, or we got to change this. We got to do this.
Yeah, well, they got to make sure that all of they're looking at it from a pure bottom line point of view, right? Yeah. So they're looking at it from a different place.
Yeah, well, guess what? Because you won't let us say this movie sucks.
That's
okay?
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's just awful. That's just awful. Anyway, I'm going to have to see Fall Guy for myself because it looks good. And Emily Blunt is in it, and so
Yeah, and I'm a fan of. I think Ryan Gosling's great. Yeah. So I'm gonna watch that film for sure. I watched 2.5 episodes yesterday on the plane of The Full Man, on Netflix.
Or
Jeff Daniels.
Yeah, Jeff Daniels.
Yeah, it is atrocious.
I watched the first one and was extremely bored.
I wasn't bored. I was laughing at his characterization of what I can only assume
rich guy
he.
is. Yeah.
It looked as if he watched a lot of Boss Hogg, and he was like, "This is who I'm."
Yeah.
I did a movie early in my career where I played like a bully lackey, and I remember I was like, "I'm going to play this kind of Cobra Kai-esque," and it was.
You are. Nothing against your physique.
Yeah.
You don't strike me as a bully.
Well, this was not the main bully.
I think this is bad casting.
This was no, because I played there's always the sidekicks of the bully. There's always the main bully, right? There's if we're gonna go,
you come around and say
put
something.
Put him in a body bag, Johnny. He's that guy. There's always the mouth, right? There's always that guy, right? He's not actually.
Can see. Okay, good casting.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, my dad used to say, "Don't have an alligator mouth with a tadpole body." You know what I mean? Get yourself in trouble.
Right.
And
your
so
mouth
there's always
is trying
that
to
guy.
cash checks your body.
There you
or
go.
something like that.
There
Your
you
body
go.
can't
Exactly.
cash.
So it looked as if Jeff Daniels was like, I'm gonna just go boss hog, because he had this crazy Georgia accent.
He did.
Because he was a rich man.
And it was so, and it's so stupid anyway, because the bank will work with you if you're a really rich guy in trouble. The bank will do everything so that you don't go bankrupt.
That's
because
right.
they don't want you to go bankrupt. Instead, they're trying to destroy him.
Yeah,
which
well,
is
they had a
stupid.
bone to pick.
It's
Come on,
stupid.
John. They had a bone to pick.
Anyway.
It was, no. So that one,
And
you can pass on
I was hoping
that.
it'd be good. I was hoping it'd be good.
Yeah, Pelfrey's a good actor too, but I thought he kind of hammed it up.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it was just, it was
Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, you're right.
not great.
You're right. Anyway, yeah.
Hollywood Roundup.
A man that's full, or what is it called?
A full man, a man in full.
A man in full is
Right.
what it's called. Yeah, Jeff Daniels. Anyway, I'm with you on that one. I was it's like, first of all, I can't believe the premise, but okay. Anyway, there's our movie reviews, because our Astros reviews are just, I mean, you would think that Justin Verlander could come out there. Now, Justin Verlander, to his credit, Justin Verlander after this game was pretty honest. Here's some stats on Justin Verlander. 10 walks and 15 strikeouts in his first 22 and a third innings this season. 34 whiffs on 187 swings, which is 18%, as opposed to 24% in 2022 and 22%, 22.5% last season. He's not getting he just doesn't look like the same guy. He just doesn't. It doesn't look like the ball's coming out of his hand right.
And that's your guy.
And boy, did they just tee off on him. Holy crap. I mean, that was, he looked like Hunter Brown. Maybe he's regressing to Hunter Brown.
Ooh.
So you think cosplay Verlander is affecting the actual Verlander?
Right. I think that he's watching Hunter and going, I've gotten some tips here on how to get lit up.
So the protege is affecting the
Yes,
mentor? That's
yes.
not good. That's not what I'm looking for.
No. I mean, okay, you got the quote, Justin's quote after. I mean, it just is. It's now it's pretty honest. And here he is talking about his start and what's got to go forward.
They had a good approach, and I wasn't very good. If I'm being really honest with myself, I think like the last, couple of games probably, particularly the walks kind of showed me I was a little off. And then sometimes it takes you facing a team that knows you intimately, and vice versa, to send you back to the drawing board. I think, these guys showed me today that I got some work to do. I got to be more deceptive.
Is this the one? Where's the one starting today? That was it. Yeah, that starting today. He said, "I've got a lot of work to do," and I believe he will. I think other guys probably go, "Oh, well, I got to fix this or whatever." Justin Verlander is going to work his ass. Justin Verlander has so much pride in his craft that I really believe he is going to just work his ass off now. Whether or not it's hit him, 40 years old.
Yeah, I mean, you eventually, Father Time catches up, right? Like eventually, it doesn't matter how hard you work, right? And we've seen this in sports across all sports.
Not
right?
everybody's Tom Brady.
Yeah, not everybody's Tom Brady, and even Tom Brady towards the end, showed that he's human.
Yep.
Eating what he eats, and so even though Verlander might go work his ass off, it's just is it done? Is it, and the compounding thing here that obviously you guys have to talk about every day, day in and day out, is just that, those games are okay over the last 7 years in a season where we're 3, 4, 5, 8 games over 500.
Yeah.
But now when you have no depth whatsoever, it puts so much pressure on a guy like JV to go out there and win because he's your ace.
Yeah.
And so when you cannot afford to have that.
Right, we're all looking now. I'm looking forward to Ronel Blanco starts. If you want,
that's
to know
about the only guy you're going to look forward to. But again, you put so much pressure; it just compounds on top of each other.
No, absolutely. I mean, Justin, he's got to. Verlander's got to be going. I got to turn this around for us. I got to turn this around for us. I got to turn this around for us. And then he has that first inning. He was throwing beach balls up there. and he just got lit. First, everybody was hitting him hard. Second inning as well. Every fly ball was to the wall. It was like, holy crap. He is not. He might be tipping his pitches. I don't know, because they were on everything. Verdugo hit one down low on a base hit that was like, how did he? And he just stood there and knew exactly what was coming and just crushed it and got another base hit to RBI.
Verdugo looked like Mickey Mantle out there.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a joke.
I mean,
it was
a
joke.
Crushing him.
Yeah.
It was like, man, I honestly, at that point, I said, he had to know that pitch was coming.
Yeah, I mean, Verlander, the only thing is that when you watch, like we've watched him enough, if you're going to catch him, you're going to catch him early. So it kind of, you always, in the first inning, I'm always a little, with Verlander, I'm always like, just keep it manageable. But then yesterday, I mean, that's a whole different
They
deal.
caught him every inning.
Every inning. I mean, they scored all but one.
Here's something to look at. Are the Yankees maybe stealing signs? Do you think that, Del? I mean, they knew exactly what Verlander was throwing. Is there any chance that there's an investigation now about the Yankees stealing the Astros signs?
I certainly hope so. Things like this cannot be left unattended.
No, right.
We have to look into this.
I don't know.
Do you think the Guardians didn't steal signs because they won that
were
series?
Here.
Do you think the Cubs stole signs?
The Cubs probably.
Yeah, they probably did.
The Cubs probably.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I would put it past them.
The Mariners for sure.
So were
they were here though.
Were the
so
Yankees
that's a problem.
stealing signs in the first series?
The Yankees, no, because they were here again, and I don't know that they were stealing.
Obviously, the
here.
technology in Mexico City didn't allow for it either.
Colorado couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. Not Mexico City.
They couldn't understand the language.
Okay,
sign stealing language.
Well, I'm just pointing out that maybe the signs that we're not noticing is the team sucks.
Well, there are plenty of signs out there.
Yeah, maybe maybe no one's stealing signs. Maybe the team is just terrible.
Well, let's hear from the general manager about that very thing. He was on with Bill Kenny. Yeah, Bill Kenny.
That's Brian Kenny.
Brian Kenny.
How about you learn
your
colleagues?
He left ESPN a long time ago, and when you leave ESPN, you're dead. You're dead. Your career's dead.
Yeah, you're done.
He's on MLB Network. He's only been there for about 12, 15 years.
Yeah, he's only forged a second career there.
Right.
No one knows his name though. Brian Kenny.
I do.
BK.
Right. Well, but you just heard the sound bites here. That's why.
No.
So we will hear from him about whether or not the Astros are going to be sellers at the deadline. How about that?
I mean, that doesn't seem like much of a tease, only because I feel like we know that answer, right?
Well, do we?
Well, I'd love to hear what DB has to say.
You will hear DB
talking to BK.
I'm like, Dana Brown doesn't deserve.
And he could be Bill Kenny in that instance.
He could be Bill, but
this is the Brian Kenny.
Dana Brown doesn't deserve a DB.
Yeah, DB, I don't know.
He hasn't done enough.
No.
There's not enough success to just drop an
like
initial nickname on him.
Oh, DB? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Did you talk to DB?
We're talking.
No, everyone calls him like Dana. No, I can't imagine anyone going in that organization. Hey, DB wants to speak to you.
Oh, yeah. All right, I'll head to D's office.
Yeah.
DB's office.
Well, as Dana Brown said famously in the Netflix deal, he could be. Well, I can't even say what Dana Brown said in the Netflix and the Tom Brady Netflix deal.
What'd you say?
Because, I'll tell you in the break.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it has to do with transitioning and liberal people.
Oh, got it. Okay, yes. Copy that.
Yeah. So there is that. Hey, everybody, I got something for you here. Mother's Day is coming up. Okay, you have jewelry. Does she have jewelry? Do you want to keep it safe? Well, from today through this Saturday, you've got an American Security jewelry safe that is on sale, 25% off. Okay, 25% off on jewelry safes. This is a big savings. This is a great savings. Let's say there's one, and they're great. They're beautiful. And the bad guys can't get to your jewelry. They can't get to it because it's in the safe, okay? And they can't open it. So here, if it lists for $1,450, you're only paying $1,085. That is a great deal right now. 25% off right now on jewelry safes at Houston Safe and Lock. Houston Safe and Lock, King Safe and Lock, same thing. I-10 and Wirt, and also Westheimer and the Beltway. Any kind of safe that you want, but the jewelry safes, the new jewelry safes from American Security, those are 25% off. Look, you're looking for the best deal on safes, you're going to get it at Houston Safe and Lock because they have them in stock right now. Showrooms, warehouse, they've got them all. American Security says, well, you buy more in bulk, and we're going to give you a better price for them. So you get those savings passed on to you. You need a safe? There's one place to go. Anything to do with safe. Houston Safe and Lock. Westheimer and the Beltway, or I-10 and Wirt, 975safes.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. We have got Eric Layden in studio with us here. And if you've got any questions whatsoever, I'm enthralled by the Hollywood game, and so if we talked about Hollywood for the next 3 days, I'd be fine with that. You could give us all the insights like that. I just hate these executives that walk in. We got to change this. Did you see about the making of the Godfather?
Oh, great show!
It's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
fantastic.
You see the interference by.
Oh yeah,
it was just to me that's one of my favorite series.
It was really good. The acting I thought was fantastic.
Yeah.
I thought they kind of got snubbed actually. They didn't get a ton of love, and I don't know if that was like kind of deep-rooted resentment because of maybe some people they portrayed, but I thought it was great.
I thought it was awesome.
I thought the actors did a fantastic
and
job.
I would imagine back then that was pretty accurate about how the interference of it all and the money and how he had to get things done.
Yes, I wasn't there for it,
Yeah.
but from what I read, just being kind of like, a lover of all things Hollywood and entertainment. But I will say that what you also noticed is that, guys like Bob Evans, they were storytellers, right? They were movie makers.
Yeah.
And they wanted to make good movies. They were
And they did.
And they did.
Yeah.
You don't have that anymore. And that's where
it's just all about making money, huh?
It's money, but it's also run by tech companies.
Oh yeah.
It's run by Apple and Amazon.
Yeah.
And those aren't storytellers.
Right.
Right.
Although we do get some good. There's some good. Yeah. There's some good storytelling.
Of course,
out there now.
there are good stories, and we get good things.
Yeah.
But what we don't have anymore is, decisions being made based on the story. We have decisions being made based on what is this IP? What has it done for us? Is it a book? Is it a national bestseller? Is it a podcast?
No.
Is it a Marvel or a DC movie? And how do we protect ourselves on the back end as opposed to, wow, that's just a damn good script.
Yeah, right.
That's just a really good story.
Right. I kind of felt like Shogun was that.
Yes, and again, a book,
right?
And it's been done before, right? There was in
Richard
early
Chamberlain,
80s.
right?
Okay, so again, it's just when you look at TV, for instance, and you look at the landscape of TV and some of the greatest TV that kind of built that golden age of television, Mad Men, The Shield, Breaking Bad, those built networks.
Right.
Those aren't getting made anymore.
Right.
They're not getting made anymore,
Yeah.
and so. That's where I think, unfortunately, we're kind of at a bit of a valley when it comes to television right now because nobody really knows where we are. They're not spending as much. The streamers have taken over, but they actually need the ad money. So they actually are trying to now revert back to the cable kind of model that they
the FX.
Yeah, well, they're they basically came in and squashed cable, right?
Yeah,
and they were like, "Come over here, we won't show you commercials."
And now
all of a sudden they realize they need commercials. So now they're basically having to build the model that they crushed.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's funny. We've got Eric Layden in studio. You got any questions for him? You're more than welcome to get in here. Mm-hmm. Anything, everything's on the table. Dana Brown was on the MLB Network yesterday.
DB.
And he was asked it's Brian Kenny. Del.
Well, I told you it was Brian Kenny.
I'm just telling you it's Brian Kenny, just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
Was asked, and here's the question. We're keeping the question in here. Asked about being sellers at the trade deadline.
Can you envision a scenario where you're a seller?
No, I can't envision that. I think this ball club's too good. We have a really good rotation. We have a really good bullpen. Our bats are a little bit off to a slow start. We haven't got much production from first base, Bregman's off to a little bit of a slow start, we haven't got much production from left field and in center field. So, with that said, I think the production's coming. I think our guys are true professionals. They're good players. I can't predict any scenario where we become sellers. I think the team is too good. I think the key here is win the series, get back to 500. Once you get back to 500 and you start to roll, you get a winning streak of 5 here, 7 here, 10 there. Before you know it, you're 8 to 10 games over 500. And so it's a long season. I'm reminded of when I was in Atlanta, we were down 10 games in June, to the Mets, and we ran them down. So I don't see any chance of us becoming sellers. I think the team is too good. And if guys start to turn the corner, good things will happen.
Just 5 here, 7 there.
That's
10,
all.
Then 10.
How
Just
about
rip off.
Put 2 together. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Well, we got to start with 1.
5 here, 7 there. Ooh, yeah. The only 5 and 7 we have are losses.
That's right. Yeah. No, the losses are coming in
11 games under 500 now. Power rankings came out yesterday. The Astros were 26th, and it's pretty accurate. 26th out of 30.
I actually think that's kind of a gift.
Yeah.
I think they're just living
they're
still
better
on
than
some equity.
Colorado and the White Sox.
Yeah, they're better than those two
and
teams.
The A's.
They're not better than the A's.
I don't know that they're better than the A's.
We got a 4-game. We'll prove it in a 4-game series we got with them.
If you swept the A's, you'd still be tied right now as far as record.
Doesn't Dana Brown,
They're so bad, too.
They're 17-20.
DB kind of sounds like the real estate agent who's like, no, this house isn't for sale, even though he knows it is for sale. Just to.
You got the sign on the lawn.
I mean, it's right there, man. They're clearly for sale, but he also knows in the back of his mind, what the hell is he going to sell Bregman for right now? It's his market value is just dying. It's just plummeting. So he's got to do something.
It does Bregman honest. What kind of value does Alex Bregman have right now? Another dismal night at the plate. His OPS is 560 something. I mean, it's awful. He's awful.
Yeah.
What in the world do you get for Alex Bregman right now?
Well, that's the thing. I don't. You don't want to keep him You're not going to keep him. It's not like you don't have to pay him as much. Boris will still inflate whatever they ask for him, because they'll base it on his history. But if he shows that he can't turn a corner, you're not going to get anything for him.
No.
A couple prospects.
Is Dubon? Did Dubon die? Did we know?
I believe he's still
with us. Yeah,
yes.
he's with us.
You sure about that?
I feel like that would have been reported.
You think
if Dubon had died?
I feel like Brian Kelly would have reported it.
And apparently
the LSU head coach?
We're just going to call him different names for 3 days.
Brian Kelly's an Astros insider?
Yes, he is.
Brian Kelly?
Brian Kelly.
Okay. Brian Kelly would have told us about this?
Yeah,
okay.
he would have told us.
Apparently Victor Caratini got you know what? Guys, I don't want Diaz behind the plate. Okay. How'd that work out for you? Well, the little Caratini back there.
I mean, we're going to blame Caratini for what happened last night.
Right.
You want to take
well, no, we don't have Maldonado anymore, so we can't throw anymore.
Maybe.
And we can't make fun of Abreu because he's not here anymore.
Yeah, he's doing stuff in Florida.
He's doing stuff in Florida, and that's funny that you should mention that because Dana Brown talked about that. And it's interesting. It's actually very interesting what Jose Abreu is. I wish Brian Abreu could
go to Florida.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe is Brian Abreu, is he reporting anything about, have we heard him report anything about the death of
no, he's still very much alive and still hitting players.
Dubon, no?
Hitting batters, yeah.
Yeah, he is. He's not hitting his spots, that's for sure. Anyway, he talks, we got some stuff about Presley. And we got some stuff about Jose Abreu. The Jose Abreu is interesting. We'll do it on the other side.
Yeah, Bill Kennedy asked some great questions.
Bill Kennedy did. Yeah, I love that guy.
Bill Kennedy is, and I can't wait. When we come back, Brian Abreu interviews Dana Brown. Is it Brian?
It's Brian Kenny.
Brian Kenny is interviewing Dana Brown. We'll do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about Chastang Ford. I'm talking about select SUVs with, how about this? 2.9% financing and no payments for 90 days on select SUVs on the lot. Brand new 2024s, okay? You're looking for the best way to get into that SUV? Well, again, how about 2.9%? You know what you're not finding a lot of? 2.9% financing in this economy? You're just not. Not when the interest rates are where they are. How about that? How about 1.9% financing on still 2023 F-150s that are on the lot? And they're doing everything to get rid of them. We got to get them out of here. We got to get the 2023s. That there are still 2023s on the lot, brand new, and you can get them at 1.9% financing. If you waited and you want an F-150, this is the time for you. Grab them because they're running out of them. All you got to do is go to chastangford.com, or you get to 610 on Homestead, not Hempstead. Those of you that need work trucks, this is the perfect opportunity for you to grab these at the best financing you could possibly get. chastangford.com, 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, we got a Fall Guy review. Dell, Michael Carroll, winner here. Texans propaganda says the Fall Guy was a lot of fun. Huh. Okay.
Well, Michael Carroll and John McClane aren't exactly in the same demographic.
No, they're different people.
Yeah.
But John McClane has been in the bit. You know John McClane. He's
Texans camp.
He's an act. He's probably been in as many movies as you.
Oh,
Well,
he
that's-
knew maybe not that many, but that guy he can rattle off some
He loves
some
the
Hollywood
industry.
history. He
Loves
loves
the
it.
industry.
We talked a long time about
Yeah.
it. Yeah, he's great.
A24 movies are always great. What are A24 movies?
It's a studio.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Are they always good?
They are. They're doing really good stuff right now.
Are they?
Yeah, really good stuff.
Bregman is like a 1985 hot tub in a house you know it doesn't work, but you want to sell it with the house. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How awesome would it be if Brian Kelly interviewed Dana Brown? Well, how y'all think old team is going to do the rest of this year?
Is he Foghorn
Well,
Leghorn?
No,
apparently
that actually-
JJ feels like that. He's more Cajun now.
That would actually be Jeff Daniels in the Man in Full.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, he's more Cajun. Hey, Sha, how we all doing this year, Sha? That's more Brian Kelly.
But depends on where he is. Since he's at LSU at the moment, he's Cajun.
That's why he's Cajun.
Yeah.
When he got there, he all of a sudden he turned
it happened
Cajun,
in a day. It happened in a day.
Yeah, Sha.
Right.
So Jose Abreu.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting to see because we've been talking about his bat is slow. They said no, his timing is off, but maybe Dana Brown revealed a little something yesterday on MLB Network with Bobby Kenny, whatever.
Bradley Kent.
Bradley Kenny.
Yep.
Maybe he revealed a little something about Jose Abreu when he told us how and what he's doing on a daily basis.
Yeah, it's a spring training complex. So, we got him down there with some of our hitting guys. And the day-to-day is we're going to work on the rhythm and the timing. And we're also going to do some, strength and conditioning. A lot of times with these guys, they get into the heavy weight, the lifting, the strength building. We're going to do lighter weights, more rep, more quick twitch things in terms of weights and moving a little bit faster so that, he can get back to the quick twitch. I think he's gotten a little too strong and he slowed his back down a little bit. And so ultimately, if we can get this guy back to his rhythm and timing and back to what he did last fall, it's going to really help us out.
So they basically lied to us when they said, no, it's not about his swing speed.
Did you hear that he's too buff to play baseball?
He's too big. He's too big.
Too strong. Wait a minute.
Too strong.
You know who the best players were? Barry Bonds?
Well, they were on stuff.
Well, too strong, okay? Okay.
Well, different type of strong.
Yeah. I never thought of Jose Abreu as being, although he's a big dude now.
He's a big
He's
dude.
a big dude.
Yeah.
But not steroid like that.
No, but he's strong, and it's affecting his ability to play baseball.
Yeah. I don't know, because the stronger, the farther the ball goes.
You heard what DB said.
I know, I heard DB.
Yeah.
I heard DB there. But that's funny because they told us when he went down, no. It's not about his bat speed. This is about timing. It's about his timing. Well, now it's about his bat speed. It's slow.
I mean, are those not one and the same, though?
No.
Really?
Well, I think more they're thinking he's not hitting off-speed pitches because he's not seeing them well, or whatever the case may be. That kind of thing.
Timing-wise, that way.
Yeah, but he wasn't hitting anything, really.
No.
Nothing.
No, he was rolling over. Everything.
Yeah, he was way behind on fastballs, and he was way out in front on curveballs.
Well, if it works, then maybe we send Bregman to the same guy, because Bregman spent all offseason in Arizona.
Getting buff.
So
he's too strong, too.
Yeah, you know what? He was. He did. He says he was working out a lot.
Putting on muscle.
Putting
he's
on
too strong.
He's too strong again.
Yeah.
So we just need a bunch of Tuckers.
Barry
out there.
Bonds is
Just
like,
string
what?
beans.
You know what now?
Mark McGuire. Yeah.
Huh.
Was I taking the wrong approach?
Sammy Sosa.
I feel like it.
Yeah, but I feel like
But I think medically enhanced, it's different from all natural. So if you're all naturally too buff, you can't play baseball.
But if you're roided up.
If you've been helped by chemicals, then you can play baseball.
I got you.
Well, the recovery's faster.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Well,
it's all about the recovery.
His
But it's
timing's
also
off because his
bat
arms.
speed.
Well,
Wouldn't
his
it be faster?
His
Wasn't it
bat
bat
speed and his timing's off because his arms hurt from all those weights he's
That's
lifting.
right.
Yeah.
And he can't recover because he's not doing it the medical way.
That's right. No injections.
So we found the reason. Or he's just old.
That's probably more it. JV, you can work your ass off this week.
Well,
Guess what's going to happen?
He's still old.
He's still old.
Yeah.
He's still old. That's just so bad to be talking about. Everybody, last night I was at a little party for Yanni. Happy birthday, Yanni.
Did you buy him some jeans?
I didn't buy him any.
If you don't know that story.
I really didn't buy him anything.
Who's Yanni?
Yanni is Damaris Barbecue.
Okay.
Yanni Damaris.
Okay.
One of
It was
John's
his
good
birthday,
friends.
and so we went over there, we ate food and drink, and it was a lot of fun. And everybody's, hey, what are the Astros talking about? What are the people calling in about with the Astros? I said, nothing.
Nothing.
Because nobody's talking about them.
No.
And this is May, and we're done with the Astros.
Well, I think you're going to know. They have, 29 games in 30 days, I think?
Yeah.
Okay. This is it.
This is it.
This is it. You get this month, and then you'll know. And then not even DB can spin this yarn, you know. So I mean, you're going to know in the next 3 to 4 weeks if this team is toast or they're not.
Right.
And I mean, it does not bode well that we have so many games in with no off days, considering that our
With
with all
JP
the
France
injuries.
done now.
JP
Congratulations to
France
us.
is done. Yep, he's
Another
done.
pitcher down.
I mean, well, we kind of win this one.
No. JP France before the season started was supposed to be, with Garcia and McCullers not coming back for a while. Well, we didn't know Urquidy wasn't going to be here for a while. We didn't know that Fromber wasn't going to be here for a while. We didn't know Verlander
We got
wasn't going
good
to be here
news,
for a
though.
while.
Javier's coming back.
Yeah, Javier's coming back.
Yeah,
That's
he is
great.
coming back.
And he sucked last year.
But he was good this year before he got hurt.
He was.
Yeah, he was getting,
You thought JP would be a serviceable 4th and 5th guy.
Yes.
Is what you thought.
Yes.
And
well,
now
he
all of
was
a
last
sudden,
year. If not for
that's
JP
right.
last year, they wouldn't have won the division.
That's right. So
Well, Just Pullum has pitched differently this year.
yes,
Just Pullum is not the same guy.
Is JP.
It's
doesn't
better-
stand for just Pullum.
It's better than calling him J6 France. Which one do you want?
Well, he looks like he's got the flag on his
He's got
arm.
that tattoo. With
He's got the Constitution on his arm.
Yeah, J6. So you want to be
J6.
Just Pullum or J6? What do you want?
the goggles alone do it for me. So I'm into them.
Listen, you know
I like the
immediately,
guy.
like Cal, that
Yeah.
outline of his face and the mustache.
Yeah.
You know immediately when it's JP.
Yeah.
I'm on a JP T-shirt.
Should there be a T-shirt with the guy getting whiplash? Because every time he sees a ball fly over his head, he goes like that.
That was Verlander.
I like that.
Verlander learned a little.
We've got a lot of those
last
guys.
night.
We could line them all up. by the
Verlander
way.
got a lot of that last night.
But the good news is we got Eric Getty tonight.
Oh, he's been better though.
He has been better.
And then we'll have Hunter Brown. So it's all good.
No, Renell Blanco. Thankfully,
No, Blanco.
thankfully,
we'll be
it's
fine.
Blanco.
Blanco with that short porch and right. There goes that ERA. There that goes.
We're so positive about our team.
Oh, it sucks.
But realize, John, you don't have to worry because you know what?
It's football season.
It is football
It is.
season. Thank you, Nick. But you're right. Listen, we're going to learn a lot about this team because after this, we're at Detroit,
Yep. Okay.
which I know they're better this year, but that's a series you should win. Of course, they're looking, going, oh, good. We get the Astros
We get the
coming.
Astros. Yep.
You got the A's for 4
Okay.
here, which we're unbeatable at home almost.
Almost. Yeah.
Home, we're
Yeah.
close.
Right.
5-20, whatever we are.
9.
No,
So,
whatever.
yep.
Yeah. Milwaukee here,
Okay.
which they're a smaller market. They can't possibly be as good as us.
No.
The Angels, they suck.
They're
Trout's
terrible.
hurt again. Surprise. At Oakland, at Seattle,
Yeah.
Minnesota, St. Louis. I mean, this is
We
favorable.
might not lose a game till we go to Seattle.
Well, and the next month, and up till June 9th, and then back at the Dodgers. So, at the Angels, rather. So, this is it.
This
is it. 1 month from today, from tomorrow, June 9th, we will know exactly where we are as a baseball city.
I think we already do, John.
You think so?
Yeah, I think we already know.
Hey,
I think that we are.
I don't know if
we are
you heard.
The only reason we're cautiously optimistic here is because it's the same damn group that's done it for 6 years.
I don't know if you heard DB. He said 5, 7.
Right.
You never know. And then all
Right.
of a sudden, you're 10 games over 500.
Actually, well, if you rip off a 10-game winning streak now, you're still a game under 500.
That's true. But if you go win 5 here,
And then 7, and then 10, yes.
and then 10,
Right.
Yes.
right.
You have to show something
All of
you
a sudden-
haven't shown through a quarter of the year.
Then all of a sudden, Dell, you're 10 games over 500.
But look at the guys.
All of a sudden.
In all actuality, when you look at the guys that you have to sell, right? Let's call
We're
it
not.
what it
I don't know
is.
if you heard. We're not doing that.
I know. I heard the interview.
DB.
I heard the DB interview, but we are going to be sellers. How much are you going to get for Hader? How much are you going to get for
you can't
Bregman?
sell Hader.
You can't. Well, no, you can.
No, you can't.
The Mets sold Verlander.
No, you can absolutely sell Hader. I think he's
Mets
absolutely a
didn't
piece you
pick
move.
that up. It wasn't like Verlander was terrible like
wasn't great.
Hader is right now.
Sure. But if let's assume Hader
And you got 4 years at 19 each.
let's assume Hader regresses back to average, but by the time the trade deadline rolls around.
Gone.
Get him out of here.
Gone.
Let's go. Beat it.
Gone.
Beat it.
Yep.
I'll take. Oh, what you got? You guys, you got a bucket of balls? We'll take that.
Yeah.
Batting practice balls? We'll take it.
Yeah, sure.
For at $19 million a year for 4 more years. Are you kidding me? You can't get rid of that. Oh, what are you going to get for Jose Abreu now? How much? What do you want for that? Huh?
Bus ticket.
That's almost the same thing.
Well, Hader hasn't been as bad for as long as Abreu has been. And they haven't sent him to
He's
the
also
farm.
younger.
We're starting to get a sample size.
They haven't put Hader out the pasture like they did to
Gomez, and now we get this Hader at 19 a year.
You think he's still bitter, and that's why he's pitching this way?
You think he's bitter
To
with the
take it out.
organization?
He got
think
your
that's
money.
what it is?
He got your money,
What's
and
that?
now he's taking it out on you.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Now, here's a little payback for you.
So Bregman can't get his money and won't play well. Hader gets all the money and won't play well.
What do you want to get for Bregman right now? Name your price. Want anything?
Sure,
what you looking for?
I want plenty. I just know I'm not going to get anything.
Okay. What you want for Hunter Brown right now?
Who's what?
No, you literally only have like 2 expiring pieces, really. I mean,
No, but Hunter Brown, you would think a young arm you could get something for. You can't get anything for Hunter Brown right now.
Nothing. That's therein lies the problem. So it's like, do you root for them to win over the next 30 days, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yes.
But if they lose, you at least need your pieces to do something.
But what are you
so
gonna
that you
get? I mean, yeah. Oh, we're gonna be sellers. Sell what?
Well, if you know Bregman's not coming
the only
back.
one with any value is Kyle Tucker.
Yes, but you know Bregman's not coming back. So even if it's prospects at this point, like
What
you're
prospects?
you're not going to
What
re-sign.
prospects? Honestly,
We can't use. It's terrible to watch. We can't use a month plus and go Bregman has no value. He's not unless he's going on a Cody Bellinger type run. He's not gonna be this bad.
Okay, you're
all
a
year.
general manager of a team.
Well, the deadline is how many months
much
away?
do
2
you
months.
value your job?
Well, I would love to keep my job.
Okay, let me give up big prospects for Alex Bregman right now.
We're not trading him.
The guy with the 500 OPS.
We're not trading him on May 8th. But
okay, we'll see.
Mid-July, we'll see where he is.
Don't forget, he worked out too much.
It's also going to depend
He's
on
got to
who,
get off the weights.
Well,
it's also really going to boil down to who in that category needs a third baseman. Did somebody
That's
get
true.
hurt? You know what I mean? So it's going to come down to a team.
An eight-hole hitter, third baseman. Who needs that?
Well, there is probably going to be a team out there that is on a run that's looking to make a move, and due to injury or something.
Yeah, no,
they're
he
gonna
can
need
still
a guy
play
like
third
Bregman.
base.
Yeah,
It's just that you don't
So-
want him batting.
no, of course.
No.
Or you ask yourself, does that change the way does that give him juice at the plate a little bit? Just the new atmosphere.
Well, how about and listen, literally the dude should be batting eighth in the order.
Because
and as far as he won't drop further than fourth. Where did he get? How does he get this? I mean, Abreu went all the way down to A. He's hitting Abreu like right now.
yeah, but he doesn't want to move Pena, is what he said. He thinks Pena. He doesn't want to. He thinks Pena's having this torrid start, and he doesn't want to move him down in the lineup or up in the lineup, whatever, towards closer, to like 4 or 5, because he thinks that he feels most confident in the 7 or 8 spot, 6, 7 on.
We were great when Pena hit second.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. That's when the Astros won a World Series.
They
Pena
did.
batting second.
Yeah.
MVP. So, yeah, I know it's going to hurt his confidence getting up there because he only had an MVP batting second.
Well, that's when he had Dusty as his manager.
Yeah. Well,
The
was
key.
he bringing him cotton candy?
I don't know what Pena enjoys as a snack.
I think there's actually the one thing that this team.
Pudding? No, that was
That's Chad.
that
The
was
one thing
Chaz.
that they could use that they don't have, and I mean this in all seriousness, is a sports psychologist. Because I don't think people realize how contagious winning and losing is. And this team used to take the field every day and know that they were going to win. How many games did we win over the last 6 years where we would be down in the 6th inning and we would come back. And the amount of runs. You remember when we were scoring like all these runs, 7, 8, 9
We
innings?
don't do that anymore.
And now we know we're going to lose.
We don't do that anymore.
No.
All right, we got a break, 747, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got to talk about free reign. We got to talk about the coffee that you're drinking. We got to talk about Mother's Day is coming up. So if you're in the military, you're away from your family a bunch, and free reign says, listen, for your spouse, for this Mother's Day, how about a free bag of coffee? That's awfully nice. And that's the kind of company that free reign is. They love them. They love first responders, teachers, nurses, doctors. They love everybody who's helping in the community, and veterans and military people. I mean, it's real. It is real. So if you love America, then you got to drink free reign coffee. Okay. If you don't love America, then you won't drink free reign coffee. Okay. All right. If you just hate death to America, not drinking free reign. No, sorry, we're not doing that. We love America, and we drink free reign coffee. We drink Texas coffee, San Angelo, Texas coffee. That's what we do, because free reign is America. It's Texas. It tastes fuller. It's better. It's all of those things. America. You love America? Free reign coffee. Get 20% off at 975coffee.com, 975coffee.com. Get 20% off when you put in ESPN 20 and love America with free reign coffee.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we had two blowouts last night in the NBA. And, boy, Oklahoma City. I mean, I got people who are telling me that Dallas is going to win this. There's just no chance that team's ready to win this whole thing. I mean, they were, well, it's good value. The Dallas going into the playoffs is good value. What's good value? If you lose the bet, that's a bad value. There's no such thing. They have to win it all. I don't care if you gave me $1 billion to 1. If they can't win it all, then it's bad value, right? Like
Well,
I don't. Sometimes I don't understand gamblers because.
Aren't you one?
Yeah,
You don't understand your own people?
I don't understand my people.
Your own people.
And you know what? The only good value is a good value is when your bet wins. If your bet can't win, then it's not good value. I don't care if they give you what odds they give you. Okay, maybe they have a better chance statistically or whatever and that's what your bet. But if they don't win, then you lost the bet. Period. And they just showed Oklahoma City showed.
Yeah, I'm
last
not
night.
sure leaning into a limping Luka gives you good value.
No,
He's obviously not right. He won't be right until the season's over. That knee brace, he's adjusting it. He's looking at it throughout. He doesn't jump as it is, but every time he tries to get off the floor and he comes down, he's grimacing. Why would you?
Is this a LeBron thing?
What do you mean that he's not? What?
I mean, playing badly. Oh, look, my knee. I got to fix my knee.
No, the brace is there. There's an actual brace on his knee.
I know you could, but LeBron would put a brace on his knee.
You're just a hater. That's all this is.
I hate LeBron.
You turned it into a LeBron hate thing again.
Yeah.
Not surprising. No, I don't think it's whatever you think a LeBron thing is. I don't think that's what this is. He's hurt, and his performance has suffered. And leaning into the Mavericks are going to win a title when their best player isn't right is dumb.
Even if their best player was right.
He's not. Look, they would have a better shot. Look, it's one game, but Oklahoma City has looked really good so far. They're 5-0 in these playoffs, and they're showing that being young doesn't mean much, at least for them. And I don't know if it's a repeat of that 2012 team who made it all the way to the finals in their second run, like this one is doing. But they're great. They've got options, and Shea's a killer. When it matters, when you need to close a ball game, which they haven't really needed to do these playoffs, except for Game 1 of the Pelican series, they have a guy to do it.
I'm already moved on to Oklahoma City versus Minnesota. I've already moved on.
Well, that's a more fun series.
I mean, that will be a good series.
Yeah.
That will
NBA doesn't want any part of it, but
not either.
the networks do not want any part of
it's
that.
Not, obviously,
they don't want any part of that.
Obviously, with the last 2-minute calls that we got from the Knicks Pacers game, we see that the NBA clearly wants the Knicks in it. There's no question.
Well, look what they did with the Lakers and Golden State down the stretch. I mean, it was a joke.
Or the refs are just awful at their jobs.
Well, there's that. There's that, too.
I think they're just incompetent, which is probably worse. Because if you were actually capable of making these decisions and affecting games, I might give you credit. But you're just bad.
They're bad. It's and in all fairness, I mean, that game is so fast, so big, so strong. It has really changed, and it's probably the toughest sport to officiate.
But they do a poor job of even protecting their own refs, because why wouldn't a kickball violation be reviewable?
Why couldn't you review that? That was silly. That was silly.
It's one that they could have easily avoided.
Yep,
and,
that was silly.
And it's not in the rule books to allow them to.
Yeah, and then the hip check on the screen, and so whatever. Listen, Knicks, Celtics will be. Well, but I'll tell you this: Jalen Brunson deserves it. Jalen Brunson, holy crap! I mean, that the Knicks saw this in him and gave him that money. I wrote a lot of people going, "You're giving him that kind of money?" This dude,
he can ball.
Is he the MVP right now in the playoffs?
Well, Anthony Edwards,
Cat,
maybe Anthony Edwards too. You got some competition.
You got some competition,
there's some guys,
but he's carrying out.
Well,
if
Ant Edwards is going to go,
Cat was the leading scorer.
Sure, but the best player. Well, Ant Edwards had a great game 1. If he's going to lead them to beating the defending champions, I think he'll get to the top, because the Pacers, they're an entertaining team, but no one really respects them as far as a title contender. The Nuggets were expected to get to the finals and with health win it, despite what the Celtics are doing on the other side. So if Ant Edwards leads the team over the Nuggets, he'll take top spot, and Brunson will be behind him.
Well, and he should. I mean, Denver was the overwhelming favorite to win this whole thing.
Yeah.
And they're getting smoked.
Yeah.
And in the NBA, again, the network's not happy about it.
No.
I mean, they need at least Joker in there. I mean, he's a star.
Well, I don't know. They're going to find out that Anthony Edwards is turning into must-watch television.
Yeah, I mean, how do you not see that?
And Anthony Edwards is going to bring some eyes to the TV.
Yeah, the Brunson
For sure.
Yeah, Brunson has the consecutive 40-point games, but you look at Edwards through 6 playoff games, over 32 points per game, over 54% from the floor, over 40% from 3.
That's great.
So efficient.
Yeah.
The counting numbers are there, and he'll also throw in about 7 rebounds and 6 assists.
Yeah.
So he's about a 32, 7 and 6 guy.
But he's got a lot more help than Jalen does.
I think once again, because of who he's playing in this round, he's playing the champs.
Yeah.
So that's going to help his cause.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But they've both been fantastic. But it's him or Jalen. But Jalen has really proven that, man, in a game right now that it's all about big guys right now.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson is going, watch this. So is and as well as Anthony Edwards. But you don't do it without that front line that Minnesota's got. I mean, that front line against the front line of the Nuggets, holy crap.
I would love to watch OKC in Minnesota. That to me is the matchup that I'd want to see, because those are the youngest 2 teams, and they're the 2 teams with the new stars, the rising stars, not the old dudes.
Yeah.
And of course that's
both
in the
young
West,
teams,
but you're littered with young superstars on that team.
And then see whether or not they can beat Boston. That'll be interesting.
Boston, New York, obviously.
Boston been there, done that.
In the East would be awesome.
Yes. And Boston, OKC, or Boston, Minnesota is going to be pretty good.
For sure. I mean, you got Tatum, you got stars on the East, and you've got the budding, like established stars on the East side, and then the budding stars on the West.
In a sport that really has suffered, I mean, has not been, people haven't been watching. People hasn't been. Maybe we're going to see this influx of young stars.
The superstars that like Duncan were, Duncan and Robinson.
Yeah.
They just don't have the flair. They're not as fun to watch.
True.
For some reason, even though they're incredible.
Plus, Steve Kerr and Pop, how liberal they are.
Yeah, well.
What?
Right.
Pop, what's Pop doing to dissuade people from watching?
Oh.
He's never on TV anymore because team's not good.
No, but for years, and we got his
I think the problem,
liberal views.
Well, the problem for his team,
views.
the problem for that, people
and now
love the Warriors.
Caitlin Clark has come along and changed everything.
What?
Right.
I think the Warriors could, and their star power, surpass whatever Kerr was saying. But Pop had a boring basketball team. No one wanted to watch the Spurs win.
I think they didn't watch because of Pop.
Well, I know what you think, but I think the fact that, as Eric mentioned, the Duncans of the world, Kawhi, before we learned about Kawhi, Manu. I mean, Tony Parker did stuff off the floor that's interesting, but the NBA didn't want to market that.
Mm-mm. Oh, no.
But don't they remind you of Denver a little bit?
Yeah, they're very similar.
Or Denver remind you of them a little bit?
Yeah, they're not a team.
They're not as,
I mean, the Porter brothers are interesting, but Michael Porter doesn't want – the NBA's not going to lean into what the Porter brothers are doing. That's not marketable.
Not when you've watched Golden State do it with, the way they did it.
Yeah,
with the Splash Brothers.
And Kevin Durant.
That was fun.
And they had a ongoing rivalry with the Cavs, so the NBA can market. It's the 4th time they've seen each other, how many times they played.
Right.
There's none of that right now.
No. Well, I mean, maybe we should have seen this coming. The Nuggets couldn't handle the Rockets this year. I mean, the Rockets actually played really well.
And the Suns beat up on the Wolves, so I'm not sure what the regular season actually means, because I was concerned for the Wolves because they couldn't handle the Suns, and then they smacked them around for 4 games in the playoffs. So who knows?
True. All right, we got to talk about Billy Brown. And so he's Billy, right? Like Brian Kelly. He's not Brian Brown. It's Billy Brown.
The actor?
Yeah, right.
Brian Brown?
Yeah, Brian Brown. It's not that. It's not him. It's Billy Brown, who sucks at golf. That Billy Brown. He's terrible. But here's the deal. I don't want my plumber. I don't want the guy who owns the plumbing company to be great at golf. I'd rather he was worried about plumbing, okay? And we know Billy's worried about plumbing because he is awful at golf. So here's the deal, is if you're looking for a plumber that cares about plumbing, all the services, as a matter of fact, I talked about Yanni. He had Billy Brown and his guys come over. He said it's amazing. I asked him about it last night because he had Billy over. He had his guys over last week. He had to clean his tankless water. He said the guys said, "Oh my gosh, your tankless water heater, It was filthy, and it's not coming up. And then, now all of a sudden, his sink, the water pressure in his sink is incredible. and they did some cleaning on that too. If your water pressure isn't what it's supposed to be, if you haven't cleaned your tankless water heater in a while, you're not getting full use of it. And oh, by the way, your tankless water heater you're going to ruin it. So you got to get these things clean. Do some preventive maintenance and let Billy's guys come to your home and take care of this stuff. It's time. If you haven't done this stuff, you got to. 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number. If you want to hang with us, we'll actually take some. We had a few callers call in, and we didn't take them, right, though? That's on Eric.
That was on me.
That was on Eric.
We're blaming the guest.
Yeah, that was on me. The screen's facing me. I needed to give John the what's up. Yeah.
Just ignoring these people.
I know, that's me. Call back, please. I apologize.
He's his star mentality.
I'm a little confused because Eric is replacing a person who he's sitting in the same chair, and you still, when the other guy is here, the non-star will take the calls. So, but today it's Eric's fault.
Well, it's Eric's fault. Well, I don't like to look at Lance. That's why.
But you like looking at Eric.
I never look that way when Lance is here.
But you like looking at Eric, so now you can't.
Well, so now he's got a TV star. Face. You know what I mean?
So now, he's a Hollywood star.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's.
Eric, would you? It's I guess in reference to Bill Simmons' podcast, The Rewatchables. Are you that guy? Do you believe you're a that guy? Like everyone will recognize the face, but not the name.
Yeah, I equate that guy or that guy's probably the best way. I get a lot of airport and the look.
Yeah,
and then did we go to high school together? Yeah. No, we didn't go to high school together. No. Where are you from? We went to high school. Are you from?
But you're 70. We didn't go to high school together.
No, did you? Oh, wait. Were you at that conference in Orlando last month? No, I wasn't there. Are you sure? Because are you in pipe retrofitting?
Were you watching For All Mankind in Orlando? Is that what happened, sir?
No, that's not it.
No.
Yeah, but the best / most awkward is always no. I used to say I'm an actor.
Yeah.
But then you go down this thing of like, that's what it is. What is it? What have you been in? And then you just,
then
which
you gotta
is
tell
terrible, and you like kind of rattle off a few credits, and then they go, yeah, I don't really watch TV. you're like, well, then what are we doing here? Then what are we doing?
You should do your most obscure and
Totally.
movies that nobody saw.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just-
and then people go, no, not that one, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm not
Okay.
going to do this for
Well, let
much
me go.
longer.
No,
so,
you got to carry a list of all your roles.
Yeah.
Did you like me as Tommy in in Purple Haze? Did you like that?
Did you happen to see me as what was my name in that? In Bar Stars? Did you see
Mr.
that?
Peanuts when I was Mr. Peanuts?
Yeah, so I might just have like a QR code,
Yeah.
maybe like, and then that'll do the work for you.
You're that guy.
Yeah, but it is.
Oh,
It's that
I know
guy.
you.
It's that guy. Just enough that you're always like, I know that guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
saw you in that. Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah.
What's your Ozark would be your most famous? Or
Ozark is probably the Ozark.
Well, that's what was
Mad
watched the
Men,
most.
That was probably
Mad Men.
yeah. I mean, Ozark was huge, but Mad Men was really big too. When Mad Men was out, it was huge.
And
so was Big Love.
and
Was
the
big.
detective.
American Sniper was a huge movie.
Yeah.
Eric
so
will always be the guy from The Killing for me.
I'll always be the guy from The Killing from Death.
The detective, the LA detective.
Oh, Bosch.
Bosch.
Yep.
Yep.
Always.
Were you in a horror movie where you were like the detective who
That's
didn't
right.
who didn't take the claims by the affected, the cop not taking the hysterical woman seriously?
Yeah.
He's playing that role.
Yep. You know that role.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
So you had to play dumb, like
Well, so the woman's talking about like supernatural things happening. He's like, Garrett's like, okay, sure, whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
What
and a
else?
hysterical woman. I
Yeah.
mean, you've got to
in that time period, was
in
it
that-
set in the 70s?
Well-
or
That's
something?
right. I
Yeah.
had a great stash for
Yeah.
that one.
you did.
Yeah, it was nice.
He's a detective in the 70s. Some hysterical broads going crazy. He
Did you
can't
tell
take
her to
seriously.
calm down, man? Can you?
her
calm-
name is Annabelle Wallace. Great actress.
No, I'm not the woman. But
no, I know.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
just saying.
Yeah,
you might know her because
Yes.
you watch a ton of TV.
Yes, I recognize that name. John, you would recognize her face. She was Tommy's girl
That's right.
from
Peaky Blinders.
Peaky Blinders.
Oh,
The
yeah.
the blonde woman.
Annabelle
Annabelle
Wallace.
Wallace, yes.
Yeah.
Wallace. There she is.
Yep. Beautiful, great actress.
Oh yeah.
but
Tommy's-
hysterical in this.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
In that role, she was the hysterical woman, and Eric was not gonna. He's a
Oh,
serious
and
cop.
Eric-
He's not gonna
Wait
take her
a minute!
seriously.
I can't believe that Annabelle Wallace you wouldn't listen to, even if she's hysterical.
Well, Eric's.
She's fine enough where you go, all right, I know she's a
Well,
little
that's
nuts, but
that's
look
how you
nice she is."
operate.
That's
What does she look like? Is
Yeah,
how
but
you
see, I'm a
operate.
look like. That's how I operate on everything.
Yeah, I'm a professional detective. I can't be swayed by beauty.
Oh, see, you're not okay. That's an unbelievable role because all detectives would go, no way.
Yeah.
I'll be able to put up with this.
Yeah, Detective Clarkin was his name.
There it is.
Detective
Yeah.
Clarkin.
Clarkin.
Yeah.
Clarkin. Yeah.
Oh no, she's a very, very pretty girl. Very, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
she died, and I don't want to give it away. Peaky Blinders.
Well,
By the way, that's a good rewatch, Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, because now
You can
more than
catch a
half
lot.
of it, I didn't have.
The subtitles?
The subtitles
Oh, you
up.
can't do that.
No,
No.
I mean, so I missed probably 90%.
Yeah.
Because you can't understand any Peaky Blinders. It's almost like Snatch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, you need subtitles for Peaky Blinders.
Yeah.
For sure.
Absolutely.
That's a good rewatch. Some shows don't hold up. That one's a good rewatch.
Yeah.
And you'll remember that you will have forgotten things that happened. So it's actually kind of
You
nice.
like Guy Ritchie movies?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. We just watched The Gentleman
Yeah.
on Netflix, Guy Ritchie show.
Yeah.
Did you watch that?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Great.
It was good. It was really good. The new movie that's out is The Ministry of.
Oh, looks great.
It's pretty good. It's pretty.
not
good.
seen it.
It's actually I can't believe it's based on a true story, right?
But it's
and actually at the end they tell you what happened to these people and these guys, and it was like, wow, this is actually something. Now it's obviously,
Guy Ritchie does his thing.
elaborated.
Sure,
yeah,
of course.
yeah, for the movie, but man, oh man, it's cool. It's really cool. You gotta see it.
I will. I
Yeah.
will because I'm a fan of his.
Yeah, I am too.
He does
I am too.
good stuff.
Hey, yeah,
He does good
812
stuff.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 if you'd like to get in here, talk to Eric, find out, just ask him about any of his roles, okay, and what you think of how he portrayed whatever. See, I criticize.
Yeah,
this
he's looking for
detective.
notes from the listeners.
That's right. Yeah, please.
If you've got
if you have any thoughts or notes
criticism,
about the way I approached a certain character,
There are directors he didn't appreciate giving them notes. You think he wants to hear from them?
I want to hear from.
Yes, please.
I want to hear from John.
From La Raza.
On,
He wants notes from La Raza about a role.
Here, I think you should approach this next time you play him. Well, that movie's over, so I won't ever play him again.
Yeah, but if you ever get a role similar,
yes,
right.
You
do
ever,
it this way.
Yeah.
Let's go to Stephen in Angleton. He has some thoughts on the way you approached Detective Clarkin.
So, anyway, I had some thoughts on Detective Clark, and I don't believe him.
Obviously.
He's an unbelievable character to me. If Annabelle Wallace is sitting there, you're going to go, wow, it's okay, Annabelle, whatever. 713-780-3776. Look, I've been talking about this, and my wife even said, okay, when are you going to get a hold of Ownwell? Because it's coming down, and it's coming down to it. Harris County, you have until May 20th to file your protest. They give you a time limit. That's it. You can't do it afterwards. So this is the time right now. You're running out of time. Have you protested your property taxes? See, we have to worry about this. Like Eric has to worry about California income tax. The state income tax, we don't worry about that. What we worry about is property taxes. Because if you own a home, the government's going to screw you. It's just what they do. The government does this every single time. They never, ever, oh, yeah, your house is worth less. Don't worry about it. That's what the government never, ever, ever says. What they say is, oh, no. We appraise your home at this cost. Therefore, you pay us this much in taxes. And that's how the government gets over on you. 86% of Ownwell's customers save on their property taxes. 86%. That's how often the government is wrong. That is ridiculous. An average of $1,148 in savings. That is ridiculous. Okay? So if you're looking for a great way to cut back on your taxes this tax season, save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. And if they don't win, you don't pay. Nothing. Okay? You only have to pay if you save. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
I'm looking through my news of the weird stuff. Netflix edits out Kim Kardashian getting booed at Tom Brady's roast.
Yeah, that makes
Did you watched it on tape? I did. Did you? So you didn't see them on
Not
VHS,
tape, yeah.
on VHS. But,
Yeah, no, I didn't watch it on that.
Well, that's what I still. Call
Yeah,
it.
you still recorded on VHS.
Yeah.
Like you hit the red button.
Yeah. Actually, on my phone, I do record my television with the red button.
Mom, hit the record button.
Yeah, no, right. Mom, you taped over it.
You taped over it.
Anyway, Kim, they edited out Kim getting booed at Tom Brady's roast. America doesn't like. I mean, she's famous because she's famous. That's all.
It's but like that's wild to think of all the things that were said at that roast. All of the things, the disparaging things that were said to people at that roast, and they edit out the booze.
They edit out
of
that.
Kim Kardashian.
Maybe they have a relationship they're trying to build. Maybe they've got a deal in the works.
Yeah,
so
that is true.
let's not crush that before
it begins.
Because
people watch them. Those people watch Kim Kardashian and stuff.
Yes, so I'm sure.
I like to say those people because it's not me.
No, not you.
Yeah, so you're probably right.
Protecting a relationship.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, Hulu. Anyway, there's a story about that.
Well, she's in one of those American Horror Story anthology series.
Yes.
At least she's featured on the billboards and stuff.
Yeah.
So that, and we were talking before of all the things that Tom Brady would not have at his roast. All the things said about his wife. All the things said about Kim Kardashian. All the things said at this thing. The only thing that bothered him was the massage.
The craft
massage.
Yeah.
That was the only thing.
I mean, he got out of his seat and went over
Yeah.
and whispered in Hart's ear.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Say that again.
I don't know who tweeted it, but someone said, "Oh, Netflix paid Tom Brady $30 million so everyone can call his ex-wife a hoe."
Yeah.
He kind of wins.
Yeah.
He
right.
He sat there and
even he at the end said, "I missed the love of my life, football."
Yeah. It's his ex-wife. Now we can talk about
ex-wife.
the
There's
relationship stuff and embarrassing him, but for the most part, he sat there and they took shots at her for the jiu-jitsu guy, and he got paid to be there.
Right. Exactly. Well, yeah. And, yeah, everybody's taking big shots at her.
Yeah.
That's great. Let's get Chris in here. He's got a legitimate acting question. What do you say, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Love it when you're on, Eric, and giving your feedback. My favorite show is Six. My wife and I used to watch that show a lot, so it's kind of crazy it got canceled. I thought it was a good show. But how does it work, like, when you're in between jobs and you want to pick up extra stuff? Does your agent, like, look for roles or small time or big time, or, like, do you just kind of keep your ear to the street? I was just curious. And then, like, what's the difference in looking for a role in a pilot episode or a pilot, I guess, series versus trying to pick up maybe when a current show needs extra actors? And so I've always just kind of wondered how that process works. And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it, Chris. Thanks. So it's all the same. It's your agent. It's your agent is procuring your work, agent and manager. But so when you're on a series, obviously you've got there's different capacities you can work on a series. But as a series regular, like using Six for an example, which is like somebody who's on every episode, so you're one of the leads of the show or a series regular, then you're contractually obligated to that series. So it's a little tougher to go do other stuff on the side. In between seasons, however, you can then go work on other series, but not as a series regular. So you can go work as a guest star.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, some of that is starting to change because we used to live in a world in which there was only a few months between seasons, but now there can be almost 2 years between a season, which is extreme, but there could be a year and a half depending on when they air it and then when they pick it up. And so for that reason, they've become a little bit more lenient on being able to go do another series. So I could maybe do, if I was on Six and we didn't know if it was going to get picked up for another season, I could maybe go do another limited series in between as long as it wasn't going to conflict, right? But that's called second position. So if Six or whatever series I was on ever needed me, they've got me in first position and they trump.
And
so,
movies you can always do, right?
Movies you can always do as long as the schedule works. Whenever you're on a series, they have you in what's called first position.
Gotcha.
So as long as they give you written out, then you're fine and you can go do something else.
Yeah.
But a lot of times
at any
those
point
other
they
things,
could kill you.
At any point they can kill me.
Right.
I mean, I've been killed a lot. And I mean,
not as much as Boromir.
I mean, on For All Mankind, I got killed, and and the guy I play is still living and breathing today.
They just decided, it's an alternate history, but they just murdered. It was an explosion where you got killed?
That's right. Yeah. Just talking about cheeseburgers and bam.
Did you know beforehand they're going to kill you, or did they?
I did. Yeah, okay. They called and told me.
I meant when you signed up, because you probably found out this guy was alive. Oh, I got a long time here, and then
I told my wife when I signed up to do the show, it was going to be 6 episodes. But I told my wife, I said, well, the good news is if it's going the right direction, they can't kill me. The guy's living, so like this could end up being like kind of a long job, which is great. It's in LA, it's close, it's fantastic. We shot at Sony, awesome. And no, not so much. Not so much. It just blew my.
They still killed you.
Blew my ass up.
And you're living.
and I'm like, when they called to tell me, I said, but wait a minute, but he's still alive. Like he did I read an article that he.
Yeah, it's an alternate history, Eric. We're doing things here. Don't worry
about
it.
BK interviewed this guy last week.
BK did.
Well, in the series, I know there's like a space war. They take weapons up to space. So it's an alternate history of the space race. So things are happening like Eric getting killed when the guy's still alive.
So you're never safe in Hollywood.
No,
never safe.
Even when you're alive.
Even when your guy's alive.
Even when he's still alive, you're still not safe. No. That's funny. That's funny. No. What about Gilbert?
Wait, have you been killed? He mentioned Boromir. Have you been killed more times than Sean Bean has in a movie?
No, Sean Bean
in movies?
I don't know. I'm probably up there. I'm getting there.
Sean Bean has been killed in everything he's in.
For the most part, yeah.
I mean, early in my career, if I wasn't in an orange jumpsuit, I was being killed. Like, it was one of those two. Yeah, but I was.
Okay. And I see a lot of, how do you do the death scene where you're sitting and you're dead and you're on screen a long time?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and
you're not breathing? Well, you're breathing.
I know you're breathing.
Yeah, you're breathing.
Because you're not really dead.
That's where all that breath work comes in, John. All that voice and breath work that I did in college.
Some of you are really good at that. You must be really good at that.
Well, yeah, because I've died so many times.
You're a lot of training at it. But I see a lot, and I'm like, I'm just waiting. I'm looking.
You're looking for the eye
twitch. Look
for the eye
twitch.
Something.
Let me see.
The eye twitch will do it.
Yeah.
The eyes sometimes will.
I mean, how do you do it?
You just
especially when they're moving you around and stuff.
Yeah, you just can meditate a little bit.
You do?
Yeah.
That's a great. You're a great actor.
Thank you.
But are you good at dying? Not good at being dead, but are you good at dying on screen? Like you get shot or you get strangled?
How long do you drag it out?
Well, it depends. It depends on if you get shot, if you get strangled, if you get stabbed. Right. Somebody injects you with poison. I mean, how are we dying? You know what I mean? It just depends.
Let me know.
Electrocution. I mean, I've got to know, and then I got to watch.
What's my
YouTube
motivation
clips.
here?
I mean, I don't want anybody going through my YouTube history because there's a lot of like watching people die from poison or overdosing on drugs.
Right.
When I overdosed in Ozark, I started to watch a ton of
Do you twitch?
overdose stuff.
You
know,
did?
And then we put Alka-Seltzer in my mouth. And then, so right before action, I would take about a half an Alka-Seltzer, put it in my mouth, and then water and gargle. And so it would start to bubble. So by the time I fell down the stairs and landed, and Ruth came over and she was on top of me, it's literally like, you remember when you used to do volcanoes in school and you drop the baking soda and it would just go, that's all happening in my mouth. And so I have to just hold it until finally I go, Pwah! And it just spurts all over Ruth and all over the place.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, just little tricks
little
like that.
Little trick. Yeah. That's nice. That's nice. Well, you didn't have to die, though. You had to stay alive.
I stayed alive there, yeah.
You stayed alive
there,
which was nice.
With an EpiPen.
Yeah, which was nice. How do you die when you're ODing? It takes a while. It takes a little while.
Yeah. I mean, I worked on like the OD part of it, and then what does it look like when somebody stabs you with an EpiPen?
Oh,
kind of like Pulp Fiction type.
Yeah, right,
one of those things. And
Uma Thurman.
And Uma Thurman, that was the famous one. And they didn't really want anything so big and broad, so it was really just about like finding a middle ground there of like what it looks like, that jolt of like adrenaline that just hits your heart, like bam. You know?
But you're not going to win an Emmy just giving it half-ass
no.
EpiPen.
No, I'm not going to win an Emmy. You got 4 episodes at Ozark anyway. So.
Why not?
But I'm like JV. I'm gonna keep working. I'm just gonna get back at it.
I'm gonna go back at it tomorrow.
I'm just gonna get back at it tomorrow. Yeah.
Damn it! We gotta get that Emmy.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, we'll get the Emmy.
The EpiPen Emmy.
Yeah. We'll get the Emmy.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All
we'll
right.
get the Emmy.
You know what? There's a line now between. I know Gilbert's up there. We'll get to him on the next segment because Gilbert wants to talk to you.
I love it.
He wants to find out if you've got that picture for him.
Well, he didn't mention Eric by name.
He didn't?
No. Oh. It was an Astros call.
Oh.
And
okay.
Astros call.
Well,
Right.
and is Lance there?
Well, he's going to ask, where's Lance? Where's Lance?
We can't tell you.
What picture?
I actually don't know where Lance is.
He did.
We got to
refuse.
find out whether or not Lance has the picture.
I refuse to get into his personal life because it bores me. But does he have the picture?
Lance does have the picture.
Okay, well, he better bring it.
Well, he just didn't. And now we get the after
bear
effects.
the brunt of everything.
Right. We also got, here's what we got going on right now, is your roof. Now, I mentioned Yanni, and how about this? Yanni's is our greatest customer. Yeah, that's right, Art. My buddies are actually using, and you know what? Because he's smart. So he told me last night, he goes, I need your roof guy. I said, oh, Brinkman, absolutely. Well, they'll come, and because his roof is shiny, okay? When your roof is shiny, something is wrong. Okay, your shingles are old. Your shingles are not holding up, and they won't hold up. Now, we just had the floods and all kinds of stuff here up north. You think that can't happen here? If we get deluged with rain and your roof doesn't hold up, the insurance company is not going to pay you because you have done no maintenance on your roof. If you don't maintain your roof, the insurance company won't pay when you need them to pay. So Brinkman comes, and they will give you an evaluation, and they will fix whatever it is, and then you have proof, documented proof that you worked on your roof. And when you have that documented proof, then the insurance company has no argument against you. So if you haven't done anything with your roof in a long time, right now, call 281-480-7663. 281-480-7663, or go to Brinkman, BRINKMANN, quality.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You've dealt with Gilbert before, right?
I think I've met Gilbert before, yeah.
You met him?
Or online, like on air.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been on when you've been on
Yeah,
before.
yeah, he's called
Yeah.
in. Yeah.
Well, he's on again, and I don't think he's happy about the Astros. We'll see. Do you think he's happy about the Astros, Del?
He called in not very enthused and said, I want to talk with the Astros.
Okay. All right. I would imagine he's none too pleased with our team right
I don't know why.
No. Gilbert.
Yeah, how you doing, gentlemen?
Good. What's going on? How about them Astros?
Not so good anyway.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right about that. Yeah. You watch them last night?
What?
Did you watch them?
You watched the game last night.
You what?
Terrible game.
It's
anyway.
a terrible game. Yeah, I know. JV was terrible. What? Did you ever get your picture of Colleen Wolfe?
No.
You didn't get it? I think Lance.
I didn't. Why?
Lance has it.
Lance got it?
Yeah, I think so.
What?
Yeah. What? Yeah, I think he's got it, Gilbert.
Why did he come send it to me?
I don't know why he didn't send it to you. I don't know. Does he have your address? Maybe you should go to his house and get it.
He's out of town this week, right?
Yeah, he's out of town. Yeah, Gilbert's listening to the show, and we didn't think Gilbert listened, but he's listening. Do you know Eric? Have you met Eric?
I don't got it anyway.
You what?
I don't got it. I don't have the picture yet.
You don't have the picture? Okay. Do you know Eric?
Eric from where?
Eric Layden. He's a big movie star. He's in studio with us right now.
Oh, how you doing, Eric?
I'm good, Gilbert. How are you doing, man?
What kind of movie did you play on anyway?
Yeah, what kind of
here
movies?
we go, Gilbert. Here we
Tell
go.
him the movies you've been in.
Gilbert, you just, that was perfect timing. I didn't know Gilbert was a comedian.
Gilbert, did you ever watch Ozark?
No.
Bosch?
No, I didn't watch Yellowstone anyway.
No,
Yeah.
What's the last movie you have watched,
Yeah, let's
Gilbert?
start. I think that's probably where we should go that
through
way.
your movies.
What kind of movie you watch? Let's see what's the name of the movie again.
Did you watch The Godfather?
No.
You didn't watch it? Okay.
Not into the classics.
Did you watch any of the Spider-Man movies?
No.
Iron Man?
I don't think he's a Marvel guy. Maybe he's a DC guy. What about Aquaman?
No.
How about Batman?
No chance.
Yeah, you've seen Batman.
Which Batman? The Adam West Batman?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you've seen that.
Batman,
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Have you ever watched Gilligan's Island?
yeah.
Eric, were you on Gilligan's
I was
Island?
not. No, I wasn't on that. I auditioned for it, but I didn't.
You weren't on it?
I was not on it.
Okay.
No.
Okay, he wasn't on that. You ever watched The Love Boat?
Yeah, I watched The Love Boat.
Yeah.
Okay, I was on that.
You were on The Love Boat?
I was on the Love Boat.
You were?
Yeah. I was on Love Boat. Yeah.
Huh, with Isaac?
What year?
I was on Live Boat. God, mid 80s.
Mid-80s Love Boat?
Mid 80s Love Boat.
Wow.
Early Love Boat.
You look good for your age. Yeah. Me and Gilbert, we used to watch Love Boat.
Well, these are all TV shows.
Right.
Does he watch movies?
Well,
Gilbert, what's the
can't
last-
remember any movies he's watched.
Did you watch Debbie Does?
Oh, see. That's... Yeah.
Gilbert?
Yeah.
Yep, he watched that.
Have you watched a movie called Debbie Does?
What was the name of the movie again?
Never mind.
Gilbert.
No, Gilbert, don't answer him. Don't answer the bad man. Okay?
I'm not the bad man.
Yes, you try. Say stuff.
I'm not a villain in a kid's movie.
Are you in any sports that Gilbert might have watched?
Sports movies?
Yeah.
No sports movies.
No sports
No.
movies? No.
I played it. No.
All right.
Sports movies.
All right, that it,
All
Gilbert?
right.
Well, next week, Lance has the picture of Colleen Wolfe. You're going to have to get it somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
Talk to you later.
Okay, then.
All right,
Bye,
gentlemen.
Gilbert.
Bye-bye. He's still. I thought he was still there.
He is. Okay.
Does Gilbert eat, does he chew Ambien in the morning?
He's a narcoleptic.
Yeah, he'll fall asleep in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounded like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
He
I
calls-
just picture him on like a Barca lounger.
He calls my wife at the TV station
Okay.
daily.
Okay.
And by the time the answering machine says, "This is Wendy Granado, leave a message," he's snoring.
So he's narcoleptic.
Yes.
Yeah. Has he ever? He's
He falls
fallen
in asleep. We have him in the background here sometimes snoring while we just talk, and we leave him on the
because like by the time Dell picks him up, it just puts him on hold.
Yeah,
and
he's
just
asleep.
He's asleep.
Yeah.
What does he do for a living that he's so tired?
A living.
Yeah, I want to know.
Well, we
I
have
want
our
to know
theory
more about
why
Gilbert.
Gilbert's up late at night.
Well, yeah. My Debbie Does question wasn't out of the blue.
It was no. There was a reason.
There's some
Gilbert,
background there.
Actually, there was one that he admitted to us when he was at Nick's place. There was a movie that had the Gilligan's Island theme.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That he watched. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's generally always been VHS.
Yeah.
So
Got it.
Yes.
So when John
Okay.
made that joke about, or misstep about recording and tape,
Mm-hmm.
Gilbert would be the guy
Yes.
that would actually
he still
do that.
has a VHS.
That tracks.
A
I mean, I feel
VCR.
like I could see him in like a recliner right now in a very dark room. A very dark room with just a
recliner.
radio.
No.
And the recliner's not leather, so it's harder to
It's
clean.
cloth?
Yeah, it's cloth. It's cloth.
See?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
here's the problem: is
Yeah.
he still lives with his mom, and
For
so,
sure.
So that's why he's tired all the time, because it's got to be the middle of the night.
Right. Yeah. And does he live with his mom? Do you
He
know
does.
this?
No,
Well, you know,
that's real.
We've
Yes.
been to his house,
You've been to whose house?
Gilbert's.
Gave
never been to
him
Gilbert's
money.
house.
I've been to Gilbert's.
Gave him money.
We gave him $1,000
Listeners
one Christmas.
donated
Yeah.
$1,000.
Wow.
That's a
Listeners
gift.
donated and
For
all
Gilbert.
kinds of stuff, all gifts and
He's
everything.
a institution.
And he was just like, yeah.
Yeah. What's the
You know,
next
how
thing?
about a picture from Colleen Wolfe? We didn't bring that. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Are you gonna? Did he ask to have the picture laminated?
Well,
I mean,
that's,
we've suggested that
assumed
before.
that's got to be.
Yeah.
You can't just print that off like your regular printer and think that's going to survive.
No.
I
They
need
don't.
another one. Anyway,
Wait, what do you need another one for?
They don't make ink.
send me 40
That's all.
copies.
Colleen Wolfe says, and honestly, you would expect this. She says, I don't just have pictures of myself laying around that he might want. Can I
Well.
print a picture? We're like, no, you can't print one. That's
Don't
not what he's
print
looking
one.
for.
Because he'll need another.
But so internet, like, not an option.
Apparently not.
Right.
I don't think he knows about that. So.
Right. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, the thought would just go to Instagram. You'll
Like
be-
he's definitely calling from a landline
Yes.
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
He definitely
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And at times we've heard his mother in the background yelling, Gilbert, hang up the phone.
Gilbert, hang up the phone.
Yes.
And the other extension.
Because he's.
And you still have that?
I mean, I remember I was not part of this place for a while. I think some stuff has been purged. When I did grab that at one point, it might be gone. But yeah, so Gilbert, landline,
No, I'm getting,
recliner.
yeah, I'm putting it all together now.
Late nights.
This is a character I could play.
Oh, you better.
Yeah.
I'm just because I'm right now. I'm just taking all this in for a character
Are
You better
you-
get
study.
it cleared. You better.
That's it.
Wow. You can write this trip off.
What?
Yeah, you could write this trip off.
Huh?
No character work. Do you
Yeah.
want to interview Gilbert to get more?
What? Yeah.
Well, if you really want to go in, you got to call your local Los Angeles news anchor and just hound her because a restraining order is also
Yeah,
what he got.
that is a restraining order
Oh.
has been in play, yes.
With him.
With a
Yes,
one
with
a
Gilbert.
news anchor here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I like that he kind
He's
of
deep.
he's
He's
very
deep.
he's very between like news anchors,
yeah.
radio personality.
Oh,
I mean
no,
that's
he's
kind of his
He's got a history, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they're
and
def-
Olivia Newton-John. He's got that.
yeah,
Oh.
that
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Okay.
And celebrities, yeah. That he.
There are layers to his
yeah.
obsessions, I guess.
Yeah.
He's deep.
Luckily,
There's no
I'm too
question.
young
No
for
question.
him to know.
A little history of Gilbert.
I
And
like
now you,
that.
right,
Now I
like
know.
I said, you write the whole trip off now.
Yeah.
You've been doing some role playing.
No.
I wouldn't call it role playing.
Well, some
Yeah,
We
like
call it
character.
study.
We call it character
Research.
study.
Yeah,
research.
Character
Yeah, he's
study.
doing
Yeah.
a character study on
in
Gilbert.
case you ever play a character like Gilbert.
Yeah.
I don't-
Not in case. This is getting written.
It is.
Yeah,
As a
in my
starring
head right
role?
now. No,
Sometimes
no,
you have to
this
write
is just
stuff
a
for
great.
yourself. Oh,
this
okay.
is just a great character to have.
Maybe a passion project by Eric. He writes the Gilbert movie.
How about this? He's got that in his now. It's in the closet.
But the problem for you, Eric, because of Hollywood, you can't play Gilbert. He's Gilbert Liu, so you can't play Gilbert.
Yeah, you have to be Chinese.
Oh, is he Chinese?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that throws a whole wrinkle in all of this.
You're going to have to cast this.
Yeah. You can't appropriate the community.
You can write it, but you can't play it.
Right.
I did not see that coming.
No.
So
is he Chinese?
He's Chinese. Gilbert Liu. In fact, he has a phrase about when we ask him if he has money.
Yeah, Gilbert, you got any money? I'm a poor China.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chinese.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
So maybe you're rethinking.
You can Americanize him.
Well, he's going to have to pay tribute.
Yesterday, I was driving down Shepherd, maybe, and there was a place called Hunan Palace, and it looked like the kind of place that was like maybe a front, because it looked like no way anybody would eat at this place. Like it was super shady. And now I'm thinking, I know who eats there.
Well, yeah.
I know who eats at
He doesn't
Hunan
get out of the
Palace.
house.
I know who gets takeout from Hunan Palace.
Hunan Palace. Well, we got a bunch now.
Of Hunan Palaces?
Of
this one was not
buffets.
a chain.
Was it a buffet?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't investigate.
Didn't look like.
Yeah, I didn't investigate.
You didn't.
Nah,
stop.
it looked like a type of place that was just like maybe like laundering.
You wait. Okay, there's
no cars.
Lawsuit waiting to happen here. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be careful.
We got to be.
Okay.
Yeah, this is on.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I don't think we can accuse a local business of potential laundering.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
He thinks they may be a
laundry service?
A laundry service. Yeah, exactly.
Laundry
like on the
service.
side, exactly.
Wash your clothes.
I'll just say words matter.
Right.
That's all.
Copy that.
Yeah, laundry.
Delivery matters.
Laundry service.
Right.
Yes.
Not launderer.
No.
Yes.
Laundry service.
Laundry
yes.
service. Okay.
Yeah,
and it's just one man's opinion. That's all.
Just me.
One man.
Not even from here.
Okay,
that guy.
You're being
just saying stuff.
stereotypical now. Oh, really? An Asian place is a laundromat? Okay.
Well, now he's got you boxed in.
Yeah. Okay.
You actually better pretend to be Gilbert, because Gilbert could get away with it.
What?
Yeah, Gilbert can. Okay. Can we call them? No. Can we call the movie Hyde's Ho Princess? No.
That's not a movie Gilbert would watch.
That's not it. 845 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Here's something that you should do if you dip. And you know what? And I mentioned this before. If you want to start to dip because your buddies are all dipping, don't do it. But if you have to, we got hemp in a pouch made of hemp. It's not tobacco. It's not nicotine. It's not dangerous. It has CBD oil. You're still getting that sensation that you know your buddies are all dipping, so you got to dip. No, you don't. You don't have to. You don't have to dip nicotine. You don't have to endanger your life. You don't have to endanger your jaw. You don't have to have that nicotine in your body. But you can have the flavor that they have. You can have the still sensation between your cheek and gum. If it's something that you really want to do it safely with 975dip.com. You need to not. And if you are dipping, then you need to stop, okay, because it is dangerous. And there's been plenty of instances of people that really have health problems because of dip. So get off it, stop it, or if you're going to start, if you have to start it safely. 975dip.com. That's 975dip.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We don't
want
none
you
of
there.
that. None of that.
Welcome back. 848 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
None of that.
We started the show, talking about the Astros.
Mm-hmm.
And Dana Brown was on, okay? He was on MLB Network. And Brian Kenny asked a lot of the questions that we've been asking. One was about Ryan Presley. One of them was about Ryan Presley. And this is something that we've been talking about for a while. When Josh Hader came, there was a lot of stories about how does it, and Presley played the good soldier. He took it all in stride, but he's not good, right? None of them are good. Hader's not good. Brave's not good. None of them are good. But this was supposed to be, a great. And Brian Kenny asked, why'd you bring Josh Hader on? Why'd you pay that much for a closer? Well, we figured when we get to the 7th, 8th, and 9th, we're going to be awesome, and we're not.
Nope.
We're not. And then Brian Kenny asked the question, so do you think the demotion has made Presley stink this year? And here is Dana Brown.
Yeah, I think it's just a slow start. Ultimately, Presley's a gamer, a competitor. Sure, I think mentally when it first happened, I think, there was some thought there like, man, I've been really good at this role. Why am I being replaced? So, I understand that part. But ultimately, when it's time to strap it on, these guys will get after it. I just think it's been unfortunate that we've gotten off to this slow start. But I don't think it affects the guys that are really good competitors, throughout their entire career. Presley's going to go out and give you his heart and his soul every time out. It's just that early on we're off to this slow start.
I agree with that. When you get the ball and you go out to the mound, it's not like, wow, I'm not closing now. No, you're trying to get guys out.
Yeah, the thing, this is kind of like nuanced a little bit. Dana Brown has to understand.
I did get a demotion, right?
Yeah, I absolutely got a demotion. But also, closers are so fragile for some reason. Like, closers have this, we've gotten to this place where closers, if they're not closing,
right,
then all of a sudden they can't go out and get 3 outs, right? So Josh Hader had a comment the other day in an article that said, they ask him, what's going on? Like, you're going in all these games. They're non-save situations. They're tie games. And he says, well, guys, their approach to me is different in a tie game than it would be in a closeout situation, right? But, well, then you adjust, dude. You're getting paid $95 million. Then you adjust.
He also said the other day, I had good stuff. He just hit. Wait a minute, dude. You put one right over the plate to Raleigh with in an 0-2 count.
Right, when you have plenty of room to spoil it.
Right. Yeah. You could have tried to fool him a little bit or whatever, and you didn't do that. Now, the demotion thing, I don't know if that plays. Listen, when Ken Giles was the closer here, if it wasn't a 1-run lead in the 9th inning, Ken Giles sucked. He could not come in a tie situation.
Right.
He couldn't come in with a 3-run lead and Ryan Presley's a lot like that too. With a 3-run lead, Ryan Presley's going to let 2 runs in, and then you're going to be to bases loaded.
And
he got out of it.
Right.
He got a save.
Right.
Awesome.
I guess because with the 3-run lead, bottom of the 9th, you can give up a home run ball, right? You can give up a solo shot, like whatever.
Your approach is different.
And your approach is different. But I don't understand how these guys are so fragile. I don't understand how they can't adjust. If the batters are going to adjust, why can't you adjust? Right. Like, you have, your job, yes, is to close out a game, and I understand that. But ultimately, if you peel the layers back of the onion, your job is to get outs.
3 outs.
Just go get outs.
How about 3?
Just go get them.
But here's the thing is, and you think, the starters, hey, they got to get 18 outs or 21 outs if they go 7 innings. And you know what? They don't give up. You can't get 3. You can't get 3 outs. Well, our starters are proving that we can't get 3 outs anymore in the first inning without giving up runs. Okay.
It's also like this, like mentally, this team has this thing where they, and we saw it all last year, they can't win at home, right? They went on the road. And it's like it's gotten into their heads. And so again, I go back to like they legit need like a sports psychologist on this team because they've got like these guys aren't right and they're not different guys. We're not talking about a different team. Yeah. We didn't lose guys. We didn't bring in a whole new crop of guys. It's the same damn team that won for 6 years.
And and
they're not right.
And it's so funny. The only guy that's clutch right now is Kyle Tucker. And he was so terrible in the postseason last year.
Yeah.
He was awful. And he's the only one right now. All the guys that were clutch suck.
Yeah,
but Abreu was great in the postseason last year in the Minnesota series. He was awesome. Home run, 3 homers in that series, I think. And suck. Jordan, suck. Altuve's great. His average is great. Except with runners in scoring position, can't hit.
Yeah, but they're all pressing, right? Like, which is crazy to think that a team that has gone to all these World Series and played in all these high leverage situations is pressing in May, but like they're clearly pressing. They're, other than Kyle Tucker, who, and maybe it's because he, kind of has like a I don't give a hell attitude, you know what I mean? And guy rarely takes batting practice. I think he shows up a little bit before the game, from my understanding. Like, and maybe that's it. Maybe that's just this like kind of he it kind of lets it roll off his back. And
he didn't last postseason.
No,
but he's.
But he was able to flush that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, right,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, because I don't care.
Like whatever, like I don't care.
And I'm still making, I know my big contract is coming. I'm still making $12 million this year, so I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
But I just the fact that you've got guys, it's frustrating that you have a guy like Hader who gets paid all this money to say, all right, well, I'm good in this situation, but that's the only situation I'm good at. I don't play in a situation that's a tie game. Well, then, dude, we should lie to Hader. We should put him in a blindfold, and then when he comes in, we should just change all the scoreboards and tell him he's up 1, and we'll tell him it's the 9th inning, and then just tell him to go get it. Yeah. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah. No. You're right. You're right about sports psychiatrists thing. Maybe that's exactly what they need. This is getting ridiculous. Watching JV last night, I mean, it's just that's JV.
But don't you think that has to do with like a contagious attitude in the organization? I know. I mean, I'm not trying to go like deep meta here,
but to your point, there's so many guys, the Bregmans and the Altuves and the Jordans and the Tuckers and the and the Peñas that have come up so clutch, and the biggest moments did not affect them. And this is.
Something is going on in that organization.
Well,
we don't know what it is.
I don't know all the guys that we've lost?
Who?
Correa, Springer, Maldonado, Cole. I mean, who? We've lost a ton of guys.
Yeah, but
Morton.
But are you talking in terms of talent, or are you talking in terms of like leadership?
Leadership, clubhouse.
That I'll give you. But like talent, no, because we've filled in the blanks. You know what I mean? But yeah, so maybe Maldonado, why? Because Correa, why? Because of his mound visit, his world famous mound visit. Get out of here with that.
Or listen, in the locker room too. I mean, Correa would be all over this club.
Okay, so maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's that like Payne is not that guy.
No.
Bregman is a leader, but he's not that guy. Good Lord, we know Tucker's not that guy.
Altuve is that guy.
Altuve is probably the only one that is that guy.
And nobody can listen to McCullers because he's never there. JV should be that guy.
Oh, but come on, dude. We're not really. JV's not that guy.
Well, yeah. No. JV should be telling everybody, what the is wrong with you guys? Let's go.
Dude, I mean, we know JV's history and his relationship with the guys in that clubhouse. JV's not that guy. Come on.
He's still the best. He's a Hall of Famer. And you listen to a Hall of Famer.
Of course he's a Hall of Famer, but like I just don't know how I don't know how good of a relationship is between JV and the guys on that team.
I don't either.
Like, you know what I mean?
I know they were pissed when he wasn't there the whole year. They were pissed.
Yeah. They were pissed. And so like I don't know, and so like I don't know that's a relationship that
the thing McCullers is there all the time and he makes great Spanish commercials, okay? But he's never there on the mound. So how can I listen to him?
Yeah. I mean, I think, honestly, it has to be a guy like Bregman. It has to be a guy like Altuve.
The Bregman, the 500 OPS guy?
Yeah, but he's still a guy that plays every day for you and has played every day for you through this run.
Yeah.
So, if he's not going to stand up and be a leader.
Maybe he shouldn't be.
Maybe he shouldn't be at this point, right? I mean, with a 556 OPS. But he's got to be that guy. Altuve has to be that guy. Tucker's not going to be that guy. But clearly something is going on in that clubhouse.
How much are they missing Uncle Mike?
Uncle Mike's a huge, probably. Maybe even Beltran, even though he came with his own problems.
Then you can learn how to cheat better.
Then you can learn how to cheat, exactly. But yeah, no, somebody like Uncle Mike, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, but there's obviously a presence missing in that clubhouse.
Well, there's a lot of presence missing because we let everybody
Because right
walk.
now they are it is contagious and they are losing, and they don't even seem like they feel like they can win games. Even when you hear them talk, they're like, "Yeah, we'll turn it around. It'll be fine." It's like, dude,
listen, if Colorado in Mexico didn't give you the impetus to say, we got this.
Yeah.
Of course, it was Colorado.
It was Colorado.
They said that, though. Jordan said this was the start.
This is the start.
But it wasn't.
Yeah, well, you're playing one of the worst teams in baseball in a foreign country. You can't take anything from that.
But I mean, we have dominated the Yankees in Yankee Stadium. Like, that's usually where we go, and Altuve just, like, kills them. And we just got smoked. Absolutely smoked. And they smoked us when they were in Houston.
Yeah. Well,
but we thought these road trips were the road trips where we thought, all right, you know what? Put them on the road. They'll go 8-2, and we'll be good.
Well, they did score 3 runs, which is not atypical in Yankee Stadium. What was atypical was giving up 10.
You mean the?
By the way, 2 of the runs were in the bottom of the 9th, and they were on errors.
You mean
they were unearned.
You think the 10-0 run was a bigger deal than the scoring the 3? When they scored when Tucker hit a home run, then the Yankees ripped off 10 in a row.
Right?
Which is what Astros baseball's become.
That's what it. Well, that's the difference, though. Okay, we go to Yankee Stadium and we kick their ass because we pitch really well. We ain't doing that. Our best pitcher, the Hall of Famer, stunk. Was awful. Was throwing beach balls.
It seems like there's something bigger going on. And also the injuries. And I know that, everybody's talking about, injuries across baseball with pitchers. But, at what point do we start to look at our
whatever we're doing
people,
is wrong.
Like our trainers and our strength guys and conditioning guys. What are we doing, or what are we giving them or not giving them? But what is going, or asking them to do? But
there's a new tremendous influx of shoulder injuries. Usually it's elbow, but now there's an influx with JP France again. JV was a shoulder. I think Urquidy was as well, if I'm not mistaken. It was his shoulder too, not elbow. So it's like what the hell is going? What is going on? All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Charlie wants to talk about Hollywood. Charlie, you're first up on the other side. Anybody else wants to talk about whatever? You're more than welcome. What's hot right now at Texas Star Grill Shop? Let's listen. 975grills.com. You got to join the club because the club gives you discounts at Texas Star Grill Shop that nobody else is getting. They're not putting this out in the public. You just join the club. You join the club at 975grills.com. If you are in the market for anything, even if it's just the things to clean your grills, they got everything. Meat, okay? When you join the club, you get discounts on everything at Texas Star Grill Shop. You get discounts. So join the club. Go to 975grills.com and get everything. Barbecue sauce. You want to go and you want barbecue sauce, you're going to get it at a better price. It's because everything at Texas Star Grill Shop is when you join the club, you're different, okay? Guys, this is for us. I'm sorry, ladies. This is for the guys, okay? And we grill. This is what we do, okay? So join the club, and right now, you got a rust-resistant griddle from Weber. If you got a griddle outside on top of your grill, this is awesome. And this is rust resistant. So if you get a griddle outside, it's going to rust. Not this one, okay? Rust resistant. You want rust on your food? No, you don't want rust on your food. And you got $100 off on this thing if you're in the club. You got to be in the club. So go to 975grills.com and get this griddle outside. It's awesome. Do it now. Go to 975grills.com. 7-6. Eric Lader. Eric Lader. Aaron Layden.
Should we? Yeah, I like Aaron.
Aaron Layden
Laker.
with us here.
Laker.
Dell's been messing up names all morning, so he's now Aaron Layden with us here in studio
Brian
on ESPN
Kettner.
975. So if you want to talk to him, and Charlie wants to talk about Hollywood.
Yeah.
So he's been on hold. Let's get him in here. Hey, Charlie.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, actually, it was my bad. It wasn't Hollywood. It was Disney. But I wanted to ask Eric a question about it. Because he's like such a big movie star, man. He's been in big prominent roles, like in the guy from the Ozarks and like other stuff. But I just wanted to ask him, what do you think the issue was about why Disney was collapsing like these last couple of years with Marvel and Star Wars and all this other stuff? Do you think it was the Iger dude's fault, that Kennedy chick's fault, or what's going on with them? You think they're gonna be making any comeback anytime soon? Because it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, they lost what, $600 million?
Yeah, they lost a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Thanks, Charlie. Yeah, I mean, Iger obviously came in, like, righted the ship, then left.
Yeah.
And now he's back.
Yes. Well, when he left, that leadership was not good.
It was no bueno.
When he left.
No good. I think that Disney also, though, has so many interests to protect. Like they're all of this. Whenever you do a show for Disney, it has to fit in so many different boxes, So if it flips, if it's a Disney property, it can, it has to be. It can't have certain language. It can't have this and that, and I think so that it's limited them on the type of creative kind of choices they can make that they otherwise felt like they might have, and then they're spending, huge money on these tent poles of Marvel and they're Marvel, right? They're not DC. They're Marvel.
No, they're Marvel.
So they spend these inordinate amount of monies, and I think the attention, the box offices are going down for those movies.
Yeah.
People aren't watching them as much. I think people are yearning for other things.
I think that,
and then they lost a ton of money on Disney Plus. They had this huge influx of subscribers over the pandemic. Massive, and they didn't know what to do with it. They were like, "Oh my gosh!" See, all these companies started these streamers, and they didn't really know what they were doing, and so they didn't know what their market was, and so all of a sudden, Disney Plus had like all these subscribers. Right, it was the number one most subscribed to thing in the pandemic, but then they had no content for it.
Yeah,
and so they started grabbing things from their other properties. A show I did called The Right Stuff, which we were supposed to be on Nat Geo. They grabbed it, put it on Disney Plus, even though it didn't fit the Disney Plus model, which is why our show ultimately died. But they also stripped it of all its teeth, right? Because they had to take out any sex scenes, they had to take out any language and all that, and then now they're putting it on. So it's actually not the show we made, and they're putting it on there.
Right. And plus, I think people are I don't know. Is Marvel are they the comic strip? Are they going to go? I mean, because it's the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, and it's so CG'd that it's so I mean, are we going to? What gets me about Hollywood is doesn't seem to be much original thought. Everything is a remake of something.
Well, the issue is there are original thoughts, just IP makes money. Hollywood doesn't want to gamble on original thoughts because The Fall Guy isn't even original.
No.
It's based off a television show, and it wasn't the IP people were looking for, and it not bombed, but it underperformed. So that's the issue. That had giant stars. The guy, Ryan Gosling, did great at the Oscars.
Right.
He's big from last summer, and that didn't even get people to the theater. So they're not going to take chances on other stuff.
But I think that if you ask them what the main reason for their fail was in their money in losing money was trying to go the route of streaming and then making streaming focused decisions that didn't fit their model. And that happened all over Hollywood. Because everybody wanted to be Netflix.
Well, what's funny though is
everybody.
The Fall Guy has been extremely unsuccessful, and yet it's the number one picture out.
Well,
there's nothing out there that people want to see right now.
That's right. People don't go to the movies though.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could say as a chicken or the egg.
I go all the time.
Yeah, but you're old.
Yes.
So it's, you know what I mean? It's really chicken or the egg. Like, are there no movies? Are people not going to the theater because there's nothing to watch, or is there nothing to watch because people aren't going to the theater?
Yeah, I think probably fewer people go to the theater.
Exactly.
These kids don't. They want it on their phone.
They're turning this. There's like a huge marquee over huge theater. They're turning into a like a golf simulator building. You know, I mean, all these theaters now are people don't go.
Yeah. No. Well, I hope it doesn't die. I mean, it's great.
No, I don't think it'll die. I just don't think, when's the last time you went to the movie? Because I took my kids to the movie not too long ago, and you have to go to one of these theaters, and it's probably $40 a ticket because you're in a recliner and you got a waiter and they'll bring you food and they'll bring you drink. And
that's
it's like
the only way my wife wants to go.
Of course.
Can we go to the other one, the Greenway Plaza here? And it's like, we're going to the crappy place.
Right. No, she wants all the stuff, right? Your seat to shake.
I want a bottle of wine while we're watching. And, instead of just waiting and doing that at home with a big TV, right?
And that's the thing. So now you've priced so much of the population out of going to the theater.
That is true. That is true.
And watching it on a big screen.
Regular people watch the movie.
Exactly.
He wants to talk to Aaron Lakin. Let's get La Raza. ¿Qué pasó, mijo?
Movies, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
Movies to you.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, what's up, Johnny G? What's up, Eric? What's up, WC? But, gentlemen, I was just kind of like you kind of pretty much touched the subject on it. Is it because of streaming? Because when COVID hit, everything was going directly to streaming service that now we got lazy that we don't even want to go to the movie theater because, for example, and by the way, Eric, I loved you on Ozark, The Killing, and I hated you in Longmire for whatever reason. I don't know why. But it was just like this thing. You pretty much just touched on it, but movies like Oppenheimer, Barbie, these big movies that come out on theaters and they stay longer, but then you have like the Madam Web or these sorry movies that don't even last like 2 weeks and they're already going to Amazon buy and rent. Is it because of streaming that we don't even care about movies anymore to go to the theaters? But like you said, even to the movie theaters, the tickets, the food, and some theaters don't even exist anymore. That's why you guys are talking about it. I was like, is it because of the streaming that we just got lazy? We just rather watch it at home.
Well, I think that thanks for the words. I think that
well, he hated you though.
Well, yeah, but that's a good thing because
that was kind of the point.
Yeah, that was the point.
Guy was not a guy you should like.
Wanted to be hated.
Yeah. He was an unlikable guy. So that's a compliment. But I think people slowed down going to the theater long before that, right? People stopped going to the theater when sound systems and TVs got huge and inexpensive, and sound systems got huge and inexpensive. Then on top of that, you get the streaming. And then on top of that, you get the pandemic, which keeps everybody at home.
But before, when we got our TVs and we were like, oh, this is great, we weren't paying for that as well.
That's right.
It was free TV.
That's right.
Now I'm paying, I don't know how many streaming services, right, that we're paying for in our house, plus the cable bill, which is outrageous.
Well, the fact you pay for a cable bill is ridiculous anyway.
Yes.
Like that you're not just purely streaming.
I have to, well, the problem is getting Astros baseball. You can't get it through a lot of the stream. You have to steal it.
You can't do it on like
don't
the
you,
MLB
Del?
app?
You steal the Astros?
I don't know why you're besmirching my name. There are ways. You may call it stealing. I may call it finessing.
I got it.
It just depends. There's is it Fubo?
Fubo has,
but
Space City.
You're still paying that service to watch Astros. Yeah,
but not on top of cable.
That's live TV, so you do that instead of cable.
Yeah,
so Fubo
you could
has
do
Space
that.
City. So you could watch the Astros on Fubo and not be paying for a cable bill.
Here's the thing, though, and I'm stupid like this. I don't like streaming TV.
You don't?
I don't, because it's behind. It's behind, and
wait, what do you mean
goes,
behind?
And unless in sometime in we were watching. It's funny
for
though.
It to come all the way back around, like at a hotel.
I got a couple of TVs that are just streaming at home.
Ooh, a couple of TVs.
Yeah,
know who's bragging?
And no,
he's not a man of the people, by the way.
I do. I've got a couple of, and they never work. They never work.
Well, maybe your guy's not great at setting stuff up.
Maybe
talk to your guy.
Brent,
I'm sure you got a guy.
Brent.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know Brent needed to be called out like that, but maybe talk to that guy.
Yeah, talk to Brent.
He might be listening right now.
Yeah.
Going, what the? You just said
I didn't know the name was Brent, but maybe your guy needs to go walk you through what happened and fix it.
Maybe my buddy's name is Kent. too. And
We love
maybe
Kent.
he loves mortgages. I've never seen anybody who loves mortgages like Kent from Dream Rate, okay? Kent Jones is a mortgage lover. And I don't believe I've ever said that about anybody. Loves mortgages. 29 years doing mortgages. He's probably on 30 now. That's how Kent's been doing. This Kent is just, he's a mortgage nerd, okay? He just loves them. Just loves them. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, FHA, VA, LTV, PMI, all of them. All the different letters he's got. And listen, he knows. Kent knows about mortgages. You don't. He knows how to save you money. He knows how to save you thousands of dollars on your mortgage. He knows the ways to get around stuff and do stuff better than these big companies that put their names on golf tournaments and bowl games, okay? They don't care. You're just a number to them. They're not working their tail off to save you as much as they possibly can. Kent is going to save you as much as he possibly can, and he's going to give you the attention, small business. He's going to give you the kind of attention that you want, that you personalize service, not internet service. You're going to get to know him, trust me, and he's going to tell you all about the mortgage thing because he loves to talk about mortgages. So if you're looking for a great way to save money at your signing, the Ultimate Mortgage Hookup, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Len.
You'll let the guys on the trip know how poorly they did.
They're with, well, I mean, that's why it's hydrating you.
So much. So good. So good, bro. And a reminder, May 20th, the course was underwater. It is going to open up Friday, it looks like. So if you want to play Highland Pines then, or if you want to wait and play with us, or you can do both, get to ESPN975.com and sign up. Oh, sign up. And it's because a couple of our teams couldn't make it for the 21st. They could have made it yesterday, but can't make it for the 21st.
So it was a big hit to me to find out we weren't going to be able to go out there, and the fact that Lance is going to be back on the 21st means I'm going to be stuck here, which sucks.
With Lance?
No, you're coming out.
No.
You're doing the shows, doing all the shows.
I don't believe so.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
I don't believe so.
We need you out there.
I didn't hear that from anyone that matters.
I need you to drive that
on that
morning.
wall.
Yes. I need you to drive that morning an hour and a half from your house. Okay?
You don't need that.
I need that.
Because he needs you to drive him home after golf. That's why he needs you to drive.
Drive me home.
I leave him someplace.
No.
I would let you get in my car, then drop you off someplace, and let you fend for yourself.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, and see how it goes. But it was a big hit that the rain took over, and yeah, you mentioned it's delayed, and damn it, man, I won't be out there. That really sucks.
Maybe I'll come out if there's a spot.
Yeah,
and come out there and play.
You want to play on my team? You're in.
I'm done.
Do you want to be berated by a man drunk on Coors Light? Join John's team.
Are you the drinking guy or the really serious guy?
No, I fall somewhere in the middle.
In the middle.
Yeah, I don't. I'm. I'm certainly not the most serious of the golf in my group. We have a couple of those, so that falls onto somebody else's shoulder. But I can't. But I'm not a huge drinker out there either.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah.
We can change that, though,
during
the tournament. We'll change that during the tournament.
There you go.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. Willie wants to talk about his Astros. Hey, Willie, what's going on?
Thanks for taking my call. John, last year, you knowed all the answers about why Dusty wasn't a good manager. I'm waiting on the reason why Bo Porter here is not the right manager.
Bo Porter.
Bo Porter. We got back to Bo. Listen, Espada is not doing good. They're 11 games under 500.
Yeah.
Not good. No, I mean, but he's 24 games into his he's 34 games into it's 11 and 33 games. Yeah. 33 games in. Yeah. We had seen 3 years of Dusty. We got to know Dusty. Espada's not going to last if they don't win. He's just not. Okay. Dusty was great during the playoffs in 22. I thought he got stubborn in 23. I thought, the way that he kept Yiner down, the way he kept McCormick down, wasn't enjoyable. But this is terrible. This is. But
awful. how much of this falls on Espada, and how much of this falls on just personnel in terms of not only injuries but also just performance. I mean, when Jordan and Bregman, when your horses aren't performing, it's not like you can make moves.
So,
what are you going to do?
So, I was sitting right behind the bench. My cousin was the coach of the Sabres, just the end of the season, a couple of weeks ago, and they were playing Dallas, and there was a guy behind me screaming, "Granado, you suck! That power play. Why don't you do something? Why don't you?" And I'm like, exactly what would you like him to do?
Right.
I know it's my cousin that was coaching.
Sure.
I feel the same way about Joe Espada. What does anybody want him to do?
Well,
what if you're done? If you're 0 for 4, you only have 4 runners in scoring position in a game, and you're 0 for 4 in those situations. Exactly how was Joe Espada going to change?
Yeah, are you asking Joe Espada to say, all right, you know what, we're going to move Jordan down to the 7 hole. We're going to, you know what, we'll bench him. We'll play Dubon today.
Well, there are a couple of decisions that I have disagreed with Joe Espada, but for the most part, I think he's putting the best team he can on the field. I didn't think that with Dusty. Okay, and I thought, and they still won the division. I thought they overcame in some instances. I didn't. I think I don't. Yeah, some of the pinch hitting moves that Joe Espada has made. I don't think he's cost them any game. I don't know. I don't think Dusty. I really hated the way he used Yiner last year.
Yeah,
I really hated the way he used McCormick last year.
And that was evident up and down. Like, you heard people talking at lower levels, like, why isn't Yiner? Everybody in the clubhouse was like, why isn't Yiner playing more?
The media was asking him on a daily basis.
Yeah, right. And he, by the way, when he left, he said, you guys are going to thank me for this or whatever. But again, like, Espada is going to insert himself in certain positions as a manager, which he's done, and maybe you question a couple of those. But at the end of the day, like, this is not on Espada. This is on your guys not performing to the level in which they have performed for the last 6 years.
I thought Chuck put it best when, Darvin Ham got fired and they're talking about, the coach. Coach. Well, in basketball, I think the coach does a lot more because he does. He can set up defenses. He can tell you how you're going to play pick and rolls. He can set up offenses, who's going to have the ball. All of those things you can do. In baseball, you're one-on-one, the batter and the pitcher. You get a hit or don't get a hit. Swing and miss. And by the way, he's got a lot of really, really good people that aren't on the field because of injuries. It's well documented. I don't know how much, but here's the deal. Joe Espada will be gone too. If Joe Espada doesn't win, you know what? He's going to be gone. Yeah. He's got to win. And listen, it wasn't only me, Willie. Jim Crane didn't like the way Dusty handled it. Dusty's still in baseball. Do you think Dusty didn't want to be the manager this year? Yes, he did. You know why he's not there? Because Jim Crane didn't want him there. Jim Crane was tired of what happened last year.
And the question should be, considering what the fellowship has done, and Eric, you don't know who the fellowship is.
I mean, I'm assuming it's Bagwell and
Biggio, Reggie Jackson,
exactly.
Crane, and Dana Brown. Why should anyone trust Jim Crane in his decisions?
Right. Well, Jim Crane is
I know he's the owner,
greatest owner that we've ever
No,
had.
I know. He's the owner, so it doesn't really matter what we think or what we say.
But Jim Crane felt that way.
Yes.
To Willie, you want me to criticize Espada? Has Espada been good? No. They suck.
But has Espada, you laid it all out, Dusty's decisions and why they didn't make any sense. Espada's made general managerial things, and sometimes they don't work out. Sure, you can pick and choose a couple things where you were vehemently against it beforehand, but generally he's just being a manager and stuff doesn't work out.
That's right.
But there's nothing that Espada can account for when it comes to Bregman, Jordan, the hater. He can't account for that.
No, and it's like you referenced Charles Barkley. At the end of the day, this is about the players.
This is about the players.
And the players right now suck.
Yeah.
And the best players suck.
Yeah.
Not just like, we're not talking about Abreu anymore at first base. We're talking about Jordan. We're talking about Bregman. We're talking about like our guys. Hater, the most expensive part of our team, is the weakest link. We have the most expensive bullpen in baseball, and all three closers suck.
And let me ask you two a question, because sometimes NFL coaches, head coaches don't have a particular expertise. Like we know Vrabel wasn't a great defensive coordinator in Houston, but he was a good to very good head coach, a leader of men. Can we put that on a baseball manager? Should you be, if Espada can't help in other ways, should a leader of men be the type that says, okay, guys, get together? But I don't feel that way because I feel like baseball, as you said, was one-on-one. It isn't like, I think it's more cerebral than you might think football is because, hey, it's you against the pitcher against batter. Go win your battle.
Listen, you know how you gain momentum in baseball? You hit. A game, if you beat Colorado, right? Okay, and you look pretty good. Oh, this is the start of something. No, it wasn't. You know why? Because you faced a guy that just shut you down the next day.
Right.
Or 2 days later, whatever the case may be. Baseball is different. Baseball is different. I don't think a leader of men is going to change that. Jordan and Altuve and Bregman can't come up and put a hit with runners in scoring
This is why
position.
when Verlander yells at them to get their head out of the ass, I get the sentiment, but it's still a matter of going out there against another man one-on-one and seeing if you can win your battle. I mean, is my head out of my ass? What am I not doing enough to go swing a bat?
And I think what you're referencing is like in football, you can say, I'd run through a wall for that guy.
The worse you get.
That's right.
I mean, you got to have Kyle Tucker's laissez-faire attitude.
I truly,
yes.
it's the only one. I mean, he's, he looks high.
You don't think
Bregman
is pressing right now?
He's pressing.
Even Altuve's pressing right
now.
They're all pressing. Jordan is really pressing.
Because they're putting the weight of the 11 games under 500 on themselves individually. Right. And, because each time one of them gets up with a runner in scoring position,
it's more magnified.
It magnified, right? And they don't break through. And just like our pitching, it's like every game. You can't have Verlander go up and lose when we're 11 games under 500.
Nope. You know what? We got to call HRP and maybe suspend him or something. I don't think that'll happen.
No.
I don't think so. I don't know if HRP is with the Astros. I don't know. They should. All I know, it'd be better. It'd be better to run the Astros. It'd be better to run everybody all your businesses that way. That's how we run our business with HRP. HRP.net, human payroll. It's human resources and payroll. Okay, and that's what they do. And yet you don't realize how much money that you can actually save to your bottom line because of the way that HR&P does HR&P. Because they are going to save you money. They're going to do it better. They're going to give you options on your benefits packages. They are going to take care of your taxes. You're doing all of these things, and you don't know how to do these things. You're not great at them. They are. They're experts at it. You're not. You are an expert at whatever you sell, your widgets, how you make your widgets, how you sell your widgets, whatever your widgets are. They're the experts at payroll and human resources, and also, helping you with your benefits packages as well. They will give you ideas. They will give you options that the other companies want. So if you're not completely satisfied with your way you're doing it or your payroll company, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net. Okay, items in or golf shirts and award. You got it. Bull Shirts is a one-stop shop. They're the best. Been known them for years. They're awesome. They will do whatever it is that you need. Softball uniforms, baseball uniforms, everything. Bull-shirts.com. Bull-shirts.com. Tell them we sent you.
Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. This is our final segment before we hit News of the Weird. Eric, we've missed today Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice is starting to get a little reputation now. Apparently, he's a suspect in an alleged assault that injured a man at a Dallas nightclub earlier this week. Rashee Rice. Okay, more dangerous, Michael Porter's brothers or Rashee Rice?
Well, there's more of the brothers.
Yeah,
Rashee
Rice is doing 119, 120.
Yeah, but you've got two brothers who have done things in a car they shouldn't have done. And I don't know how we take Jonte. He's just a gambler. I mean, how dangerous can he be?
No, but the other brothers are dangerous drivers.
That's what I'm saying. So there's two of them versus one. I'm going to take the two brothers.
You think that
one of them, actually results in the death of someone. So I think already
there is that.
The Porter brothers.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I mean, that's worse.
Yes, John, it is. I'm glad we've come to that consensus. It's worse.
It's worse. But Rashee Rice is starting to build up a resume.
Well, Rashee Rice was driving in a way that could have led to someone losing their life.
We're lucky that nobody.
Yeah, it's definitely
120 miles an hour.
Definitely.
Well, they were racing, which if you're in a Lamborghini and a Corvette, those are things you have to settle.
Yes.
And you got to settle them on the road.
Yes. I mean, there's not like there are tracks for this.
No. I mean, we got to settle that, and if we have to sell it on Westheimer, then so be it.
Yeah.
It's just
let's go.
Let's go. You give the signal. What's the signal when you're? I don't drive a fast car, so I don't know what the signal.
What do you
do?
There's
a signal. When you
pull
up next to somebody next to you.
You want to go? Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a you want to go signal.
You want to go?
Yeah.
You want to go, eh?
And I think if you're in you want to go, eh?
You want to go?
I think if you're in a Lamborghini, it's just every time you get to a red light, if the person next to you is in a remotely fast car, it's just assumed.
If you hear them revving.
That's right.
It's
a double rev, probably. I like that.
Yeah. And then, that's the signal.
On.
You don't even have to say anything. It's just time.
I'm going to start doing that in my Jeep.
And see what type of responses you get.
Just see what happens, just to see if they're willing to race.
Let's go.
Let's go.
You want to go, eh?
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. You want to go? Yeah, we'll go. Anything else that we missed out? Did we hit everything today?
Well, Jamal Murray did not get suspended. He got fined a lot of money.
Yeah, that's
ridiculous.
But did not get suspended.
Oh, we never even talked about your guy, Jimmy Butler.
My guy?
So the agent shot back.
The union after the season, I'm sure he's perturbed that it happened as early as it did this year. That normally isn't the case in the Jimmy Butler era. And he told Jimmy Butler, if you're not even going to be on the floor, don't talk about beating the Celtics or the Knicks.
If I would have been on the floor, we would have won.
Yeah, if you missed it at a tennis event or maybe it was an F1 event, Jimmy got interviewed by a reporter, and that's what he said. Hey, he talked to Thibodeau, he talked to the Celtics. If I was there, we would have won. And Riley was like, I don't know if he was trolling or serious, but if you're not even going to play, you're not available, shut up.
Keep your mouth shut.
Keep your mouth shut, yeah.
How about and I don't know, Jim, we're going to extend. He's got another year on his contract. I mean, he let Jimmy have it.
Yeah, Jimmy was credited with bringing back, the thing everyone hates to hear, #Heat culture, when he got there, because the Heat were kind of floundering. Jimmy comes in, they go on the run. And now Pat Riley's looking at him like, you don't play enough games in the regular season. There's a question, you being the leader, we can't have it. So he challenged Jimmy Butler to play more games, to be available, maybe change the way he does things. And you mentioned the agent. The agent didn't like the questions about Jimmy's availability. He said all the times he was unavailable to play, there were legitimate reasons. If you're a fan of the Heat, you can look at one instance and go, was it legitimate? Because Jimmy likes extracurricular stuff. He likes to go to tennis events. It was a game that actually affected the Rockets' playoff chances. I think the Heat were playing the Warriors the next night. Jimmy's at a tennis event, hanging out with tennis stars, and then he winds up on the injury report as sick. And he doesn't play in the game the next night. So when did he get sick? How did he get sick? What was he sick from? And he wasn't available in a game down the stretch.
There is, I think that there is zero chance Jimmy Butler re-signs with the Heat.
Well, after that,
considering what we've seen him do in the past, with the Heat will tell you, or at least Riley did tell you, we don't have to make a decision about giving him an extension until next year anyway.
Is there any chance Jimmy Butler pulls a James Harden? I ain't playing for you.
He could. It's never out of the realm of possibility with Jimmy. We've heard people report that he's respected the Heat organization more than he has others. Certainly, the Minnesota incident comes to the front of your mind. It's the game that Riley decided to play, because I'm not going to give you what you want at 37 years old if I can't depend on you to play more games.
Yeah. Well, and his agent said, wait a minute. Before this year, he played in 61 playoff games. He only missed 3 ever of 61. So we're talking about just this year, and you're going to talk about his availability. He played almost 900 minutes in the playoffs. Essentially, like Riley would look like he's fed up.
I think the issue for Pat Riley that wasn't said, that a lot of people have speculated about, is Jimmy's effort when he's actually even on the floor. He wouldn't. That's going to another level. He didn't say it, but there's some rumors that, hey, Jimmy coasts. It's part of the reason playoff Jimmy exists, because he turns into a player we don't see in the regular season. So if you're there, but are you playing like one of the best 15 players in the world for 55, 60 games? No. You'd probably say he's at that level 35 games a year, which the Heat would say is not enough for us to decide to pay you what you want.
I mean, that's endemic of the NBA right now with most of these guys, right? I mean,
I wouldn't
load management and maximum effort on the court for the entirety of
I would say that, but if you're talking about the stars, I don't think you'd ever accuse like Giannis when he's available of not being going at 100. Kevin Durant and even LeBron when he plays, he coasts on defense, but he still is an impactful player. The problem for Jimmy Butler is they need him to be impactful for probably 55 to 60 games, and they haven't seen the regular season. That's why they've been in 7 or 8 seed the last couple of years.
What I took away from Pat Riley is he's fed up with Jimmy. And Jimmy ain't resigned.
Like, we don't know behind-the-scenes stuff. That's probably the case. All we see is on the floor.
Yep.
But I think they've made concessions for Jimmy that they didn't even make during the Big Three era, as far as Jimmy can, stay in hotels away from the team on road trips. They didn't even allow Dwayne Wade and LeBron James to do stuff like that. So they made concessions for him. So the deal is, if we're going to make concessions, we got to get more from you as when you're on the floor and just be available to play.
Jimmy Butler. Houston Rockets.
We just ran out all the reasons he's a problem and how you want him.
Yep, want him.
At 36 years old, you want to give him $60 million?
Orlando Magic.
Well, that's the extension.
I don't want it. No, we ain't doing that.
Maybe for Bregman?
We'll give him like $12 million.
What if we gave him Bregman? We give the Heat Bregman.
We give him Bregman.
And then Bregman, yeah. And then we get Jimmy Butler.
Jay Sean Tate.
Jay Sean Tate.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll give him that. That's it. Next year he's still got the one jerk.
Yeah, but he's got to go separate.
It's not even on your team.
I know. I don't care. I don't care about Jimmy Butler.
I mean, that's kind of Harden's MO too.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Separate. Jimmy's not elimination. Jimmy wins games.
That's right. That's true. He's not elimination Harden.
James.
Yeah.
No.
True.
Elimination James showed up again this year.
Oh, yeah. Of course he did. That's his move.
It's an elimination game. Whatevs.
Well, whatever.
I'm not interested.
Good.
You know what I am interested in? You're going to be interested tomorrow. Is the new place. We're going to be there.
Okay.
Klein's new store. I-10 and Echo. We're broadcasting live there tomorrow at Mark Klein's. Mark, you ready for us?
Hey, good morning.
Good
guys
morning.
Excited for tomorrow?
Yeah, we're excited for tomorrow. Let's go.
Our new store. So we got our new store set up on Echo and I-10. It's our second location. We have the other one at Woodway and Augusta. But John, diamonds for Mother's Day. Take care of her for Mother's Day. She's been taking care of you all year. You got to take care of her. I mean, what a great weekend. You can give her diamond pendants. You can give her diamond earrings, diamond bracelets. If you have something, I had a question yesterday from a customer. He said, hey, look, I bought her when I was younger some smaller earrings. Can I trade them in? Yeah, he traded them in. He actually traded them in for some lab-grown that were 2 carat each. And so it was incredible. And he paid about the same price as he did for the smaller ones 15 years ago. So lab-growns are hot right now. The prices on them are half to 3/4 of the price of a natural diamond. I also had another customer yesterday for a 1.5 carat oval diamond. It was about $8,000, but for a lab grown, it was $3,000. So we carry both, and it's a choice. If you want a lab grown, we have it. If you want a natural, we have it. Anything in jewelry, diamond pendants, earring, bracelets, whatever you want, we do it better than anywhere else in the city of Houston. If you want watch repair, you want jewelry repair, we do pre-owned watches. You want to get a pre-owned ladies luxury watch, we got every style that you can imagine. Anything in jewelry, we do it, and we do it better than anywhere. Check out kleinsjewelry.com. Check out our 2 new locations. Augusta at Woodway, we opened 2 years ago there, and we have Echo Lane and I-10. So anything in jewelry, if you come in during this Mother's Day week, we're going to give you golf for 2 at Wildcat as well with your purchase. So you just come in, you get golf for yourself, you get diamonds for your wife. Come in, we're going to take care of you.
That's Mark Klein. You can give him a call and send him a text, 832-316-1388. He actually answers them, and you send him a picture of what you want, but you got to do. Well, you know what got weird was Indiana primaries. Apparently, it's not really weird for you to win, but the Indiana 7th District primary, apparently the winner of that race won't be able to serve because dead. Yeah. Jennifer Pace was declared the winner, over 99% of the precincts reporting, but dead.
Don't you hate that?
Yeah.
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 No tampering there.
No. Well, or people just didn't care.
No. They threw it. Yeah, whatever.
Didn't hear about it.
I didn't hear about that.
I didn't hear you were dead.
I didn't know.
Yeah. So, Indiana, you might want to do some more research. Apparently, they're missing a key feature, the knife.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of, the blade.
Yeah.
The one
Yeah.
that's in the Swiss Army
That's like
knife.
a lacrosse stick without the net.
Yeah, that's a big blunder.
Yeah,
I think.
you don't want that.
We just made a bunch of Swiss Army knives without.
So basically, it's just a Swiss Army nail file.
Yeah. Did you guys know that black kids in the Bronx don't know what a computer is?
No.
Yeah. Did you hear this one, Del? Apparently, the governor of New York made this claim. Hey, black kids in the Bronx don't even know what a computer is. She immediately regretted
that. Yeah. Yeah.
She says, sorry.
Maybe they don't have access to a computer.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's
what she meant, but she went too far.
Right. They don't even know what a computer is.
Hey, living in New York, you go too far.
All you got to say is, unfortunately, they don't have access to computers.
They don't have
and you're good.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, yeah, you know what? You're right. And applauded. Then she's got to walk back that nonsense she said.
Have you guys had the charged sips caffeinated drinks at Panera?
No.
Del?
I don't frequent Panera.
No,
You
not
don't
Panera.
Well,
no.
that's good because people are dying from it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Apparently,
weren't they making people
energy drink?
Weren't they making people sick with something before too? This is like the second time in the last couple of years.
You're right. Yeah.
Panera's
apparently
murdering people.
2 deaths are allegedly linked to this drink that they had. I think they should probably not use that recipe anymore.
Yeah, probably not. Is that an energy drink?
It was a caffeinated charged drink.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the guy who attacked Dave Chappelle?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. He's suing because of how they treated him.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's a prime example of victimhood there. So that's perfect.
I don't know.
I like that.
He deserved that ass
Yeah,
whooping.
yeah, for sure.
Go up on the stage.
Yeah,
and
no, you deserve to get your ass kicked if you go up on the stage while a comedian's performing.
Kidderminster woman. I don't know. Where is Kidderminster?
Sounds like
it's a
UK.
English. Yeah.
Sounds
really
like it's in the UK.
Kidderminster.
Yep,
That's what
Kidderminster. Yep.
Yeah, it's Scottish or
Yeah.
something. Somewhere
Sounds
in
like
there.
that.
She pled guilty to a role in a monkey torture network.
Ooh.
She's torturing monkeys?
Yeah. You feel like
Take that, Mike Vick.
why? I know, right?
Yeah.
Why are we
Torturing
torturing
monkeys.
monkeys
Monkeys are
now?
great.
I don't know,
I
man.
don't know.
She might.
They'll poop and
I don't
throw
know.
it
You
on
saw.
Oh, yeah, they will.
You saw
I'd
Planet of
torture
the
a
Apes.
monkey if he threw poop on me.
Well, I mean,
wouldn't. Yeah.
Maybe she's fearful of what happened in Planet of the Apes. She's not going to let them rise up at any point.
No,
I don't want a Caesar popping up.
You ain't growing up and
dominating. Yeah,
and
dominating
taking over
us.
our world.
Yeah. She's looking out for humanity.
Of animals, I have one for you. A emotional support alligator.
Yeah.
Got lost in Georgia. I didn't know if you saw that.
I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your emotional support alligator.
Wally, the emotional support gator.
What do you
You
think this
should
gator
should
does?
keep track of your emotional support
But what do
alligator.
you think the gator does to provide? Does it
He
snuggle
visits,
with you?
Well, yes. In fact, thanks for asking, Del. He visits nursing homes and he splashes in the Love Park fountain. And he met the mayor, and he's even seen hugging and holding elderly people at the homes that
How
he visits.
big is this alligator?
It's a 6-foot alligator.
Oh,
Yeah, he's a 6-foot-long emotional support alligator
Do
named
they have
Wally.
the mouth tied up so he can't bite you?
No, his mouth looks totally willing and able to snap at any moment. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. That's interesting.
I'd still rather hang out with that alligator than Lance, so I get it.
You
though.
would rather have an emotional support alligator than Lance.
Yes.
Okay.
But have you ever gotten a hug from Lance?
No.
Okay, well there
see,
you go.
I'd rather have the alligator.
There
if
you
wanna know
go.
the truth.
See?
Yeah,
See?
I'm with Del.
I'm not so crazy now, am I?
I'm with Del on this one.
There you go.
I'm with this. All right, we're done. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we're at Klein's. So
We're at
everybody
Klein's.
come and see a big movie star over at Klein's on Echo and I-10. We will be there tomorrow. You're going to be there too, Del.
Yes, I will be setting. Am I going to be there?
Yeah, we're there from 7 to noon tomorrow.
Okay, then I will be there.
You will be there,
Yeah.
and Del gets to travel. I love when Del
It's
gets
travel. It's the Kleins.
Yes, you can go
Travel.
further. You
Away
get
from
up
the
earlier.
studio.
Yeah,
I love all
get
that.
out of the building, I guess.
You can get off your cot back there.
Right now, I'm talking about Air Team. So I've been through the process. I got my statement of, you know what, the proposal. Love it. Air Team has been excellent. Air Team is a place that you go and you're going to get the script. I love places that are family run, that families on top of it. Darren and Dawn and Garrett, and they oversee it all. It's third generation. They've been doing this. They've got employees that are there forever, which tells you what kind of people that they are. The thing is how much is it going to cost me to get new air conditioners? I've gotten that. I love dealing with them. They explain everything. They're awesome. You need to take care. We walked into our house. We've only been there for a few years. We got to replace the air conditioner because the people before us never did anything. You have to maintain your air conditioners. You need them to come out and make sure that everything is set up for this summer. You have to have this done because you don't want it to break down during the summer months, because then you got to have it. Everything is rushed and everything else. Do it now. 24-hour emergency service line. They will be there for you. They've got all kinds of rebates. They're going to make sure that you get the best deal on your AC systems. It's awesome. 713-956-8326, 713-956-TEAM, or airteamltd.com.
Just getting the Lance thing as the show starts. But hey, it happens more often than him, though. And people are looking into the differences between what he said like a week ago about Jose Abreu and what he's saying now. And really, that all stems from the fact that the Astros are terrible. You can start to pull receipts about what the general manager said and differences between statements because it's better than focusing on the baseball team because it was another awful night. They go to New York, and now all of a sudden, at least regular season-wise, the Yankees own them. Justin Verlander, part of a pitching staff that gave up 10 consecutive runs after Kyle Tucker gave the Astros a lead early. It didn't matter. The Yankees took that lead right back and ran away with it. Home runs after home runs, mislocation after mislocation. We'll hear from Verlander on his performance, and as you might imagine, he didn't think he pitched very well, and he discussed what's next for him as he tries to get back to a level where we're still talking about him as one of the best pitchers, maybe not in the league, but certainly one of the best pitchers on the staff. Because despite even what you would say a good performance in his last outing, he wasn't the normal Verlander. Maybe that's just age. Maybe at some point we should expect the performance to just start to slip away. What last night wasn't a slip away. It's like it fell off a cliff. But overall, just to expect things to get a little worse and worse. And surely if you thought the Astros weren't going to be good this year, if you had those thoughts, you thought it would be a slow burn as opposed to falling off the cliff that it has, been. And Verlander last night, he was, we expect Verlander to give up an early home run because he challenges people. He wants to work high in the zone, and that happens. It just kept happening for different reasons last night as the Yankees pounded him. And Espada left him out there. Thought this guy could eat up some innings and stay in it. He ate up some innings, but he could not keep his team in the game, partly because the Astros this year, I wouldn't call it an injury, but a little speed bump. He's working himself back, and he started late, but the numbers since he's been back, not great. Your human eyes are telling the 187 swings taken. His whiff rate is at 18.1%, which is lower than it was last year by over 4%. And lower than it was in 2022, the World Series winning season, by over 6%. So the decline, if you see that happening, the numbers say you're right. So some of the issues, particularly the ones he discussed that people take issue with, are a player that he didn't acquire. He didn't have a say. The Jose Abreu conversation, despite him being away from the team and Sean asserting that he was a bit of a mush and created bad vibes, no longer around. The Astros certainly haven't taken off since he's been gone. But Dana Brown doing interviews, being available to the media, that will benefit you greatly. I guess he does a show on 790 every week. I believe that's the case. I would cut that off right now. Or I would say, look, no, don't ever ask me any questions about Jose Abreu anymore because I stumble over myself and I make myself sound silly depending on the week. People have pulled the receipts. We've played the audio last time about how he talked about, it's not a swing. He's not slow. It's a timing. We're sending him down the floor to get his timing back. Now, well, I'll let you hear it. Sean, if you can grab the Dana Brown comments on Jose Abreu, because we went from the scouting says he still has it, we just need to get the timing right, to this where apparently the man's been lifting too many weights.
Yeah, it's a spring training complex. So, we got him down there with some of our hitting guys. And the day-to-day is we're going to work on the rhythm and the timing. And we're also going to do some, strength and conditioning. A lot of times with these guys, they get into the heavy weight, the lifting, the strength building. We're going to do lighter weights, more rep, more quick twitch things in terms of weights and moving a little bit faster so that, he can get back to the quick twitch. I think he's gotten a little too strong and he slowed his back down a little bit. And so ultimately, if we can get this guy back to his rhythm and timing and back to what he did last fall, it's going to really help us out.
So the bat is too slow. The bat speed is slower than it should be. Not just simply a timing thing. And what I've learned is Jose Abreu's too buff to play baseball. He's too strong. He's in the weight room too much. And now he's too strong to swing the bat.
We've never seen someone as muscular as Jose Abreu play baseball.
Of course, there was a time period in baseball where all the big buff dudes were swinging the bat pretty well and hitting a lot of homers. Now,
the bat speed was slow.
Was
yeah,
Sammy Sosa's bat speed? He's doing it all naturally, and that's why he's not able to hit the baseball anymore. He's too strong, and the bat speed is slow, which is in direct opposition to what was said earlier. This is what I'm saying. If I'm Dana Brown, don't ask me any more questions. I'm not available anymore because generally, whether it be Click for the short amount of time he was a GM here before you win a World Series and you got to go, no one's gonna care because they watch the team on the field and they're awesome. So you could say this dumbest thing ever. Now there are gonna be some people who dissect everything someone says and pick apart it. But for the most part, Jeff Luhnow said things and you're like, yeah, you know what? You're right, Jeff. Why is he right? Because we're in the middle of another playoff run. James Click, for that time that you were the Astros general manager, yeah, you're right, James. Why is he right? Because the team is on the path to winning another World Series. Dana Brown doesn't have that cover. It's either discuss getting your ass kicked 10-3 by the Yankees or pick apart the GM and his statements. It makes you feel better to pick apart the GM and his statements because you can find reasons why what he's saying makes no sense to you. For the most part, no one can understand what has happened to this team. It's not logical. This decline, this immediate and this steep, doesn't make a lot of sense to people. So you know what you can do? Man, I didn't even like Dana Brown anyway. What's he said? All right, I got something for you. Go,
The math ain't mathin'.
Yeah.
Drop a math ain't mathin'.
It's very easy to get after Dana Brown right now because, I mean, how much time can we spend talking about Alex Bregman now being under 200 as a hitter?
Yeah.
Well, we'll spend some time because the numbers are uglier than that. But comparing his starts, because we know slow starts. Alex Bregman starts slow. This start is even slower than his slowest start. Focus back on the team. Never speak again. Never talk again until after the seas's over.
Don't show your face in this town again until the Astros are over 500.
I'm just trying to prevent him being slandered on Twitter. Don't, because you got your randoms, you got your news people, you've got a host here, you've got everyone pointing out the difference in your explanation about why Jose Abreu is struggling. I would stop talking about Jose. Fine, if you don't want to disappear, maybe you like the attention. Maybe you like speaking to the media. I don't know why you would. Things are terrible. I can't imagine he likes answering questions. Don't ever talk about Jose Abreu. I don't know how. Look, I'm not talking about him. He's not a part of the roster right now. That's what I would say.
I'm focused on the 26 guys on the field.
We're talking about the Major League Club right now. When Jose Abreu is back, we'll talk about him. You guys don't ask me about any other player who's not around. Where's the Pedro Leon questions? Can I get some of those? He's hitting home runs. Let's talk about him. Or Joey Loperfido. Remember when he was hitting it on the minor league level? You guys ask all those questions. Keep asking me about guys who are actually playing baseball games, not a guy in Florida working on some things.
I have a JP France injury update.
Yeah, you guys want to talk about that?
Anyone? No?
He'll be out for a little while.
Huh?
You guys, Anyone interested? Nah. Keep asking me about a guy I didn't even want to sign.
You know that James Click, or that Dana Brown is very close to getting fired once he goes like, well, I didn't sign Jose Abreu.
Look, that wasn't my decision.
You ask whoever signed that bozo.
As long as he's out there, that bozo. As long as he's out there taking the bullets for the Jose Abreu signing, you know he's okay. The minute he goes, not me.
I inherited this mess.
Yeah, I'm not the problem. He's not my decision. Then we know he's in trouble. So we'll continue to dissect, I guess, what happened last night. We will hear from Verlander. He had some introspective things about what happened last night, but man, oh man, if you thought, look, I don't walk into or approach Astros games with the thought that things are going to go well. Not at this point. But I thought Justin Verlander would give us a little bit more. I thought that game would be something that would hold my interest before, by about 7:30. The games, it was an early start, 6:05. But by what, 7, maybe 6:40? This game's over. Let's wrap it up.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe an honorable, like 5-3 loss.
Yeah,
kind of,
Yeah, even when he gave up the homer in even when he gave up the runs in the first inning. Okay, this is Verlander. He struggles sometimes early. We'll keep it moving. He'll find a way to recover, and maybe the bats will get going. None of that. None of what I hoped happened. None of it happened. The bats didn't get going. He didn't find his way, and it just resulted in another Yankees beating. The Astros have suffered at the hands of the Yankees all year long, and it continued. So why wouldn't the beginning of the year that I guess should have warned us what was to come, considering has been out of character. But at this point, we just assume this is who they are. So the Astros go down to start the series, and this show's approach of I'm leaving here with something didn't get off to a good start. We approached this series with we want to leave here with something, and we just assumed if they were going to lose that series, Verlander would be the something we took. They would at least win that game. Nah. Now we got to depend on Arrighetti tonight and then Blanco, which I feel better about and haven't taken anything with you. But another opportunity tonight. I'll give you some of Bregman's numbers when we come back. Just a hint. They're not great. And we'll also compare to what happened on Monday. And we have some news about another defensive player of the year for a certain player. And also, Jamal Murray. Did he get fined? Did he get suspended? We'll talk about that as well. First segment out of the way. I almost said in the books, but I said out of the way. I caught myself. First segment out of the way. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What Jamal Murray could have done to get they didn't kick Rudy Gobert out for a game or suspend him for a game after he did the money sign. They fined him. But you put all three together, throwing the heat pack, throwing the towel, doing the money symbol, you would think after a preponderance of it, and I'm like I said, what the Wolves are doing. So Jamal, so a hit to the face. If he nails Mark Davis with the heat pack in the face, he's
or
out.
The back of the head.
Yeah, because he wasn't looking. In the back of the head, or the towel hits him. If there's contact from a projectile before in a playoff game and into the crowd and been...
He got ejected.
He got ejected.
Or no, actually, that might have been after his 6th foul anyway. I think he might have just got...
They do not want to, and yeah, obviously, they do not want to affect the playoff game by suspending a guy unless they have to. So I imagine he would have had to actually make contact, and even then, he would have probably been thrown out at that point in the game, and then they would have said, that's enough. He was suspended, because I think that stuff happened, in the first half maybe? At least maybe the Heat pack happened in the first half.
Yeah, I think it was the second quarter.
Yeah, so they would have said, that's enough. The NBA wants a certain team in a series or in the finals. I think their main goal is to not be looked at as a league who will get star players out of here and really affect the playoff series and determine an outcome and a winner. Look, the Draymond thing goes now way back in that same series that Sean mentioned, and he kicked the guy. And it was more about the flagrants, right?
Well, it was because he had accumulated so many flagrant fouls over the course of the playoffs, and that was definitely a flagrant foul. Yes. So they couldn't rescind it.
Yes.
So he had to get suspended.
So Draymond had been better. He had a better conduct record going into that game. The flagrant would have occurred, and he would have been available. If he wouldn't have missed Game 6.
If he didn't kick Steven Adams
Game 5
in the groin, if he didn't body slam Michael Beasley in the first round of the Rocket series for no reason, because they won in 4 or 5, then at the end of one of the games he just slammed Michael Beasley to the floor and got a flagrant 2 or flagrant.
Just have proper conduct, Draymond, and you would have missed time.
Just do 2 of them.
2 of those things. We'll give you a couple. But you get to a certain point where we have to suspend you because the rules stated, if you step on a floor in the middle of an altercation that you weren't involved in, you'll miss a playoff game like Amari Stoudemire did that Sean pointed out. They've actually pulled back how stringent they are on that stuff. Yeah. As long as you're not escalating the conflict, they're not looking to kick you out of a game. And the Suns are like, all right, where was that escalation of the rules when we had a chance to go win a title?
Nice rule change.
Yes, appreciate it.
We had to start Boris Diaw in a Game 6.
We appreciate you for your efforts, but it certainly didn't help us. But Jamal Murray will, at least for Nuggets fans' sake, will be available, and hopefully he's healthier, because I think the bigger issue is that man's calf, I believe, is the issue. Has restricted his ability to play at the level the Nuggets need. He's not been good the first 2 games, and it is shown through his frustration and his play. When you only make 3 shots and you got ESPN personalities taking shots at you at a defending champion, he's got to play better, or the Nuggets are not gonna have a shot anyway, even if he is available. So that's how that played out. The other thing, as far as that series is concerned, Rudy Gobert didn't play in Game 2, but he did win Defensive Player of the Year. That's now 4. And if you didn't think Rudy Gobert was a Hall of Famer, well, just pack it up. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. You win 4 of those, they're going to put you in the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame, or the Basketball Hall of Fame, excuse me, because there's not a lot you actually have to do to make it. But if you are deemed the best defensive player in the NBA for 4 years, it's just a pathway into the Hall of Fame.
If you're tied for the most Defensive Player of the Years of all time,
if you're nearly a record breaker,
you're
gonna make it. So Rudy Gobert eventually will be in their Basketball Hall of Fame, and people still will be saying he shouldn't. He's overrated. He shouldn't be there. The Rudy Gobert thing, I get the issues when it happens in the playoffs and he's getting played off the floor. I get why you might think, no way, he's as good as what the media thinks he is. But the counter is the traffic cones in front of him in Utah were the problem. He's not getting played off the floor in these playoffs, and we talked about the guys on the perimeter for the T-Wolves make a big difference. There's a big difference between Jaden McDaniels and Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Anthony Edwards versus Donovan Mitchell and Royce O'Neal.
Joe Ingles.
And Joe Ingles, yeah. Oof. When Joe Ingles trying to play defense in front of you. Yeah. It's different, and he's benefited from it, and he goes on and wins a 4th. Rudy Gobert. Mr. COVID, at least some people gave him that moniker as if it was his fault that COVID happened. Oh, the NBA got shut down because of Rudy Gobert. No, it didn't. If Rudy Gobert didn't exist, the NBA was going to take a pause. But people had smoke for Rudy Gobert.
I don't know. I think they would have been the only sports league to keep playing.
Yeah, you're right.
If only he didn't touch those microphones.
Yeah, as long as only he didn't make that stupid joke, the NBA would have carried on, and the Lakers wouldn't have won a title because we know they only won because of the bubble. Think about that. If not for Rudy Gobert and his lack of care for the health of everyone, LeBron would have gone through how many years in LA without a title, and the haters would have had one more talking point.
Michael Jordan would still be the GOAT if he didn't touch.
Let's not play that game. I don't want to get into
what
who's the best player of all time. I don't want to do it.
You don't?
Nope.
Who do you think though?
Nah, not doing it. Not doing it. You've never met a person in that conversation whose mind's been changed. It never happens. Even remove the Michael LeBron thing. Go find a conversation when the best ever is being discussed or this person's better than this person. When has a person who feels a certain way ever had their mind changed? It's never happened. Not in a barbershop, not on a talk show, not standing in line for something, for the game. It's never happened. You've never convinced someone else you're right and they're wrong.
Until today. So
no, not. Do you think
8 straight finals
no.
appearances?
No. It's not going to convince anyone who's not already convinced.
Leading point scorer?
It's an empty. I hear it. I've heard the numbers. I've heard the arguments. It's never changed anyone's mind. In fact, no, because I was going to say if you've ever had your mind change on this issue, call in. But no, because then it's just going to start the whole conversation. I don't want to be involved in it. I don't want to be involved in it because it's a pointless one. No one ever wins. It just goes on and on and on. And some people would say, hey, where's Kobe?
That is a good point. Where is Kobe?
Well, I know where he is, but as far as where he exists in the conversation, probably not mentioned enough. But I don't want to get into it. And, of course, our first call of the day is probably about this or a joke about this. So we'll see as we head to our next break. We didn't get to the Verlander stuff because I got distracted by our in-break conversation regarding Jamal Murray. We'll get to the Verlander stuff, what his take is on why he struggled in the game against the Yankees last night. We'll also hear from this caller, no matter what it's about, I guess. We are a couple segments in, and we're going to talk more about the Astros, which is, Keith wants to talk about the Astros. So maybe it is about Verlander and his struggles, or maybe the Astros overall. If you want to talk about the Astros or anything else, 713-780-3776. Sean and I will take your calls on anything and everything except Julian because you're banned until Friday. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. I didn't even ask Sean if this is the real Keith. Because
see Cook doing stuff on the internet. Let's go.
Yeah, as soon as he said the Astros suck right now, I knew it was Ryan. Olivia Cook. Is she the House of Dragon star? She's part of Team Green. Is that who he's referring to? I think that's who he's talking about.
I don't know the name.
I believe that's who he's talking about. She's the Queen Mother, I guess, star of an HBO show. I don't know what her character's fate is, if she's going to die in this season or not, but she's got a real shot considering how popular the show is.
What does that have to do with it?
Well, I'm talking about her sensibilities, and mostly because I've seen her in interviews and stuff. She doesn't appear to be the type. I'm going to say maybe one of my lowest percentages. I'm going to give you, Ryan, 0.01.
Wow, really doesn't get that much lower.
Yeah, I gotta add more. I gotta add more zeros. I think to get lower than that. You've picked the wrong one, Ryan. Just enjoy her in this show until she dies or doesn't die. I don't know what her fate is. As far as maybe it's a violent death, maybe she dies of old age. I don't know, but just enjoy her in House of Dragon, which comes back in about 5 weeks now.
Hey, it's HBO, so you might get to see some stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, she's not married anymore because the old man who was the king is dead.
But wasn't that weird scene with the
feet guy?
Yeah.
I don't know if she's going to be. I think he just likes feet. I don't know.
Well, maybe if Ryan also likes feet, then boom.
Well,
problem solved.
Hasn't she always had like socks on?
You know what? I need to rewatch.
Yeah, go rewatch the feet scenes and report back, and see where
House of the Dragon feats.
Are you gonna do that on the company computer, or are you gonna do that when you get home? I got my laptop, but I'm not searching that. Ryan, unlikely for you. I just don't think it's in the cards. But once again, you can try. But I don't think that the Queen, Allison Hightower, is going to show up on OnlyFans. And in fact, by the time it would be an opportunity for her, maybe OnlyFans doesn't exist anymore. She's 30. She's got plenty of time to act. She may not be a thing as high. House of the Dragon didn't pitch well, and he was introspective on his performance. He knows there are some things he needs to correct, but he did also credit the Yankees for the plan they had and how they got to him in their game last night.
They had a good approach, and I wasn't very good. If I'm being really honest with myself, I think like the last, couple of games probably, particularly the walks kind of showed me I was a little off, and then sometimes it takes you facing a team that knows you intimately, and vice versa, to send you back to the drawing board. I think, these guys showed me today that I got some work to do. I got to be more deceptive.
3 home runs given up, 5 innings, 8 hits, 7 earned runs. And the more deceptive thing is the thing that, at least the comment that gets to me, because it might suggest, and he may recognize that, hey, I don't have the stuff anymore my stuff's better than you, and I'm going to win this way. I got to have a better plan. I got to be A+ number 1 starter. That couldn't continue, even if you were hoping that at least he'd get through the rest of this contract and maybe he'd walk off into the sunset still being a top line starter. I think you're hoping for too much. I think he's going to be good, but not great anymore. And now this outing was awful, start to finish. He wasn't good, but maybe he is realizing that I can't do what I used to do. And I'm sure he has done things in the past to account for a bit of a fall off. But maybe now we're at a point where he has to do more. The more deceptive thing got to me. It just suggests that he might be aware that the stuff ain't going to be what it was, and I got to get guys out in a different way. Maybe maybe it results in less home runs given up early because we're not challenging guys all the time. We're not working up in the zone anymore. You certainly have to hope so, because what happened last night it won't be the norm, but it can't be something where this particular guy on this particular team is one that can't be depended on. Because if he's one of those guys, again, just forget about the rest of the season. If you can't even depend on Verlander to be a guy who can get you 6, and even if he's giving up 3, it's just another in the line of guys that have not lived up to the expectations of this year.
Yeah, I don't think we're expecting him to be like Cy Young winner, Justin Verlander, like he has been in the past. But you can't be Celtic Shaq. You can't be completely.
You can't be the guy who cosplays you. You can't be Hunter Brown. You can't be.
I was going with washed up, but yeah, we could also.
You can't be the guy who wants to be you, and clearly isn't right now. You can't be that guy. You got to be the guy he idolizes, not the guy he looks at in the mirror.
Do you think Hunter Brown is in the dugout being like, you know what? I am like my GOAT.
I reached the level.
Or has Major League Baseball figured out Justin Verlander, and by proxy they've also figured out Hunter Brown?
Maybe they figured out Hunter Brown.
And now
they've used
the
their
book
approach,
is out.
Yeah, and used that approach on Justin Verlander.
Just Verlander's like, God, you ruined it for me.
Yeah, stop it, knock it off. I was getting guys out because they didn't have a plan, and now you've given them the plan. I don't think that's the case. I just think he had a bad outing, and let's just hope that's what it is. We'll hear from Verlander a little bit later in the show because he had some more thoughts on his performance and the work he has to do. Let's just hope the plan he has in place, or the one he's going to put in place to get right, is one that works. You can't have him being a guy you can't depend on, because if you want to look at another guy who has sorely disappointed, it's Alex Bregman. And Dana Brown talked about Alex Bregman. He did his weekly thing on 790, which I have advised him to stop doing, because anything he says is going to be something people crush. But he talked about Alex Bregman, and he called Alex Bregman and suggesting that, I guess he's if you are a soccer fan, it's called the talisman. The talisman is how everything revolves around this person, and when they're going right, the team is going right, and if they don't go right, then the team is in the dump. I didn't think that was him, but Alex Bregman is that guy, and this is what Dana Brown said. He needs to get hot. He's our veteran. This is courtesy of Brian LaLima at BLima97, and he needs to get hot. He does team building for us in the clubhouse. What, like trust falls? What's he mean by that? That's the guy, according to Dana Brown. So now we know who to blame for everything. Alex Bregman. Dana Brown told us he's the guy. Well, I don't know who the vocal leader in that clubhouse anymore. That's been a conversation about leakage as far as guys continue to leave. Not many guys who were there at the beginning remain. No, Altuve, we don't suspect he's a vocal leader. He leads by example. We're not sure, but that's kind of the indication. Other than him, Alex Bregman is the other guy, and Justin Verlander. Those are the 3 who you can point to and say they've got the 2 titles. Those are the guys we'll lean on. They know what it took, and they know what it takes to win over the course of this run. And apparently, Alex Bregman's the guy that gets them going. But what are they, 12-23 now? And he's batting under 200. It does correlate if we're to believe what Dana Brown is saying. So, Alex Bregman, you need to pick it up. I'll give you the numbers for Alex Bregman when we come back, and then we'll move on to other things, because an hour of Astros talk, the way this Astros team is playing, I got to imagine they'll get to you. So, the numbers for Alex Bregman when we come back, and then we'll get to something else. We'll be back. Wexler regarding Alex Bregman. A lot of the stuff we lean into when we try to convince ourselves that everything's going to be okay with him are expect him to be once the season gets going. He gets there, and we're happy with his performances. Generally, it's just the month of April. Not good. It's been his way. Go back to 2017. To OPS 764, 2018 760, 2019 it was really good to start. 976, 857 in 2021. Awful in some PS 535. So Alex Bregman isn't just in the midst of a slow start. It's the worst start of his career. And thing about this Astros team, and maybe it's just wear year, and he's of the opinion that mental fatigue is part of this problem, and maybe it's a year that they have to work through, and eventually, once 2025 rolls around, I guess, they'll be okay. I think this team could look drastically different in 2025 considering the guys and their contracts, but maybe it's just a year where a lot of deep runs in the playoffs have worn on them, and this is a year where you're just going to chalk it up to it's just one of them.
They kind of had that year in 2020, although it was 60 games. I get why people forget it, but they were 28 and 31 or something, or 29 and 31. They were under 500.
Yeah.
That year, so it would make sense in like the same kind of cycle, that they kind of cycle in and out of this, but that also was only 60 games, and so we don't know how, if they played another 100 games after that, how it would have turned out. Also, playing 500 is way better than how they're playing right now.
They'd have to play really well the rest of the season to get up to 500 at this point. And yes, so we saw this team, even in a down year, might be doing more autopsies as we go forward about individual players, but the team overall, maybe not dead, but the heartbeat is weak. And it certainly didn't get any stronger last night against the Yankees. And I mentioned moving on. And now, John McClain was in here yesterday. He does work for the Texans. And now that the NFL schedule is on the verge of being released, apparently reports are that it's going to be next week, maybe the 15th or the 16th. But nothing from actual sources you can trust, I guess. But there are sources close to people who think they know things say it's going to come next week or around maybe Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. So we'll see. But John McClain, who does stuff for the Texans right now, along with making appearances on this station, has his preferences as far as national televised games. That's been the big thing. The Texans have been relatively anonymous as far as outside of the city of Houston. People don't care about them because they haven't been good. Most of the talk has been more about them being a disaster. Not the case anymore. So now everyone's debating how many games they're going to get on national TV and who those opponents will be. John McClain's preferences, in order, are the Cowboys. Texas guy, I expected. And by the way, his stance, at least from yesterday, is he doesn't think holiday games qualify, or the 325 games or 315 games, depending on what network you're on. He doesn't think those qualify as national games. He's talking about that Sunday night, the Monday night, the Thursday night stuff. Thursday night feels like prime time by default. We got to put a game there. And
exactly what it is. It is everyone gets a primetime game, and all the bad teams get, however many bad teams they are, we'll just throw them on Thursday night. That's your primetime. Pat on the head.
Yeah, and to show that it's not unfair, we'll punish the good teams with the Thursday night game too. You'll get one too, because everyone needs to get one. Josh Allen, good quarterback to great quarterback. Lamar Jackson, he spoke about answering the beatdowns from last year and saying, hey, the Texans need to prove that they can play with the Ravens. The Chiefs, I believe that game is in Lambeau. Yes, it is in Lambeau. So, Sean, going by John McClain's order and list, Cowboys, Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, and Packers. Let's say the Texans don't get that type of work. Cowboys, Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, and Packers. Pick.
I think first, just because of does playing Dallas on Thanksgiving count as a?
He doesn't consider that.
A
primetime game.
So Thanksgiving as a primetime, but
well,
I get what
he calls those holiday games.
So, okay, I won't get too down in the rabbit hole. Give me the Chiefs, give me the Cowboys, and Baltimore in that order. as far as the top 3 goes. Seems like it's an easy the dynasty of the time versus the young team trying to get up to that level. Cowboys, obvious reasons. Just it's normally a pretty good game when they play each other. Now it's like once every 4 years, but in 2020, I guess it's more recent than that now with the 17 game schedule, but they played in 2022, I want to say, and it was a very close game towards the end. 2018, I think, went to overtime. Obviously 2002. We all remember the 2002 game,
of course,
fresh in our memories. So yeah, I the Cowboys pretty clear, and then I like Baltimore as a matchup because it's a playoff rematch. That to me is more interesting than the Diggs versus. If it was a Buffalo game in Buffalo, but it's going to be at NRG. Both these games would be at NRG.
Yeah, they're less interest for me that it's the Bills coming down the Houston.
Yeah, because it's not like the hostile environment. And I know that after the game, all the players are going to. I don't know how many Bills are still on the team.
They've lost quite a few veterans, yeah.
Because I was going to go Micah Hyde and
Jordan Poyer,
but I was like,
not around.
I think they both got cut. Tre'Davious White is he still around?
I don't think he's on the team either.
Okay, yeah. So all these guys that aren't on the team would dap them up at midfield anyway.
Yeah, maybe Deion Dawkins would dap them up.
Yeah. Do they still have Cole Beasley?
They might have to, depending on how their wide receiver core does. Tre'Davious White is now a Ram, so he wouldn't even be there to dap him up as they see each other across from each other. Now, the Diggs versus Diggs thing, whatever, doesn't mean that much to me because Stephon Diggs hasn't planted roots here yet, so I don't really.
Diggs led
Buffalo as far as what it looked like on the field in those 2 games in the playoff game. If the Cowboys, I think I'd be more interested in the Cowboys on a Sunday night than I would be if they played on Thanksgiving. Like, because that means the league has decided the Texans are must watch Thanksgiving. They play the Giants on Thanksgiving. They play a lot of teams who aren't very good on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I remember there's like a Raiders, when the Raiders were bad, Cowboys Raiders.
Yeah, don't put the Texans in that spot. It's like where you dump a bad team.
It's actually, now that I think about it, they kind of make it as much as they can the Cowboys homecoming game.
Pretty much.
Where it's like they get the team that's like expected to finish like 3rd in the NFC East, and they're like, here you go.
Yeah, they give the Cowboys what they suspect would be an easy one. I don't want the Texans put in that position. Not that I think if they did, it would be an easy game for the Cowboys, but that's the spot for, hey, you want to get right, Cowboys? It's a short week. We're going to give you an opponent that we expect you to beat, it feels like, and the Texans wouldn't be that. So I hope that's a Sunday night game or a Monday night game.
I'm looking at the Cowboys' opponents, and they have a lot of good teams that I don't expect them. Yeah, Philadelphia.
Or a division rival.
Or a division, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like the networks are going to want the Cowboys versus the Eagles on Monday or Sunday, or Fox might want to grab one of those, and then you'll have the rest, the Commanders. Hell, the Giants don't even have a quarterback to care about. So
Daniel Jones, come on.
As I said, the Giants don't even have a quarterback to care about.
Drew Lock, come on.
I'll repeat it as many times as you want. He can put his backpack on, his imaginary backpack on as much as he wants, Drew Lock. But the Giants didn't get to draft the quarterback because the Patriots said we're not letting you trade up. So it could be a Daniel Jones joint again as the Cowboys face their hated rival, the New York Giants.
I'll be satisfied.
Anything else is gravy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll be satisfied with anything else as long as they do get to like 3. Because if they only get 2, it's a little bit of a slap in the face.
Disrespectful, slightly.
Yes. So, how do you feel about being the Chiefs? I guess not ring ceremony, but the Chiefs, home opener NFL kickoff game.
Well, you get a lot of attention. You'll be the only game that certainly it'll be. I think if the Texans are facing the Chiefs, face them early.
With that Rashee Rice?
Possibly.
Possibly?
It's certainly possible.
Likely.
Super Bowl banner being unfurled. So, and it makes a statement to the league that the Texans are here. So if that's the way it breaks down, great. I don't know that it will, but if it does, I'd welcome it. We'll talk about Rashee Rice when we come back. He's on a heater. And if you call trouble with the law, heat. And I think that's actually what it's called. So he's on a bit of a heater. We'll discuss that and more in the second hour. We'll be back. In the first hour, we talked about adversely affected team in a playoff series when a playoff series is ongoing. And we'll play some sound from Lou Williams, who echoes my sentiment, but for a different reason altogether. So we'll get to that. He was on is a suspect in an alleged assault that injured confirmed it yesterday. Real announcement on the first incident of the summer or of the offseason. Now has to probably take a real look at Rashee Rice and his availability for the first game of the season. Incidents involving law enforcement already. Now, sometimes, depending on whether whether he gets charged or he has to appear in court, the NFL sometimes will let things play out. We'll let the justice determination before the justice for them to play.
I doubt it.
I think the NFL steps in and makes sure he's not available,
or at the very least is on like the exempt list where they kind of like put you in timeout before they actually make a ruling. Kind of and this is like a lesser version because Deshaun Watson was there for a full year, but they start him out on that. At the very least, let the heat die down. Maybe both figurative and literal heat die down, and so then they bring him back. But I also wouldn't be surprised if he just gets like 4 games off the traffic incident, the racing in the streets incident.
Now, several people were injured in the incident you're mentioning. They all were determined to be minor injuries. Do you think? Oh, let me see. Were injured in his speed racing, street racing deal earlier this offseason in March. So do you think the extent of the injuries determine some of it too? Like we know Henry Ruggs, that it resulted in a death, and he was deemed responsible, so he was done for. We knew that pretty quickly.
Then Dante Stallworth also.
Yeah, look, I think someone was crossing the street and he hit someone. I think he came back to play though. Minor injuries, no one thankfully died as a result. Does that play a part? Or are we saying, hey, it could have happened. You could have killed someone, so we got to shut you down. You got to learn a lesson.
It probably plays a part in his favor that no one died or was like severely injured or injured. So that probably plays a part. But I think just having people sent to the hospital is a very bad incident all around. That I feel like obviously like some sort of pattern that's happening where it's not. It might just be a hey chill out man suspension where it's just like we same thing like we were talking about the Jamal Murray where any one of them don't deserve. It's the same thing with that where it's like okay you know that all eyes are on you, that you know that you have to be on best behavior and you're pushing photographers at a nightclub. Like what are we doing, dude?
Yeah, allegedly hit a photographer on Monday and now he's under investigation. So I think the chill out man suspension, aware of your issues, and let's clean it up because to the number one non-Travis Kelce receiver for the Chiefs, I won a Super Bowl. I'm looked at as the next good young receiver, and Patrick Mahomes is going to depend on me. And yet, I've used this offseason to kind of designate myself as wholly undependable. I'm clearly not dependable. You can't depend on me to stay out of trouble. And now we've got another incident where I think suspension is on the table.
Yeah, you thought you got rid of a troublemaker wide receiver.
Yeah, you thought Kadarius Toney was a problem? Wait till you see me. Y'all thought Kadarius Toney was an issue.
Is it the legacy of Tyreek Hill that all these Chiefs wide receivers like Kadarius Toney is like I need to be the next Tyreek Hill, and then he's like, all right, time to. Time to wild out.
Well, if you're the Chiefs, you'll say when he was here, Tyreek didn't cause any problems. Once he got out from under our umbrella and went to Miami, that's when all the problems popped up again.
It's only before he was a Chief and after he was a Chief.
So maybe don't blame us. We were the team who got him on the straight and narrow.
I'm just saying it's like how number 88 with
there is a legacy there
with Dallas Cowboys wide receivers, or like number 10 in soccer where they just they should actually just give them number 10 every time.
Well, now it's Pacheco, and apparently Tyreek wasn't thrilled with that. But whatever. You're no longer there.
Yeah,
it happens.
It's the legacy of Tyreek Hill, where it's like
I get
we
it.
need at least one off the field incident with you.
Well, you know who their next receiver they're counting on is your guy. So if the legacy is going to continue,
no, I don't think so.
Okay, you're the one who bringing up legacy.
I think Xavier Worthy's like, you know what? I'll be the on the field legacy.
Yeah, you go. Let's keep Rashee Rice on the team so he can take that mantle
Yeah.
while I perform on the field.
The two of us combined can make up for Tyreek Hill. Him off the field, me on the field.
Yeah, let's make sure I'm the one Patrick Mahomes is going to against the Bills to rip their hearts out. Rashee Rice can do all that other stuff. Speaking of number 10s, before we get to a break, you mentioned soccer and number 10s. Kylian Mbappe will not play potentially Real Madrid in a Champions League final, which for all intents and purposes will be his next team because Borussia Dortmund took them out in Paris. Borussia Dortmund wins the final leg 1-0, wins the tie 2-0, since we're talking soccer. So Borussia Dortmund in another Champions League final. Real Madrid and Bayern Munich go today. There was a real shot that Kylian Mbappe could have played his next team in the European final. Not the case.
Do you think he would have thrown the match?
I don't. No, I mean it is soccer. It's corrupt as hell. But no, I don't think he does that. I think he. Now the question is because in soccer, if you score against your former team, or if you're a legend or not, generally the guys don't celebrate. They go, nah, I'm not gonna make the fans who supported me for years feel bad. I'm just gonna score this goal and not be exuberant unless you hated your time there, and then you wow out. Would Kylian Mbappe was celebrated if he scored against his future team?
Against his future team? That's interesting.
Would he have in a Champions League final? The thing PSG has been pushing for years is they can win as many league or domestic titles as they want, but what the goal was to finally win a Champions League, which they have not won. And with Messi, they've had Neymar, now Mbappe. They're all going to go without winning one. Would he in that moment pissed off all the Real Madrid fans, his future fans, or would he have been like,
I think it depends. I think it depends on the goal.
If it's a game winner.
Yes, if it's second half to take the league.
If it's a match winner, you got to celebrate. Yeah.
If it's a first half tied up 1-1.
No, what he's doing, he's running into the net, grabbing the ball and waving. Come on, guys, let's run back. Let's run back to the center circle.
Okay, it's the 30th minute.
Yeah, relax. Yeah, but it is the Champions League, and he won't be part of the final. We'll see if Real Madrid can get to another final in their match against Bayern Munich tonight, or at least tonight for them. It'll be mid-afternoon for us.
I was going to say, it'll be during hour 3 of Gallant George.
Yeah. Time differences, people. It happens. So that's the other thing. We've talked about this before. If you got nothing to do, the Champions League is a pretty big deal. I think it's on Paramount Plus. If you got Paramount, you can stream it, watch it. You got the best soccer in the world going on and a chance to win a European title. We're in the semifinals. You got two of the biggest clubs in the world going at it today. And it could be an all-German final, which is, I think, the last time Borussia Dortmund was in the final. Bayern Munich was there, too, and Bayern beat them. So we'll see if that occurs again, or maybe Bayern makes it, and then Borussia Dortmund gets some revenge like a decade later. We'll see what happens tonight as the kings of Champions League football go. More competitive games.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. This show, well, are you going to be out at Klein's too? Or are you going to be back here?
I'm not sure, actually.
I mentioned that because from 7 to 12, the station will be out at Klein's. Come out there. It's Mother's Day coming around, right around the corner. If you need to get something for your mom or your wife, because she's a great Eric Layden, who was on earlier.
Throwing something on
it was a tan?
And got really hurt. Now we're looking at a suspension for Serb.
Love it. His plan is like, no, you're going to stay here and finish getting your ass whooped, or you're going to walk them down and tie this thing up in Minnesota. One way or another, you're going to be a part of this. So I appreciate the league for doing this. I appreciate the league for not ejecting Coach Mike Malone. You know, I've been seeing a lot of different actions coming from the league office that I haven't seen in the past. So I'm encouraged by
They
that.
are setting the standard, though, because there's going to be a player that's going to do something not as bad as this, and they're going to get suspended. And they're going to be like, oh, where's the consistency? But
not a star, maybe?
Fairness? Yeah, exactly. So there's going to be issues because of this, but I'm with Lou. I agree. This isn't a finable offense. Nothing happened. No one got hurt. The play didn't even stop.
No.
They resumed play. And I
do like is Chandler Parsons. He's the other voice. I think it's Beetle, Parsons, and Lou Williams. Lou Williams, you heard talking about get your ass whooped or dig out of it. Parsons was the one suggesting maybe a potentially worst case scenario. Relax, Chandler Parsons. Someone could have fallen and got hurt, sure, but it didn't happen. I guess we can be thankful for that. And having easy paths or throwing asterisks on things because of an injury here or a suspension here. It's been part of it for a while. People criticize the Nuggets because they had an easy path because the two teams they played in their last two series, one was a play-in team and so was the other one. One was, I think, 7, the other was an 8. We know about the Warriors, and on occasion they've gone through and won a title and been on runs where guys miss time, whether it be from series to series. You have like a star point guard not play. I think that was their first title run where point guard after point guard wasn't available. It happens. Injuries are just a thing, and we know the Lakers catch heat for the plan, or excuse me, not the plan, but for the bubble. You can go down the list. So, sure, if Jamal Murray wasn't available for Game 3, you could say, hey, the Nuggets weren't at full strength. Well, so you can play these games all the time.
And this is what makes in the regular 4
on that team. Lack of depth, which was a concern for them. This other one, then you start to pick at no one thought they were going to lose. Try to think of a title run where no one can take a shot at it. I know you're answering the phone. We'll get to the phone call on the other side. Was it the Warriors runs because everyone knew they were going to win no matter what was on the other side? With KD?
The thing with the KD one is that it was the brushback was got KD.
Yeah, exactly. The accusation
the Warriors.
Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson.
Yeah, people didn't do it at the time though because people were too busy dancing on the Warriors' grave.
But if anyone like a Toronto fan wants to,
and then going backwards, like 2016, the
Warriors played
the Cavs.
Matthew Dellavedova was starting at point guard, right? Because Kyrie got hurt.
Well, that was 15. 16 was the one that the Cavs won.
That's right. You're right.
And that one you can go, Draymond.
Draymond kicked the guy and he wasn't available.
And then 15,
find me a title.
15. The Cavs are very hurt. 2014. The last time.
The Spurs when they beat the Heat.
Yeah.
Old bad knees Dwayne Wade. You want to use that as an excuse? No. No. You don't want to use.
They had her start Rashard Lewis. No, I don't.
The air conditioning went out in the arena.
Maybe. Now we're cooking.
What was it? Game 1. The air conditioning went out when LeBron was on a heater. He had to leave because of cramps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think the last time we stopped criticizing a team and how they won their title was probably that Spurs run because how dominant they were against the Heat. And
so
it's
been a decade.
mostly because everyone hated the Heat. At some point, we're tired of them winning too.
Yeah, that was definitely part of it. And then, 2013. I don't know if there's. I think it's a mid 2010s thing where we just started.
Back when the big three were a thing. That's the last time we stopped criticizing teams and picking apart how they won. The NBA discourse is so trash, man. From who's the GOAT to this title doesn't really mean anything because some guy was hurt or you played low seeds because they're upsets. Let your team win a title and then see. You'll defend it to the death.
Also, there's a part of it where if you don't immediately like repeat or at least go back to the finals,
you're a fraud.
Yeah, like that's what the Bucks get hit with.
Frauds. It was
which one stands out? They lost in the Eastern Conference Finals. They lost in the first round. They win a championship, then they go back to losing in the first round every year. Which is the outlier
and
there?
You can also blame it on the fact it was the shortest offseason.
Shortest offseason
ever.
Everyone got hurt that year.
Yeah. There's always a way to take apart someone's title. And now the Nuggets are suffering through it because they dared to lose the first. Get into arguments about this. No one's going to respect your team in the NBA for winning. It's just how it goes. There's always a reason why your team won and why the title means less than you think it should. Haters is what we like to call them, Sean.
Haters.
NBA discourse is full of haters.
But, I mean, it makes sense when only one team wins. There's 29 other haters.
True, but only one team wins in every other sport, and the Chiefs' titles aren't questioned. When's the last time an NFL title was questioned? Oh, well, you caught all the breaks. What? We don't talk about the NFL Super Bowls like that.
It is, and it's funny because it's so hard to even, like, remember who teams played on the way to the title.
It's true.
So, like, even trying to remember who the Chiefs played, not this past year, but when they won in February 23.
Yeah,
it's like I don't even remember. They played the Eagles in the last one. I don't know who they played.
And no one's going, well, if Jalen Hurts didn't fumble that football, they probably would have been up 2 scores. You never come back. Are people knocking the Chiefs' title for that?
The holding call against James Bradbury.
You mean the guy who admitted to committing the foul?
I think at that point in the game, though, you just let him play.
But no one's taking away the Chiefs' title because of that. No one's knocking it.
Asterisk.
Okay. See, that's how far we have to reach to make it even close to what NBA people do.
We had to skip last year.
Yeah.
And go immediately.
Where did they play that Super Bowl?
Arizona. Oh, and the field sucked.
See?
Sodfather.
Mm-hmm. Who took all he was like, wait a minute.
Didn't he like that was his last like game he ever did?
And then he blamed the NFL for not following his directions when he got blamed for it. Hey, they didn't listen to me.
Imagine like in this industry, like doing your last show ever and retiring, but you say something on your last show that just pisses everyone off.
Yeah. And your entire reputation over.
Yeah, I guess it's even different until the day after the Super Bowl when everyone's like, that field sucked.
Yeah. He had to come out. Hey, he's got branding. I'm looking at it right now. He's got the side. He wants to talk about soccer. We'll get to him when we come back way late. We'll try to get back on time. We'll be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Welcome back. Lazy J, who actually generally calls in just about soccer. I don't know if he wants to talk about Mbappe or Real Madrid. I know he's a Ronaldo fan.
All these trash-ass girls. I don't really see that they can beat the Germany team. And what's your thoughts on is Mbappe going to want to come after they win a title? Is he going to look at it like that, even though they're going to pay him good money? And then also, one quick question. Y'all talked about this topic already, but I want to get your thoughts on the Drake and Kendrick Lamar. I think Drake took it. I didn't know if Kendrick's wife was mixed, so I think that kind of, threw in the towel for him, Jenny, your Jews.
We get into, I don't know. I think Real wins. It's the leg, at least a tie. But I'm going to take Real here. I like them at home against Bayern, mostly because I don't want to see Harry Kane win anything. Harry Kane, the former Tottenham striker, English international, now the head man, the lead guy at Bayern. I'm not looking for him to win anything. It will be a real kick in the gouillons for Tottenham fans to go watch him never win anything of that stature in England for their favorite team and then go to Bayern in his first year and go win a Champions League title. Be a little rough. I'm sure Arsenal fans would make fun of him on that. I like Real here. The Dortmund thing, I don't know. They're not a real Cinderella story because Dortmund's one of the best clubs. I'm not ready to make a prediction on the Dortmund potential against Bayern thing. Real thing. If Real happens to lose tonight and it's Bayern versus Dortmund, I'll take Dortmund just simply on revenge. But as far as Dortmund versus Real, I got to take a little time with that. Yes, I think, to your next question, I do think Kylian Mbappe will fade your match and then go ahead and join them. That would have been the scenario if Mbappe could have led PSG to the final and Real could have made it there themselves. Then, are you joining the team that just beat you? The answer is probably yes. He likes playing for Real. It's one of the, if not the biggest, one of the biggest. Maybe you're talking about top 3 club in the world. You go play there if they want you, and he's just the next in line. They like collecting stars. He's one of the biggest stars in the world. He's going to go play there, I think, unless something gets in the way that is unforeseen. As far as about his failings as a man, he's not simply the pro-black spoken word lyrical miracle type dude. Sure, you don't want to challenge him in a battle, and I disagree with Lazy J. I don't think Kendrick lost this one. I think Drake has lost this one. If you even just listen to his last song, that's Drake saying, "I'm out. I'm done. I'm tired of this. I don't want to do this anymore."
You know what? The song where it's going to be one of the biggest songs of the year that calls me a pedophile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hear her mixed, and maybe she's just of a lighter skin tone. I don't know. It's whatever. I mean, she would be classified as a black woman. She's a black woman. Whether you think, and coming from a person who's of mixed descent himself, it's an interesting take, Lazy J.
Whoa.
He is. Lazy J. I'm not going to, if you're not a hypocrite, you're pretty close. That's all. We got one more segment to go here. If you want to talk about things that make Sean uncomfortable, call in.
Or if you want to talk about things that make Dell uncomfortable,
try.
I'm comfortable.
Go ahead,
about.
try.
I know.
See if you can find one.
For years.
See if you can find one that'll make me uncomfortable.
Thick skin.
Yeah. We got one more segment to go here. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 9.
Finals, yeah. The East, far less compelling than the West so far. The Celtics ran away and hid from the Cavs, and that's kind of their formula. The one game where they were challenged throughout, they lost. It was only game 2 of a 5-game series. They handled Miami the rest of the way, but the one time that they didn't get out to a big lead and go hide because the threes kept raining down on the opponent, they lost. That's what you have to do. It's hard to do it. The Celtics are great, even without Kristaps Porzingis. Say it. You just got to keep them in a close ball game, and then you can start to pick at some of those scabs that still exist. But if you can't even get them in that spot, then you saw what happened last night, where Donovan Mitchell tried in my face. This Derek White we saw in San Antonio, or even the first couple years in Boston.
You like role player Derek White.
Yeah, get out of here with I can take over a game, Derek White.
I mean, it has his run started basically in the. I feel like after, or no, maybe it was after the Eastern Conference Finals in 22, where the Miami has, been those guys win.
His last 3 games, 38, 25, 25, 7 of 12 from 3 last night, 5 of 10 the night before, 8 for 15 the night before. This ain't the Derek White I grew up not caring about. This is the Derek White who's the best player on the Celtics. I don't need that.
I grew up not caring about.
Yeah. Some men grow up at different times, Sean.
We're talking about 2021.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't say I was mature before then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I've grown up.
To get back to Art's point, like with the Eastern Conference, like I get it. I mean, game 1 of Knicks Pacers was good, but I wouldn't. Or it was competitive good. I wouldn't say it was like good. I wouldn't say that it's like particularly super high level basketball being played by these two teams that have 2 of its best players for most of the series.
Dame missed time too. Yeah.
So it is a little bit less of a lesser caliber as what's going on in the West. I think Denver, Minnesota. I mean, I know game 2 was a blowout and game 1 wasn't like it was competitive, but wasn't a instant classic. It's very high level basketball. So that one's very interesting. And the bit of Thunder Mavs that we got last night, because they've only played 1 game, whereas the Bucks or the Nuggets Timberwolves have played 2 games. But I thought that's pretty high level for Dallas OKC. Now the trouble is, Art, I don't know what your schedule is, but I do know that you're a frequent contributor to the bench or to John Lance. So I imagine you're an early riser. So some of these being like, no, the Western Conference is good, might be a tough sell to have to stay up until like.
Just want to decompress, watch some stupid show on Netflix, and then pack it up for the night. But yeah. The Thunder, who have been untouchable so far in the playoffs, that's a young team, not very big outside. And I know some people like the Mavs, but can you depend on this team when their best player is clearly actually limping? Not like, oh, they're limping through. He's actually limping, depending on the possession. A 6 or 7 game series and be at his absolute best. Just not, health is a concern. And it's unfortunate. And like we said before, health always comes into play when we talk about these things. As far as championship runs, and if the Thunder can survive and be healthy, be good at Western Conference Finals if things continue to roll in the way they're going. And of course, Knicks Celtics feels like beyond the whole history and rivalry stuff. If we're looking for the most compelling and competitive potential Eastern Conference Finals, it should be that one. Of course, East Coast people will lose their minds, and it's great for the NBA and all that type of stuff, but be out for 6 to 8 weeks, which they should have just said out for the rest of the season. I guess he could be available for the finals if it comes to that, but 6 to 8 weeks would suggest you might want to say goodbye to Mitchell Robinson for the rest of the front court. Are still winning games, and it's because, well, beyond the offensive rebounding of Josh Hart, it's the play of Jalen Brunson and then Dante DiVincenzo. So the Villanova guys are keeping the Knicks afloat, but they're losing bodies. The question is, can the Knicks get through another playoff series with now it's Hartenstein and Precious Achiuwa?
Yeah, and but this plays right into Tom Thibodeau's hand, because he's like, what? I had to shorten my rotation.
You mean
Perfect.
I get to play Hardenstein 46 minutes?
Sweet.
Sweet.
I only have to play 7 of these dudes.
Yeah, and
I basically he
It's
start
six at this
Hardenstein.
point.
It's Achua and Deuce McBride off the bench.
Yeah, and
that's it. Everyone else.
And Achua only gets time if Hardenstein is in foul trouble.
Yeah.
Because it's Stein, right? Hardenstein or Stein. It's Hardenstein.
Hardenstein.
Yeah, we
Hardenstein.
go back and forth.
Isaiah.
We're gonna call him Isaiah.
When Big Zay.
Yeah, we're gonna call him Zay. That's how this show's gonna get around. Not remembering how to pronounce his last. Some scraps, and Deuce McBride will come in when he needs to give Brunson a couple here, and Dante DiVincenzo a couple. Josh Hart will just play 48, and Anobi will just play 48 if he needs to, because that's how Tibbs rolls. But it's worked out well so far, except for all the guys being hurt, because it's a brutal regular season for the Knicks because they do it like pretty much no one else does. Everyone's going to play a lot of minutes, and everyone's going to play as many games as possible. And now you see it kind of wearing on the team overall. And they're going to have to try to find a way to get through this Pacers team, who gave him he wants to see Knicks Celtics for the.
Oh, because get the Cavs, and I'm more in now than I was before.
But
the last 3 games of the
Pacers competitive in a road game at any point. Is that going to? Apparently not. From the Pacers. Yeah, you play fast. So what? We're done for
play
the day.
some defense. How about that, Indiana?
Not interested. Not part of their game.
All right.
We're done. Gallant and George up next, followed by the Killer Bees here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Houston Astros are old, bad, not good, stinky. Justin Verlander, very bad.
And that's the show for today, folks.
Goodbye.
We're out.
Say peace. What a game last night. Justin Verlander just was not good. And the bats were awful once again.
Well, hey, Kyle Tucker, for a change, the Astros strike allowed with the Houston Astros. Yeah.
And then they waved the white flag. That's what the kind of game yesterday was.
They waved the white flag? What time did you tune out? And I am curious to everybody listening, what time did you tune out of last night's Astros game? Because they've given us no.
Yeah, that's also when I checked out.
You checked out. Okay.
I left after the 4th inning. I had it on my phone, I had 6 outs after I took it off the big TV.
It's depressing, man. I have a confession to make to both of you and to everybody listening right now. But the confession that I need to make to you, to Sean behind the glass, has to do with my battle with addiction.
Oh, no.
Now, for those who don't know, last week, during the week, I said that I was giving up some things. I was giving up Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
I was giving up TikTok. I was giving up video games. And most importantly, I was giving up binge watching television shows. And the Astros are driving me back to all of these things. This is the big problem right now, is that I can't control myself when they're playing. No. Maybe on the TikTok, you'll actually see something that's entertaining, but will, help you learn things about the world. Saw a bunch of dumb things from video games that I'm addicted to. Right when that happened, I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to play a video game tonight.
What'd you play?
I played a little bit of Fallout 4, and then, even worse, Joe, I went back to binge watching television. The Astros are enabling my addict tendencies, and it would be nice if they could respect me in this time of need. Instead, they are just driving me straight back to that remote.
What are you binging? What'd you
Not
start?
even things that are good.
I know you
Joe.
finished Entourage.
Joe, Sean, things I've already seen.
Is it? I'm gonna guess The Wire.
No, not even a good show.
Oh.
Not even a good show.
Not even a good show.
I'm going back to Blue Mountain State for
Oh,
God's sake.
no.
I might need to be canceled for watching it.
no.
I felt dirty watching the show, and I thought to myself while watching it, as ashamed and embarrassed as I was watching it and also drinking and maybe doing some other things on the side. That's not the problem with the addiction, though. The addiction is the TV show binge watching, and I'm watching this show. I'm watching Blue Mountain State, this show that's not aged very well in the era of political correctness.
Oh, you don't think that people putting Oreos in their butt cheeks and walking down a field is going to
No,
go over well
I don't,
in
Joe.
2024?
I don't.
I don't know. After the Tom Brady roast, stuff like that might be back in.
Or with John Cena at the Oscars, sure. But whatever the case, guys, I'm embarrassed. I'm humiliated. I have to press the reset button. I'm back to one, and the Astros aren't helping me. I'm trying to focus on sports. I'm trying to like sports again. I really am. I want to watch these games every night. I want to come in here every single day. I want to break down the game and be what you all need me to be or want me to be. I'm trying so damn hard. I don't know what to do anymore.
They're not good.
Do I have to go to a 12-step program for television binge watching and for video games? These aren't even cool things to go for.
I know,
because
low bar.
And it's because the Astros can't keep me engaged for 4 innings.
Blue Mountain State is so much better than the Astros right now from the text line. That sucks. Because Blue Mountain State's one of those bad TV shows that you enjoy.
It's bad, but it's good, but it's still bad, and yet it's still.
But the Astros are not bad, but still good. They're just bad.
They're not fun bad.
They're just bad.
Sad bad.
Yeah, this isn't this isn't like you have a bunch of top prospects coming up and you're bad, but you have hype for the future. This isn't Yordan Alvarez and he's 18 because, he's only 100. In his last 100 at-bats, he's hitting 188, and he keeps rocketing baseballs off his legs and looking like he's going to die on the baseball field. That looked painful last night. Second time that's happened to him a week, he's hurt himself from a foul ball.
Just sit him.
Here's the thing, though.
For his own.
No, we're not. We're not doing the loser thing. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
No, I just mean so he doesn't get hurt. Just putting himself in protective custody.
Honestly, I think he was being smart there. I think he realized the Astros needed a rally, so he delayed that as long as possible with a full count. And guess what? He got walked the very next pitch. The best was when he stepped back into the box and then he took a timeout. That honestly was my favorite moment of last night's game. And that's how sad it was, because guess who came up right afterwards? It did absolutely nothing. Alex Bregman.
Well, it's all his fault, so.
I'm not going to say it's all his fault.
Oh, Dana
Joe.
Brown did.
We will talk about what Dana Brown had to say later on in the show. But, the best moment of the night was Yordan Alvarez milking an injury like he was James Harden to try and give the Astros
I thought his
an
leg
edge.
was going to fall off.
I did too. And then I thought that they might walk to the dugout and we'd get an update from Julio. Yep, Jordan's pinky finger hurt. Because it always feels like the Astros don't know where Alvarez is hurt. But it's...
Let's see. Infuentes says this is an 83-79 team at best.
Is it?
Oh, okay.
Is it at this point?
I don't feel that. I wish I felt that way. I wish I felt that good about this team.
I do too.
If they don't win the next 2 games, it's donezo, over. That's it.
We've already done the funeral. They don't even. This is the dangerous territory they're in right now. They're still keeping some people on because they're angry, and I think some people are also still going through the stages of grief, if you will, but they're not even in the bargaining. Everyone, I think, is still...
Oh, bargaining, though, I don't know. If you look at Astros Twitter, I know it's toxic. I know you're telling me to get off of it, but the pathetic garbage that I've seen over the last 24 hours in which it's Martin Maldonado. He's the one that would have saved this team. He's available for a bag of trash if you wanted him. You could trade Forrest Whitley for Martin Maldonado to the White Sox right now. He's not even the starting catcher there. Corey Lee is. Like Victor Caratini, to those people's point, has now caught every Fromber start except for one. He now caught JV, so maybe they don't believe in Yainer Diaz. Maybe Dusty Baker was right. But if you wanted Martin Maldonado back so bad, you could have him. The White Sox don't want him. So, like, if he's your problem solver, go get him. But he's not, because everything about this team is wrong. Offense comes back. Justin Verlander, who was very good in his first start. What did he tell everyone? Get your heads out of your asses. Well, his is way up his after last night's start. He was awful. Like, this team is not good, because when something goes well, something else goes terribly wrong. Whether it's the lineup or Joe Espada's decision-making or Dana Brown just running his mouth about nonsense, like, everything that can go wrong has go wrong. And I give credit to people like Fuentes who think they're going to win 83 games, because you must be the most optimistic person on the planet.
I don't know.
I don't see it at all anymore.
What's worse, Joe? The Astros being 5-11 against the Mariners since beating them in that extra competitive ALDS, or the Yankees being 8-0 against the Astros in their last 8 games.
The Yankees, because what you said yesterday, not enough people heard you. The amount of people yesterday that, while the Astros were getting their ass kicked, were tweeting about things that happened 5 years ago is pathetic.
It is Yankee fan behavior. Look, they are kicking the Astros' ass this season. And I know we all want to believe that this is all going to figure itself out. But we're getting closer and closer to the point. Have that just brutally honest revelation happen to you, you're going to start wondering about the people. Every great sports run.
100%.
We're seeing it with the Patriots. It's been 5 years. But you never...
with the Warriors.
You want to... Exactly. You're right. You want to delay it as long as you possibly... And it's hard to watch this, too, because, as you said, it feels like whenever there's something good, something bad happens. And you can say it's bad luck if you want, but I think we're at enough of a sample size right now where the execution, top to bottom, is lacking. What is the reason? Some people are saying Maldonado. That's crazy, but
His leadership.
The problem is it's not entirely dismissible. Same thing with Espada instead of Dusty Baker, that being a problem. This team is struggling. In my opinion right now, it's totally valid.
That I agree with. It's just it's not one issue. It is a collective of issues. Like, I've seen, Jeremy Booth, and he was on with us, and I've been seeing him tweet about this a lot lately, that have been done very well, but they don't have what the Dodgers have, what the Yankees have. They don't have guys coming. That even goes back to before they had draft picks stripped away from them. They've failed in the draft organizationally. They've made decisions in which are questionable, starting back to 2020. When you look at this organization, they're the only organization of the Red Sox, Yankees, and Astros that made the decision to not, stick to their guns, whether they were forced to by baseball or not, and they got rid of AJ and Jeff Luhnow in that moment. The Red Sox didn't do that. the Mets did with Carlos Beltran, Dusty Baker, which worked well, but he didn't work with the front office. And then when they fired James Click, the organization, and Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell played fantasy GM for a couple months and brought in a bunch of awful signings. So a lot of this is past decisions is all kind of hitting you all at once. It's a lack of development in your catcher position. You know, if you can sell me that Martin Maldonado not being here is part of the problem. Have been better as the everyday catcher and Yainer Diaz at first base in this team. I don't know. But the decisions they've made have kind of all blown up in their face in one very specific season, and that's why this season has fallen apart in the way it has. Plus, they're old. JV looks old. Bregman, I don't know, man.
Last night, that was mockly more than anybody else. But he's not old, but how his game does not seem to be aging well, just given how his career stat line looks. I mean, his best season is 5 years ago. So you wonder how many of these guys are going to be able to stay the same. The craziest thing of all is, I mean, hey, at least you're thinking to yourself, man, this might be the one guy who has the ability that he's opening up the year. And you're not even sure that this guy's going to be around long term, where guys like Christian Javier dealing with injuries, Yordan Alvarez, who has dealt with a lot of injuries and in a bit of a slump himself. Those guys, you're wondering how well will they age? Will they age a la Lance McCullers?
Yeah.
Will they age a la some of the other guys, Ryan Presley, that you've locked up to long-term deals that have been here for a while? That's the worst part. Yeah, it feels like everything's old into what you were saying a moment ago, Joe. The reinforcements in the farm system, I mean, they're just not there right now. Joey Loperfido doing what he's doing is honestly like more than you would have honestly expected probably going into the year.
You've got more from these guys in moments.
And
like,
Singleton.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that John Singleton's your everyday first baseman is an incredible story, but it's also an indictment of the decisions that you've made. I mean, the biggest long-term hope that you can have for this franchise right now is that you are the 2023 Yankees. The 2023 Yankees didn't have a ton of injuries, but they had some, and they finished 82-80, and they missed the playoffs. And
they kept everything going. They kept Cashman. They kept Boone, which was crazy. But they did something, Joe, that the Astros won't do. The Astros aren't going to sign a Juan Soto kind of guy.
Now, the thing is like they traded for Juan Soto. He's not under contract with them for more than a year. So, like, could, in theory, the Houston Astros trade for a Juan Soto caliber player?
They're not going to do that, though, you know?
And you show up to back to who you were or who we thought you were, and this is really just a down year. Like, yeah, you might not be the team that continually goes to the ALCS, but you still have the pieces to be very good for the foreseeable, or to be good, not very good, to be good. And once you make the baseball playoffs, anything can happen. We all know it. We've seen it happen. We've seen the last, not this year.
Yeah, you can't see Wikis fans. I am not talking any trash towards Mariners fans, and I am not looking at the Astros right now as a playoff team. I don't even think that any of us can honestly say that until they're back above 500, because they're doing the same thing night in, night out. You know, it's always one of three things: no offense, bad first couple of innings from the starter, bad moments from the bullpen with a lead. This is one of those three things is going to happen every single game. And if that keeps on happening, your record is going to stay where it is, which is 28th of 30 teams in baseball. 20
drought in your division.
Yes. And the A's, who have
A's.
a payroll that is the caliber of many.
He has takes, and I think he and 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN.
Turn this weekend. Jose Urquidy threw a live bullpen yesterday. If he comes out of that okay, he'll start a rehab assignment himself this weekend. So if you're one of the few that thinks that, those guys will save the Astros season somehow, well, they're close to being back. So maybe that'll help you.
You don't seem to believe.
But they're not, the bull. It's 7, 8, 9 that are your problem. I don't even think at this point you're
are not just underperforming, they're bad. Right now they are bad pitchers, right?
You are in the nightmare probably should of that. You have the name, you go out there, you are just getting decimated. And you hope it gets better. You gotta have heart. Miles and miles of heart. You gotta believe, right? I guess.
I don't think the players believe anymore.
Aroldis Chapman has a much lower ERA than, not much lower, a full run lower ERA than Josh Hader right now.
Yep.
Pitching for the Pirates, I think it is.
Yeah.
Is that where he's at these days?
Holding down in Pittsburgh.
He'll get traded at the deadline. Probably still Ryan Presley. Dana Brown was
Speaking of trades.
Yeah, speaking of trades. Now, look, I don't think that this quote from Dana Brown yesterday when he was on MLB Network is a little bit.
I don't know, man. He's so one way or another.
Yeah.
A week apart saying completely different things.
That's true.
That's the big
Jose
problem
Abreu.
with Dana Brown right now, as I'm sure you're about.
Deadline?
Yes.
And he said this team's too good. I can't envision a world in which they sell. Now,
my God.
Now, I can't imagine like a GM. Now, the Marlins GM just did this, and they're not far from you at the bottom. The Marlins GM admitted that they're not going to make the playoffs, and that's why they traded Luis.
The Astros are 2.5 games above the Marlins.
Yeah, so the Marlins are not going to make the playoffs, but the Astros are not going to sell, according to Dana Brown. I don't believe that. He is not going to publicly say they're going to sell because they still.
Jim Crane has been rather outspoken as far as baseball owners go. When's the last time we heard from Jim Crane?
The last time we heard about Jim Crane was that he denied comment multiple times to the Athletic.
That's what I remember.
Yeah.
When's the last time we've heard Jim Crane give comments? I guess is it before the season?
Yeah.
Is it maybe opening day, like where they talk before the game with Chandler Rome and McTaggart and the scrum for like a couple questions?
Probably, but I think if you go back to some of the contracts that the Astros have given out, has Jim Crane been a major part of it? I feel like for the Josh Hader signing, there was no Jim Crane there, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was
correct.
At the podium, Hader, Dana Brown, GM, and Joe Espada, the manager.
Probably Joe Espada's press conference. That's probably when.
Because he's the introductory press conference with the new manager. How much did Jim Crane speak?
He's not there.
He's not.
I'm looking at the YouTube video right now. It's Dana Brown and Joe.
Was he at Dusty Baker's retirement that Chandler Rome forced him to retire?
I feel like Jim Crane with a lot less money to play with is also going to think this is a loss right now. We need to make the asset build back up again.
To the extent that you sell is the bigger question that we'll have to entertain. I mean, and if you continue this path, there's no reason why Alex Bregman, Ryan Pressler, or Justin Verlander should be on this team. Justin Verlander will still be on this team because Jim Crane needs someone to golf with.
Alex Bregman will also still be on this team unless he starts hitting better.
Yeah, that's if he continues this way, you just need him to be awesome in July. Here they come. That's what I need from Alex Bregman right now. Have a good July. That's where we're at. Ryan Presley, you have a good July too. Where you trade past that would be up for debate. I would offer Kyle Tucker a real contract for once and see what the agent's response is. And if you're not even close, I think you have to have some uncomfortable conversations about trading Kyle Tucker. But I would still try to keep him first.
Nothing should be off the table with where they are right now.
Yeah, besides probably Altuve.
Saying publicly that you're not going to do anything at the trade deadline, that you're not going to be a seller is 100% fair to say because you don't want the players to feel like they're not being believed in, but there's very little to believe in at this moment in time. And I think that just given how quickly Dana Brown has changed his tune on certain things, like, I don't know, Jose Abreu's bat speed being fine to Jose Abreu needing to work on the quick twitch muscles so that he can have better bat speed, literally a week apart, Brown will change his tunes that are empty.
Well, I think what the next step is that Dana Brown will no longer do invited interview appearances like he did on the MLB Network. And because I experienced this when I was there with the Rockets, my guess is that because we'll push soft boys back here a little bit. Some of the quotes that we're going to read next from his weekly interviews, those will go away. They're contractual.
The weekly stuff I get is contractual.
Yeah, but
I
they'll go
cannot
away.
believe he went on MLB Network.
Like, I can't either.
Yesterday, like when was that scheduled? Was that scheduled
Canceled,
after? Was that scheduled after the Colorado series? Like,
stop talking. Like, stop talking to the media unless you contractually have to, and even then, you can get out of it.
Yeah, like I keep making this comparison to Rafael Stone. Never talked when the Rockets were bad. Never talked last year, really, when the Rockets were good. Like he could have very easily done the like a pseudo victory lap of, look, we're competitive again. Like the team is falling. The house is burning down around Dana Brown, and he's still talking.
You know why?
Twice a week.
Because Rafael Stone doesn't want to go on the radio and be asked if they're going to trade Jalen Green for Miles Bridges.
Yeah.
Or Mikal Bridges, whichever Bridges it is.
Either one would have been nice, but
Dana Brown, just, you know what? Please don't stop. Because we got to find something to talk about.
This is it's more interesting to talk about the big picture stuff than it is what happens on the field. Because it's like, oh yeah, they stink now. Like there you go.
In where I think all of us would like a little bit of transparency. Maybe we want that transparency from Jim Crane, but clearly not getting it. We liked that we were getting it from Dana Brown at first, the transparency, though some skeptics, cynics, me, thought right away when we heard Dana Brown for the first time, man, he is saying an awful lot. Do you want full transparency from your organization when it's going through times like this? Or would you prefer them shut up and keep their head down? And I think ultimately we all would rather have the latter, because guess what? When you make yourself available, if you're Jim Crane or if you're Dana Brown, if you're making yourself available, there is zero victory for you talking about how things are bad, because either you're going to admit that things are bad and people are going to stop caring, or you're going to deny that things are bad. And in denying that things are bad, people are going to stop believing in you.
Yeah. Well, according to Dana Brown, one player needs to get hot. And if that player turns it around, the lineup will roll. Who is it? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So Dana Brown said today in his interview on the Flagship, where he was asked about Alex Bregman, and he said about Alex, I'll mark that.
Please stop asking us to mark your words. We're really marking a lot of words.
Yeah.
We've probably got several paragraphs, if not a page.
He said he's an important piece and he needs to get hot. He does team building for us in the clubhouse. That's the guy.
He is such a politician.
Alex Bregman has been awful, but the idea that like one player is going to fix all these problems. Now we know, like we've all seen it with our eyeballs. Like, and Dana Brown was asked about like if it's the contract, and he said, "Guess would it be contract for a year?"
Be the rookie. It's excusable when you're a rookie in 2016, but when you're here and it's this bad, what's the, I guess, glimmer of hope that it's going to be better for him at any point this year, not just weeks, months from now?
Yeah, I mean, even like Dana, Dana Brown's trying to push this idea that these players have been here before. He said that this morning as well, that they've slumped before.
They haven't been here before.
They've never
losing.
Yeah, they've had slumps. They've had team slumps. They've lost to the, when they're going to the World Series, they've been swept by the Orioles and swept by the Royals and the A's and the worst teams in baseball. That stuff was fluky. It felt like those seasons, because then they would dominate the best teams in baseball, and yeah, they would just they'd make life a little more difficult by losing to bad teams. Well, they are the bad team now. They haven't been the bad team since 2014.
Are they the bad team, though? I mean, did you see the grade that Dana Brown gave the Astros when he was on the Flagship this morning? Dana Brown, get this, gave your Houston Astros, who have one of the worst records in all, keep emphasizing, are 12-23. The second worst team in the American League, the fourth worst team in all of baseball. He gave them a C-. The team that has been to 7 straight ALCS is getting a C-. I mean, tell us you're a substitute teacher, Dana Brown, without telling us you're a substitute teacher. And he is. He's not Jeff Luhnow. He's not even James Click. C- is such a middle finger to everyone that has been watching the team to this point this year. It is the kind of stuff that a politician doesn't say in a democracy like the United States of America. I guess it's a republic. That's what you hear in banana republics. This is what you hear from dictators who are trying to barely cling on to any small sliver of power that they might have. This is, spoiler alert for those who haven't seen the movie, this is Nick Offerman's president character in the movie Civil War, locked up, barricaded in the White House at the very end, waiting for people to, some of the comparisons at the very end. Perhaps a little melodramatic, perhaps a little hyperbolistic, but a C- for a team that is 12-23, blowing saves left and right, getting lots of underachieving, high-paid players in their lineup, is a C-, which is a slightly lame, insane.
Yeah.
Even a D, I would at least hear, but it's an F-. I mean, he might be getting expelled for this kind of a start to the school year.
Yeah, this is,
or starting the year over at the very least.
You have 4 A's on your right. Look at Jeremy Pena in there. It's 4 A's. Everyone else is at best a B-. And if they're not a B-, they're probably an F player right now. It is a collective F. This is below standard. And that's why, and maybe that's his nice way to say it. Like, it kind of feels like Like him giving the Astros a C- is like NFL.com giving the Falcons a C- or drafting Michael Penix in the first round. They don't really mean it, but they don't want to crucify one of their own franchises. Like that's what this is. It is because he's wrong. And he knows he's wrong, and he's just saying it, and he has to do interviews, and he doesn't want to care that he's awful. Justin Verlander said it yesterday after the game that he knows it wasn't good enough, and he has to fix it. They all know. Josh Hader knows. The problem is that they know they also don't have an answer right now. That's the problem. This isn't.
There's no answer.
Like
there's no answer coming, and there is no answer to be had.
Because there's still no logic, in my opinion, of what's happening. Like you still look at their roster, you look at the lineup that's out there, you look at who's available out of the bullpen on any day, and you're like, okay, it's a good baseball team.
Yep.
But it's just not. So like that's why I don't know how you know the answer to something that seems illogical.
All I know is that they are not a C-. That's all I know.
Yeah. I wish I had Dana Brown as a teacher growing up. I got straight A's.
I'm pretty sure Dana Brown is thankful that he is his own teacher here, giving him the C- because D's do get degrees. Well, I found that out in communications law at Syracuse University. The only time that I've ever gotten below a B in my life.
It's giving this team an F.
Yep.
Because he's stewing with anger.
Well,
that's what I like to pretend is happening, at least.
Any head that rolls would be performative. Jim Crane's not cutting off his own head and putting it on a pike.
Touche. Good point.
And it feels like that group that is making the decisions behind the scenes, they're going to be the exact Letterman jacket boys. Biggio, Bagwell, Mr. October, and Jim Crane in his Missouri State Letterman jacket. They're all sitting there together, smoking cigars, trying to figure out what's up, but they know it's not anything they're doing. It's Dana Brown. It's Joe Espada. It's Alex Bregman, not a Hall of Famer like us.
Yeah, they're looking at the standings or the MVP ballot from 2019, saying who can we add from 5 years ago.
Wasn't that Alex Bregman?
yeah. Where's Tim Anderson? Tim Anderson.
He's in Miami. He's their starting shortstop. All right.
They're sellers, not like us.
Yeah, yeah, good point.
They're a trash franchise. We're way better than them.
We'll continue a little bit more. We'll do that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Before that, we'll tell you about my friends at O Athletic, 767 North Shepherd, oathletic.com. Over 100 classes per week, starting in the mornings. They take a pause during the day, start back up around 4:30. You can get a workout any way that you want it. You can have a personal trainer. You can do it yourself. So whether you want to gain or lose weight, gain muscle mass, lean out, O Athletic is absolutely the place for you. It's where I go to lose weight. We've lost 8 pounds so far in about 6 weeks. So we're on our way to losing more weight in 2024. And it's not just about weight too. Like that's one of the great things about O Athletic is they help you learn really what's going on in your body. So like where your fat is at and what you need to lose. So I highly recommend O Athletic. I'll be there tomorrow morning. So if you want to sign up, hey, we'll hang out 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. O Athletic. I'll see you there. O Athletic. Tell them Joe George sent you by.
Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Am I in your top 15? No.
Probably not. No, sorry.
Don't even have to answer.
Probably not.
It
depends on
how big of a ceremony.
Depends on how whipped I am and how many friends I'm
Let me
going to
tell
be
you.
allowed to bring. Oh my God.
We cut it down to 250. It's like a lot of it was like, she has a huge family.
Okay.
She has a massive family.
God.
I literally had worked at
Too many coworkers to invite.
610 and 790.
There's too many coworkers to invite. It's not fair.
Yeah, it's like there were so many people to invite.
Yeah.
But
you know
some
what,
people didn't
You know
go.
what, Paul? If you ever get married, I'm not saying don't invite me, but if I'm like cut,
John's the one, like, you invite him to your wedding, you have him be like the you know how like they have like adults. I'll be like, all right, guys, we got a long ceremony here.
If it's a listen, I love Pendleton whiskey, but I mean, if you're handing out Pendleton whiskey to a bunch of Irish people before a wedding, I don't know. That could bring it back to
Won't be the shortest marriage ever.
Well, hey, you know, our beloved Houston Astros are struggling, but there was something that we touched on yesterday, Joe, for just a moment, and Texans go.
Love for him as well as concern, and you want him to learn.
That's kind of between us and Tank, just what we talked about with him. You know, that's a hard situation to be in.
I think that, and look, I don't know Will personally. I've talked to him a couple of times, though, and
put himself in the situation.
Especially considering he followed up asking the same question twice.
Yeah, that I thought was weird.
I thought it was a bad look. I look, these private conversations that ownership has with an employee, is everybody entitled to know what that conversation was? And also, in asking a question like that, you are implying that Tank Dell was at fault for being in that spot. You just are. Even if you're doing it unintentionally, you are implying that. And basically asking the Texans if they were grounding Tank Dell.
Yeah, it definitely has a negative connotation to it. Like, to what you said, if he intended to ask it that way or not is hard to tell. I think the follow-up makes it a little more clear that he was expecting to get it. He wanted an answer that he didn't get. And that's why he followed up with the exact side.
And look, people that are in our shoes from time to time, they have to ask questions like that. But I don't think that was a question that had to be asked unless you know something about that situation that proves that Dell perhaps needs to have a sit down with Texans ownership or somebody else to keep himself out of those situations. But if you don't have that, and if you're not coming to the table with that on your next television, for some, you hear that question asked, and you probably have a gut feeling as to why that question was asked. I'm not saying that's right or wrong.
More traction to it, specifically because, like, we've seen the way that media members in this city react to things like this, specifically like the ones that cover the Rockets. Like, I think you look at what happened with the Alperen Şengün thing that happened, like, with us, like, the way people were, like, what they wanted out of it, the way that people would ask questions of Deshaun Watson in the past, that, like, typically you would see media members make a big deal about questions like this. So I'm a little surprised that there's not more implication to this. We'll continue this on the other side because we got to take a break, but because there's more to get into. Plus, we've got other people taking shots at the Houston Texans. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. question was more
I guess, and okay, are we all just going to lock ourselves inside forever because America is a dangerous place to breathe in or to go to a bar in?
I mean, any knowledge of the people around him. Like, he was just unfortunate there. It to me is the exact same as what happened the year before with Brian Robinson, the running back for the Washington Commanders. Brian Robinson got carjacked and he got shot. Like, he did nothing wrong. He thought this Tank Dell situation to me, where like that's why I don't think the question is warranted.
I don't either. And I think sometimes reporters have to take a step back and realize that there are certain conversations that are private that are never going to be shared. Is this me saying, what's the point of asking that question? To a degree, yeah.
Well, because there's certain players that, okay, there are certain players, people that you would ask this question about, and I would say, valid question. You put on here on the doc, Rashee Rice.
Everything that's happened with Ja or with Rashee Rice. I mean, the most recent story with Rashee Rice is that he was supposedly at a Dallas club. Camera person got in his face, and he shoved him. And I believe something that none of us are aware of, and it sucks that we even have to say that because that puts in the idea of some people, well, maybe there was something. This is where that question kind of leads down the rabbit hole of, does this person have some sort of inside knowledge about what Tank Dell does? Mm-hmm. I doubt it, to be honest.
There's elements to this story that what happened in the Orlando, like part of this part of the escalation that led to 10 people getting shot. We don't know that. We have no idea what happened. We know that Rashee Rice drove his car off the road. Like, we know that happened. We know what Drummer was on Instagram Live doing the stuff he was doing. Like, it is such a wild question to ask of someone who got shot.
Right. I mean, this is a question that you would ask Texans ownership about with, I don't know. Maybe somebody who was allegedly doing inappropriate things with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. At least 24 different massage therapists. Yeah. Then maybe ask Texans ownership, hey, have you had a conversation with Deshaun Watson? Or do you think he's learned his lesson?
Or maybe a certain running back on the Texans?
Joe Mixon?
Yeah. It's I don't know. It's the more I think about it, the more I'm confused by it. I just don't.
There
I don't
is
really
something publicly here. He'd be able to explain it, but it's one of those things where you are looking at the athlete as not necessarily subhuman, but as somebody who is dumb.
Yeah.
Oh man, this guy got shot. He needs to learn his lesson.
Or that he's a kid or something.
Yeah,
like
he's an adult man.
Yeah, it's like
he's a young adult, and we all learn things in our young adulthood. But I mean, he's not a child.
At a certain point, like bleep happens, and this is like an unfortunate bleep happens. Like you mentioned, Brian Robinson getting carjacked. Like I don't what. Or are you gonna say like, well, don't have that nice of a car because then people won't try to jack you. Like
that's what I feel, honestly.
Like we're doing the like elements of provocation argument and stuff with like when people
it's a direct blame or it's an insinuation of it. It is victim blaming, victim questioning that his actions are the reason why he got shot, and his actions that day were going to a bar.
He went to a party while he was in town visiting his family. Is he supposed to? It's bizarre. And as someone who has done a little extra research on this website on this bar, Cabana Live, for a live stream, this is one of those places that is supposedly a family-friendly. That's some place like straight out of Roadhouse around it so that the musicians don't have bottles thrown at their head. That was not this place. I've seen some reviews recently that say like they haven't really figured out what they are. Sometimes the bar gets overcrowded. Some days it's more of a family day. Other days it's more of just like, your routine bar with a pool. And sometimes there are people, I guess, that are coming. That night was the exception, but that place is generally not what everyone, I guess, believes that it might have been.
Yeah.
Due to questions that have implications like that one from Will Kunkel.
Yeah, it's I'm curious, especially because like the reality is it's just you hope the player is just healthy. Like that's all that really matters. I don't know why there needs to be more questions about what happened that night, because there's no information that provides even to me a need to ask that player on the team that got shot at a mall. Like, would you ask them if they regret going to a mall?
I mean,
like I'm just being honest.
The mall is terrible, but
the mall is the
I'd be
worst
like,
place on the
why'd you go to Greens Point Mall? That's my
more
question.
like Guns Point.
Well, let's use the Galleria then as an example.
Then I'd be like, that's really close to where I work. Yeah, no, I mean, it was a party when he went back home to hang out with friends and family.
Yeah,
like
don't hang out with your friends. Great idea too. Like, can't wait to hear those questions that he's gonna ask about C.J. Stroud going to China. Now I'm like anticipating it. Now I can't wait.
Should I go there and ask like Tucker Carlson?
Because it'll blow up in your face.
I know that's the problem.
I don't want that.
People don't understand the character.
But now, like, I'm like anticipating. Like I'm like
of America. What is happening? What is going on? Why do you worship Winnie the Pooh as your Lord and Savior?
All right, Warren Moon.
Don't call him that, by the way.
Warren is a way to put it. We'll enjoy the casino, enjoy the sports book. Over 19 betting kiosks. Just go bet on games. Whenever you want to go to bet on your Texas teams, that's the way to go. Maybe you still games. You never know. So if you want to do that, if you want to start looking at